Prologue. Ben Zhua is an immortal being. Though the three realms are vast and the universe is endless, there has never been anyone capable of standing against me. Reclining lazily in the shadows above the sea of lava, he casually scooped up handfuls of blazing molten rock and let it flow through his fingers. And you, an ordinary woman, actually wish to strike me down with a double-edged sword? An overwhelming killing intent clung tightly to the icy blade. The woman holding the sword stood suspended in midair. The faint smile curling at the corners of her lips looked even more devilish than the arrogant demon king himself. Dongfang Qingcang, don't you dare fight. Hara, don't dare. Dongfang Qingcang threw back his head and laughed. The molten lava in his palms suddenly erupted into the sky. Countless blazing flames condensed into a crimson double-edged sword. The scorching heat swept through the air, causing the woman's robes to billow violently. Cheetah, those worthless fools from the heavenly realm made you their god of war. Just because you possess a little skill, you dare challenge Ben Zhua? Dongfang Qingcang narrowed his eyes and chuckled. He rose to his feet, his silver-white hair flowing all the way to his ankles. With every step he took, the volcano beneath him trembled, as though even the mountain feared his presence. It just so happens that I'm bored today. He raised his wrist. The blazing sword partially concealed his face, making the demonic aura within his phoenix eyes appear even more terrifying. So, allow Ben Zhua to test your strength. Demon King. Cheetah raised her icy sword into a defensive stance. Underestimating your enemy is the greatest weakness of any warrior. Dongfang Qingcang smiled. Only the weak know fear. A cold light flashed through his blood-red eyes. His sharp fangs gleamed amid the raging flames. Ben Zhua has never feared anything. The ancient Demon King and Cheetah, the god of war, clashed in a battle that shook heaven and earth. The skies lost their color. Day and night reversed. Even the stars and the flow of time seemed disturbed by their conflict. Yet it was in that very battle that the rampant Demon King of the three realms fell beneath Cheetah's sword. From that day onward, Cheetah's fame as the god of war spread throughout the three realms. Dongfang Qingcang suffered grievous injuries. In the end, the combined forces of the gods and Buddhas beheaded him. The demon clan was driven into the desolate land of Jiuyu. From then on, it became nearly impossible for them to rise again. Is Dongfang Qingcang dead? The Demon King is immortal. He cannot enter the cycle of reincarnation. His soul can neither vanish nor disperse. When the right opportunity arrives, he will return. The little orchid in the flower pot trembled, its leaves shaking. When will he return? Ah, master, I'm afraid of dying. He won't return. Simon picked up a pen to write a fate. I, the god of destiny, together with the current god of war, Ma Shi, the little heavenly guards watching over Nantian Gate, and even the little water fairies who help water you. None of us will allow him to return. So relax. You won't die. Be good. After hearing Simon casually recount that distant legend from ancient times, the little orchid could never have imagined that one day she would witness the Demon King's resurrection with her own eyes. She never dreamed that she would stand face to face with that ancient demon, completely helpless. But the thing that shattered her mind the most, the thing she could never have expected, was that one day, she would end up using the body of that old monster with boundless magic. The infamous Demon King who had committed every imaginable evil. Chapter 1. Little Orchid's Point of View. Little Orchid sat inside a prison cell, staring at the woman seated cross-legged outside. Her eyes were closed in deep meditation, so still and silent that even the sound of breathing was impossible to hear. She had no idea how many days had passed. Resting her chin in her hands, Little Orchid sighed anxiously. That guy, is he even breathing? If he kept holding his breath like that, he'd suffocate, and then I'd be the one who suffers. After all, that's my real body. As for the body she was using now, Little Orchid grabbed the long silver hair hanging to her waist, then, for the 101st time, reached up with a large hand to feel the broad, flat chest. She sighed. So hard. A low, captivating male voice echoed through Haotian Tower. Oh. The single syllable reverberated several times before fading into silence. It finally broke the oppressive stillness. The woman outside the cell slowly exhaled, still keeping her eyes closed. Little flower demon, You dare run your hands all over Binzwa's body. Don't blame Binzwa for showing your body no mercy. Little Orchid blushed instantly and covered her face. I was only touching your chest. You're a grown man. Why are you afraid of being touched? She paused. Oh, hey. Her face grew even redder. Big devil. Where exactly did your filthy mind go? You're so shameless. The woman's apricot eyes slowly opened. Although it was Little Orchid's own face, the mysterious expression upon it felt completely unfamiliar. A mocking smile appeared. For a woman who can say such things so easily, you're hardly as innocent as you pretend. Little Orchid snorted and quickly changed the subject. Aren't you the ancient demon king? The legends say you were capable of every kind of wickedness imaginable. Dongfang Qingcang frowned. Little Orchid instinctively swallowed. Why, you're so powerful. Can't you think of a way to get us out of here? Dongfang Qingcang closed his eyes again. If you want to leave, then stop causing me trouble. Little Orchid's eyes widened. The one locked inside the cell is me. How am I supposed to cause trouble for you? If anyone's troublesome, it's you. You're the biggest disaster that's ever happened to someone else's life. If it weren't for him, how could she have ended up imprisoned inside Haotian Tower? How could a cute little orchid spirit have become this rough, intimidating man? Though, for a demon, his skin was surprisingly smooth. His figure was excellent. His hair was beautiful. His features were handsome. Even his fingers were long and elegant. Little Orchid shook her head. If I hadn't run into a walking catastrophe like you, I never would have ended up like this. Catastrophe. Dongfang Qingcang narrowed his eyes. You dare call Binzwa that? You truly have some nerve. Even though the face before her was her own, the gaze within those eyes belonged entirely to Dongfang Qingcang. It terrified her. Her stomach twisted, and even her liver seemed to turn cold. Fortunately, the prison bars between them gave her courage. She puffed out her cheeks and snorted. If you're capable, then come over here and hit me. Dongfang Qingcang suddenly smiled. Without another word, he reached behind his back and grabbed a handful of long silver hair. Before Little Orchid could react, spiritual energy gathered at his fingertips. Swish! The waist-length hair fell cleanly to the ground. Little Orchid froze. And my hair. Dongfang Qingcang casually played with the severed strands. Your brain isn't very bright, but your hair is quite beautiful. He tossed it aside. The glossy silver hair scattered across the floor like a peacock's tail. He sat down leisurely, brushed the short black hair that now rested at ear length, crossed his legs, and laughed arrogantly. What? Did you forget? Right now, you're in my hands. Demon. Absolute demon. Little Orchid nearly collapsed to her knees. She stared at the beautiful hair scattered across the floor, her heart aching. Then she remembered the culprit. She glared fiercely at Dongfang Qingcang. I'm not done with you yet. She reached behind her own back, grabbed a handful of silver hair, copied his posture, and tried to gather spiritual energy at her fingertips. Nothing happened. She wanted to cry. Inside Dongfang Qingcang's body, she had no idea how to control his demonic power. She couldn't even cast the simplest spell. Dongfang Qingcang had expected exactly this. The smile on his lips widened. You want to cut Binzwa's hair? You'll need another 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Little Orchid gritted her teeth. I don't believe you. She wrapped several strands around her hand and yanked with all her strength. Rip! The hair came out by the roots. The sharp pain made her whole body tremble. Dongfang Qingcang immediately stiffened. The smile disappeared from his face. Enduring the pain, Little Orchid imitated his earlier expression and gave him a vicious grin. Today, this lady is going to make you bald. Dongfang Qingcang's face darkened. Stop. Little Orchid ignored him and ripped out another 4 or 5 strands. Dongfang Qingcang narrowed his eyes. You dare be so insolent? I'll cut off your arm. Little Orchid immediately shouted back. If you dare cut off my arm, then I'll cut off your head. If you keep talking, Binzwa will cut out your tongue. You dare? Then I'll borrow an execution blade from the heavenly palace and castrate you. After exchanging those vicious threats, both of them fell silent. They simply stared at each other. After a long moment, Little Orchid blinked. Her eyes wandered to the silver hair scattered across the floor. Suddenly, she felt unbearably wronged. She sat down, hugged her knees, and tears slowly filled her eyes before dripping onto the ground. She would never braid her beautiful hair again. She would never tuck flowers behind her ears again. That hateful demon had ruined everything. Now she would spend the rest of her life trapped inside this prison. Everything was gone. Outside the cell, Dongfang Qingcang watched his own body curled into a ball, hugging its knees. His deep, magnetic voice was now sobbing pitifully. For some reason, his chest began to ache with an indescribable pain. "Stop crying." His tone was stiff. Little Orchid only cried harder. To Dongfang Qingcang, every sob sounded like ghostly claws scraping at his soul. It was even more unbearable than when Shida had pierced his meridians with the Xianbing sword. Little Orchid looked up, tears and snot covering her face. "Give me back my hair." Suppressing the strange pain in his chest, Dongfang Qingcang said, "Stand up first. Give me back my hair first." "Fine." He raised a hand. The strands scattered across the floor floated into the air. One by one, they reattached themselves. Within moments, the long waterfall of silver hair was completely restored. "Now stand up." Little Orchid stared blankly. "My body, when did you learn a spell like this?" Dongfang Qingcang gave her a disdainful look. "Wipe your face." Now that her hair had been restored, Little Orchid's sadness immediately vanished. She obediently wiped away her tears and nose with her sleeve. Dongfang Qingcang sat back down. "You dared threaten Ben Zhua and force me to compromise. You're the first." Little Orchid glared at him. "And you're the first person in history to make me cry with a man's voice. I don't want to stay with you for another moment. So tell me, do you have a way to get out of this tower?" "Of course." Little Orchid's eyes lit up. "How?" "Blow up the tower." He said it as casually as if he were talking about crushing a mosquito. Little Orchid froze. Then she lowered her head miserably. "It's over. I'll never see Master again." She couldn't be blamed for thinking that. Hao Tian Tower was an ancient divine artifact. Destroying it was far easier said than done, especially now that they had exchanged bodies. Little Orchid couldn't sense any real power inside Dongfang Qingcang's body. And even if she could, she had no idea how to use demonic energy. As for Dongfang Qingcang, she could only laugh bitterly. She knew exactly how much power her own body possessed. Even if he could restore her hair, it didn't change the fact that her body contained only a few hundred years' worth of cultivation. That was enough to defeat a few minor demons. But blowing up Hao Tian Tower? She'd probably have to cultivate another 10,000 years before even attempting it. Little Orchid rubbed her aching nose. Thinking back to the day she encountered Dongfang Qingcang, she felt that one moment of curiosity had ruined her entire life. "You were so stupid back then. After stealing my body, you should have stayed outside. Then we could have worked together, one inside and one outside. Our chances of escaping would have been much better." Dongfang Qingcang smiled mockingly. "I thought the heavenly realm prided itself on righteousness. They're always willing to sacrifice themselves for others. And yet, just to escape, you're willing to cooperate with Ben Zhua? Aren't you afraid that once I'm outside, I'll massacre innocent people and plunge the world into chaos?" He glanced at the way she was sitting. "Where's your sense of justice?" Little Orchid pouted. "I already thought about that. Why else do you think there are heavenly soldiers, heavenly generals, and the heavenly emperor? My master always says that stealing someone else's livelihood is as bad as killing their mother. I can't steal their job." Dongfang Qingcang fell silent for a moment. Then he rubbed his chin. "Little flower demon, come with me. Join the demon realm. You've got some potential." Little Orchid immediately shook her head. "No, Master would feed me to the pigs." After a pause, she sighed sadly. "Though now that I'm trapped in here, even if Master wanted to feed me to the pigs, she couldn't. In the beginning, if you'd stayed outside, your subordinates from the demon realm would have found a way to rescue you. But now you're trapped inside the tower too. It's just the two of us. No help, no way out. Who said there's no one here to help us?" Dongfang Qingcang quietly looked at her. Little Orchid blinked. "If not, then who?" She looked up. She looked down. She looked all around the tower. The stairways clung tightly to the walls. The center of Hao Tian Tower was hollow. A brilliant pearl hung from the very top, allowing anyone to see every level with a single glance. If anyone else were here, they would have been impossible to miss. Dongfang Qingcang smiled. It was only the slightest curve of his lips, yet it carried an overwhelming arrogance. Watching someone else wear her own face while making that expression felt indescribably strange. Just as little Orchid was sighing in despair, she suddenly heard Dongfang Qingcang murmur softly, "It's almost time." Chapter 2. Little Orchid's Point of View. Little Orchid had just heard Dongfang Qingcang whisper those words when, still dazed, she watched him suddenly walk toward the staircase. "Where are you going?" She stared after him. "Don't run around. There are countless spells inside this tower, and you're using my body." "Hey!" No matter how loudly she called, Dongfang Qingcang never looked back. "Hey, Dongfang." Before she could finish calling his name, his head disappeared the moment he stepped onto the stairs. Little Orchid gasped. She watched in horror as his body vanished piece by piece. First his head, then his shoulders, his torso, his legs. Finally, he disappeared completely. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief and looked again. The only unusual thing she could find was the place where he had vanished, the boundary between the first and second floors. Could there be another space inside this tower? Thinking about it, that wasn't impossible. Ancient divine artifacts always possessed mysteries beyond mortal understanding. Little Orchid rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Perhaps the tower only appeared hollow from the outside. Maybe what everyone saw was merely the first floor, while the upper levels existed in a completely different space. If that were true, then she and Dongfang Qingcang weren't the only prisoners here. Her master had never mentioned how Tian Tower worked or what kinds of demons were sealed inside it. Those were things she'd only begun to wonder about after becoming imprisoned herself. If other demons truly were sealed here, they must have been imprisoned for countless years. And demons worthy of being sealed inside Tian Tower certainly wouldn't be weak. The tower had 9 levels. That meant there were probably far more prisoners than just the 2 of them. If Dongfang Qingcang truly had some ability, perhaps he intended to release every demon trapped here. If that happened, blowing up Tian Tower might actually become possible. Little Orchid rubbed her hands together excitedly. As for what would happen after the tower exploded and all those demons escaped, well, she decided that was still the Heavenly Emperor's responsibility. She couldn't go stealing someone else's job. Full of hope, she waited for Dongfang Qingcang to return with an army of terrifying demons. But after waiting a very long time, he never came back. It was as though he had completely disappeared inside the tower. Little Orchid gradually became worried. What if her body never returned? With each passing day, her despair grew heavier. Eventually, exhaustion overtook her, and she drifted into uneasy dreams. Sometimes she dreamed of her master gently watering her. Sometimes she dreamed of Dongfang Qingcang pulling out every strand of her hair until she was completely bald. And sometimes, she dreamed of that day, the day of the great war between immortals and demons. Terrified, Little Orchid had fled into the mortal realm. By pure accident, she encountered the newly resurrected Dongfang Qingcang, gravely injured from battle. He grabbed her without warning. His sharp, white fangs sank into her neck. She clearly felt something leaving her body along with her blood. Her soul. Before losing consciousness, she vaguely heard him speak to the heavenly soldiers and generals pursuing him. "I am willing to enter Tian Tower and guard the imprisoned demons. I will faithfully cultivate there for 1,000 years. She had wanted to curse him. "Cultivate your damn ancestors. I won't even live another 1,000 years." When she woke, she was already inside the prison cell, and the devil himself was sitting outside. That had been reality. But inside her dream, their bodies had never been exchanged. Instead, they were imprisoned together inside the same cell. Every day, the demon would grab the ribbon of her doo-doo and grin wickedly. "If you don't behave, I'll pull out every strand of your hair." She cried until her voice became hoarse. The demon remained unmoved. In the end, having no other choice, she reluctantly agreed to follow him. But just as she began undressing, her master suddenly appeared, holding a sickle. With a dark expression, she declared, "My fertilizer won't nourish someone else's field. I'd rather chop Little Orchid up and feed her to the pigs than let a demon take advantage of her." Little Orchid turned deathly pale with fright. Just then, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "Stand up." She jolted awake. Cold sweat covered her forehead as she slowly stood. The woman outside the prison looked at her expressionlessly. Big. Little Orchid was about to speak when she noticed someone else standing nearby. Behind Dongfang Qingcang stood a man dressed in crimson robes with long black hair. A rescuer. Those two words instantly lit up Little Orchid's mind. The big devil had really found someone to save them. But after taking a closer look, her excitement immediately faded. Even with her limited experience, she recognized the flame-shaped mark between the man's brows. A fallen immortal. A fallen immortal imprisoned inside Hao Tian Tower. Her master had once told her that immortals consumed by overwhelming resentment became fallen immortals. Their minds were often twisted, their values distorted. They behaved even more strangely than ordinary demons. And they were absolutely not to be provoked. Little Orchid quietly took a step backward. The man's gaze landed on her. Oh, there's a handsome young man here too? His tone was frivolous enough to make Little Orchid frown. Before she could study him any further, he walked straight toward Dongfang Qingcang. Resting an arm around Dongfang Qingcang's shoulders, he effortlessly pulled him into an embrace. Little beauty. His peach blossom eyes curved seductively. So you released me just to save him? How heartbreaking. What? This guy was unbelievably shameless. Let go. Little Orchid shouted angrily. Keep your hands off. That was her body. She was still a pure and innocent orchid spirit. How could she allow someone to take such liberties with it? Her furious shout attracted both pairs of eyes. Dongfang Qingcang merely glanced sideways at her. He seemed completely indifferent to the red-robed man's embrace. The red-robed man raised an eyebrow. So, what's the relationship between this handsome fellow and our little beauty? I'm getting rather jealous. I have nothing to do with her. Dongfang Qingcang answered coldly. Hearing her own voice speak with such icy indifference felt strangely unfamiliar to Little Orchid. The red-robed man looked at her and burst into laughter. So he's secretly in love with you and thinks he's your protector? He looked Little Orchid up and down, then frowned slightly. You seem a little familiar. It seems you don't wish to leave this place. Dongfang Qingcang interrupted him. If that's the case, I can send you right back. The red-robed man immediately withdrew his hands. Why is Little Beauty so angry? Fine. Let's discuss business. You said Hao Tian Tower's weak point is where? Dongfang Qingcang walked toward the center of the tower. Raising a hand, he pointed toward the 4 directions. At noon today, the tower's 4 cardinal positions will shift. The eastern side changes the most. The shadow cast by the pearl above will fall here. He pointed toward the wall directly opposite Little Orchid's cell. When that happens, this wall will become Hao Tian Tower's weakest point. Destroy it, and the entire tower will collapse. The red-robed man stroked his chin thoughtfully. Little beauty, you are an immortal. I'm afraid you don't understand how strongly Hao Tian Tower suppresses demons. The greater one's strength, the stronger the suppression. Using my full power is already difficult. Are you certain I can destroy an ancient divine artifact during such a brief moment of weakness? It was exactly the question Little Orchid had been wondering herself. If Hao Tian Tower could really be destroyed so easily, it wouldn't deserve to be called an ancient divine artifact. Dongfang Qingcang smiled. Of course not. I'll set up a formation here. You only need to provide a tiny bit of power to strike the wall. The red-robed man stared at him speechlessly. After a long silence, he asked, You're neither a demon nor a fallen immortal. Your cultivation is insignificant. So why are you so familiar with Hao Tian Tower's weaknesses? And why are you so confident? Who exactly are you? You only need to know. Our goals are the same. The red-robed man slowly licked his lips. A strange light flickered across his eyes. What a mysterious little beauty. You make it impossible for a man to guard his heart. I've met countless women in my life, but never one with such an extraordinary temperament. As he spoke, he deliberately stumbled. Oh, my footing slipped. He threw himself forward. Both hands landed squarely on Dongfang Qingcang's chest. One hand casually slid downward, hooked beneath the embroidered chest wrap, and tugged it lower, revealing an alluring curve. The red-robed man smiled with obvious satisfaction. He raised his head, preparing to enjoy the girl's embarrassed reaction. Instead, he met a pair of calm, cold, utterly emotionless eyes. He froze. Something was wrong. The woman he'd just molested looked at him as if she were staring at a dead fish. Where was the anger? The embarrassment? The tears? The furious screaming every woman usually gave him? The silence shattered instantly. Inside the prison cell, Little Orchid exploded. You bastard. Let go. Let go. Let go. Let go. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. The red-robed man jumped in surprise. He slowly turned toward the prison. The handsome young man inside looked ready to murder him. His eyes were bloodshot with rage. Dongfang Qingcang merely glanced at him. Without expression, he pulled the loosened chest wrap back into place. Have you steadied yourself? The red-robed man blinked. Why, yes. Wait. You are not angry. Dongfang Qingcang's lips curved into a smile even more sinister than before. Why should I be? He casually pushed the stunned man aside. Move. I need to prepare the formation. The red-robed man stumbled backward, completely bewildered. Meanwhile, little Orchid was still shouting herself hoarse. I'm going to chop off your hands. One day I'll chop off both of your hands. The red-robed man looked from one person to the other. The furious young man had completely abandoned any concern for his image, kicking the prison bars in rage. The one whose chest had actually been touched simply walked around the tower barefoot after casually throwing a shoe toward the noisy prisoner. So loud. Be quiet. Then Dongfang Qingcang calmly continued preparing the formation. The red-robed man blinked several times. After being imprisoned here for so many years, perhaps, he no longer understood the world anymore. Chapter 3. It was almost noon. Dongfang Qingcang bit the tip of his index finger. Using it like a brush and his own blood as ink, he began drawing intricate incantations at the four corners of Haotian Tower. Each time he completed a rune, the light inside the tower dimmed. By the time he finished the fourth one, the only remaining light came from the pearls suspended at the top of the tower. Standing in the center, Dongfang Qingcang drew the final symbol of the formation. Inside the prison cell, little Orchid looked mournfully at her finger and let out a heavy sigh. Leaning casually against the cell, the red-robed man quietly watched Dongfang Qingcang. Was she always this decisive and composed? Little Orchid still disliked him. How would I know? And what does that have to do with you? The red-robed man tilted his head and smiled. She reminds me of a woman I once knew. Unlike most women, she isn't the slightest bit pretentious. She's steady, calm, brave, fearless. She thinks everything through. She's even more dashing than most men. Little Orchid rolled her eyes. How long have you even known him? Clearly, he wasn't listening. Such a woman truly earns one's wholehearted admiration. Little Orchid slapped her forehead. The problem was, that wasn't even a woman's personality. The real owner of this body was timid, afraid of death, cried constantly, and was as delicate as could be. So, could he please stop looking at her body with those admiring eyes? Hey, silver-haired fellow. The red-robed man turned toward little Orchid with a provocative grin. No matter what kind of demon you are, I'll definitely steal this remarkable woman from you. Little Orchid stared back at him with the expression of a dead fish, then silently asked the heavens, Are you serious? I'm finished. Dongfang Qingcang called out. Come stand here. The red-robed man dusted off his robes and walked over. Every word you speak, little beauty, is so concise. Yet every one strikes straight into my heart. Little Orchid suddenly felt exhausted. After the red-robed man stepped into the center of the formation, Dongfang Qingcang said nothing. He simply grabbed the man's wrist. Slash. A clean cut appeared. The red-robed man froze. Fresh blood flowed from the wound and dripped onto the formation. The previously quiet Haotian Tower was suddenly filled with a gentle breeze. The hair of all three people began to sway. The red-robed man stared blankly at Dongfang Qingcang. This formation? Dongfang Qingcang laughed. His eyes blazed with unrestrained confidence. What is a mere Haotian Tower to me? With this formation alone, I could even break the seal binding the three realms. The red-robed man fell silent. Little Orchid, who had heard everything, began trembling. Her heart pounded with fear. Just one formation, and he could destroy an ancient divine artifact as casually as smashing a toy. She suddenly realized there seemed to be nothing in this world capable of restraining Dongfang Qingcang. Even without the body of the Demon King, he still possessed enough knowledge and confidence to terrify anyone. The red-robed man now looked at Dongfang Qingcang with unmistakable caution. He said nothing. Outside the tower, the sunlight slowly shifted. The shadows cast in the four directions gradually leaned toward the wall opposite Little Orchid's cell. Exactly as Dongfang Qingcang had predicted, Hao Tian Tower's weakest point had appeared. The red-robed man was still staring at him in silence. Dongfang Qingcang frowned. "Don't you want to leave?" The words jolted the red-robed man awake. He blinked. Then spiritual power gathered in his palm. A blazing pillar of fire erupted toward the wall. Boom! Hao Tian Tower shook violently. Little Orchid lost her footing and grabbed the prison bars to steady herself. When she looked up again, she was astonished. The four blood runes Dongfang Qingcang had drawn each released brilliant crimson beams of light. As the tower trembled more violently, the blood-red glow became brighter and brighter. It was as though the entire tower was being dyed scarlet. The red-robed man suddenly turned around. His face was filled with horror. He immediately withdrew his power. This is a demon formation." Dongfang Qingcang smiled. His sharp fangs became visible. He looked both sinister and terrifying. "What? You only realize that now?" Qilin's face turned pale. "How do you know my name? Who are you?" At that moment, the pearl hanging above the tower finally reached its limit. Crack! A deafening sound echoed through the tower. The pearl split apart. The entire tower began sinking. Little Orchid watched as the bars of her prison cell bent inward. Dongfang Qingcang ignored Qilin's question. "One more strike." His voice was impatient. He clearly had no desire to remain here any longer. But this time, Qilin refused. Instead of obeying, he quickly retreated outside the formation. No matter what Dongfang Qingcang said, he had no intention of attacking again. Dongfang Qingcang narrowed his eyes. Just then, a terrified scream came from the prison cell. "Great devil! Great devil! Save me!" Qilin looked even more horrified. "You're a demon." Dongfang Qingcang still didn't answer. He merely turned toward Little Orchid. The prison bars had completely collapsed inward. Broken beams and twisted iron had trapped her in a corner. Help! Help me! I'm trapped." She was so frightened that she began stuttering. Dongfang Qingcang gritted his teeth. He hated seeing someone so hopeless. Hao Tian Tower's suppressive aura has already dispersed. Even without magic, you still have plenty of strength. Push those broken beams away. Little Orchid suddenly remembered. She wasn't using her own body anymore. She was inside the Demon King's immortal body. Even without demonic power, this body couldn't simply be crushed to death. She calmed herself. Raising both hands, she caught a massive wooden beam that was falling toward her. As she pushed, her eyes widened. Her fingernails effortlessly dug deep into the ancient wood. Her courage immediately returned. With all 5 fingers, she slashed through the heavy beams, pinning her down. Within moments, the enormous wooden pillars had been shredded into pieces. These were the pillars of an ancient divine artifact. Little Orchid couldn't help staring in amazement. Before she could think any further, the tower finally collapsed. A thick black metal prison bar shot toward her like a spear and slammed directly into her chest. The metal rod immediately bent into a curve. Little Orchid blinked. Even mysterious divine metal could bend. The Demon King's body was even tougher than an ancient divine artifact. Before she could marvel any longer, boom, the shattered pearl crashed down. The entire tower collapsed. Dust filled the sky. At that moment, Little Orchid wasn't afraid anymore. She stood proudly amid the ruins, watching Hao Tian Tower crumble around her. Outside, the familiar aura of the heavenly realm greeted her once again. She couldn't help lifting her face toward the warm sunlight. It felt wonderful. Then, as the dust slowly settled, Little Orchid suddenly remembered something very important. Now that they had escaped, the big devil would definitely want his body back. Remembering everything he had done, everything he had threatened, she suddenly realized her life probably wouldn't last much longer. Rustling sounds came from the ruins. Dongfang Qingcang slowly climbed out. Little Orchid's body was covered in dust, looking utterly disheveled. Well, that was only natural. She knew exactly how weak her own body was. Being able to crawl out alive after the tower collapsed was already remarkable. Dongfang Qingcang turned to look at her. Cutting a few strands of your hair made you cry endlessly. But just now, where were you when it was time to protect me? Little Orchid quietly swallowed. In that very moment, a crimson figure shot out from the ruins like a streak of lightning and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Without leaving a single trace behind, Dongfang Qingcang merely glanced in that direction and let out a cold laugh. He runs fast. He made no move to chase. Instead, he calmly brushed the dust from his clothes before walking straight toward Little Orchid. Little flower demon. Give Benzwa back my body. Little Orchid swallowed nervously. Well, the thing is, if we switch back, you can't kill me. Dongfang Qingcang was silent for a moment. Then he laughed, as wicked as ever. Very well. Benzwa won't kill you. Unfortunately, the word liar was practically written all over his face. Little Orchid saw through him instantly. She nearly burst into tears. Then we're not changing back. That's it. We'll stay like this forever. Dongfang Qingcang snorted coldly. That isn't your decision to make. He reached toward her. Terrified, Little Orchid immediately backed away. Dongfang Qingcang frowned. Stand still. Little Orchid trembled. Master said demons can only be trusted after they swear an oath. If they break it, they'll be punished. You swear first. Swear you won't kill me. Then I'll obediently switch our bodies back. Dongfang Qingcang sneered. Did your master also tell you that everyone in the demon realm swears their oaths to the demon king? Little Orchid's face immediately turned pale. Master had definitely never mentioned that. Then she was doomed. What was the point of making him swear to himself? Watching his own face tremble with fear and cry so pitifully, Dongfang Qingcang suddenly felt strangely defeated. He rubbed his forehead as though a headache were coming on. Fine. Come here. After we switch back, I'll spare your life. Little Orchid shook her head so violently it looked like a rattle drum. No. No, 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 no. You have to guarantee it. Dongfang Qingcang narrowed his eyes and stepped closer. I already said I won't kill you. Then I won't. Who would believe you? Don't come any closer. Little Orchid continued retreating. Then, a sudden realization flashed through her mind. She was Dongfang Qingcang now. She possessed the Demon King's immortal body. That meant she was the stronger one. As long as Dongfang Qingcang couldn't touch his original body, she would be safe. Before she could finish the thought, Dongfang Qingcang suddenly grabbed her wrist and pulled. Little Orchid watched her own face rush toward her. Then, she saw those sharp white fangs. No, he can't bite me. She desperately threw herself backward with all her strength. Crack! A sharp snapping sound echoed through the air. Dongfang Qingcang let out a muffled grunt. The arm gripping Little Orchid instantly went limp. His shoulder had been dislocated. At that moment, Little Orchid was too terrified to remember how fragile her own body actually was. Acting on pure instinct, she swung her hand. Slap! I told you not to come near me, you scoundrel. The slap sent Dongfang Qingcang flying. His body shot backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily into the ruins of Hao Tian Tower. Then, everything became still. There wasn't the slightest movement. Little Orchid stared blankly. She looked down at her own hands, then clutched her chest. Slowly, she crouched on the ground, trembling. I want to see Master again. I don't want to die. She shivered there for a long time. The surroundings remained deathly silent. Finally, she cautiously opened her eyes and looked toward the ruins. Her own body lay there like a discarded rag doll. Its hair was in complete disarray. Blood covered its face. Its limbs were twisted into impossible angles. Little Orchid swallowed hard. She slowly lowered her gaze to the large hands she now possessed. Only then did she finally realize what had just happened. She had accidentally slapped herself to death. Chapter 4. Only after realizing what she had done did Little Orchid fall into complete panic. She had accidentally killed herself. Trembling all over, she slowly crawled toward her own body. She cautiously stretched out a shaking hand. But where was she supposed to touch? Her head and neck were twisted so horribly. What if her head fell off when she tried to lift it? Should she grab an arm? But that arm was bent at such a strange angle. Could she even touch it? Her legs looked a little better. No, wait. Why were her knees bent forward? Still trembling in terror, Little Orchid finally reached around her own waist and carefully lifted the upper body. The moment she raised it, her head flopped backward at an impossible angle. Her entire neck had snapped. Little Orchid's face crumpled. Be big, devil. No one answered her. The only response was the blood flowing from the wounds on her face, trickling quietly through her hair before dripping onto the dusty ground. Too miserable. It was simply too miserable. She was so devastated that she couldn't even cry. She merely muttered blankly, "What do I do? What do I do now?" Just then, she heard voices echoing through the distance. Little Orchid looked up. On the horizon, heavenly soldiers were flying rapidly toward her. Leading them was Wu Chu Xingjuan. She recognized him immediately. He often visited her master for drinks. Of course, he wouldn't recognize her now. Before he even arrived, he shouted, "Demon, don't run." Before the words had fully left his mouth, a bolt of lightning shot toward her like rushing water. It struck the Demon King's body. Dongfang Qingcang's immortal body remained completely unharmed. But her own corpse was scorched even more. Little Orchid nearly burst into tears. It was already miserable enough. Did they really intend to burn her body into ashes? Absolutely not. She looked around frantically. Then she remembered the direction Qi Lin had escaped. Without thinking any further, she hugged her own corpse tightly, leaped onto a cloud, and fled, driven entirely by panic. She somehow managed to fly using Dongfang Qingcang's body. She was so flustered that she forgot to look back. By the time she finally did, the heavenly soldiers had long since disappeared into the distance. Only after landing in the mortal realm and finding herself completely alone did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. She looked down at the soft, charred body in her arms. With great effort, she gave it another shake. Weren't you supposed to be unable to enter reincarnation? So where did you go? If you went to see the King of Hell, couldn't you at least repair my body before leaving? Or are you hiding nearby and secretly laughing at me? She looked all around herself. Big devil. Dongfang Qingcang. Twee twee twee. She imitated bird calls several times. Nothing answered. He really is gone. Your Excellency. Your Excellency. Just as Little Orchid stood there on the verge of tears, someone called out from the distance. She immediately hugged her body tighter and looked around warily. An old man with a long white beard came stumbling toward her, panting heavily from exhaustion. He rushed forward, tripped, rolled 3 times across the ground, and before he had even managed to stand, he threw himself into a full prostration. Completely out of breath, he cried, this humble servant, Swift Walker Demon, greets your Excellency, Demon King, the Demon Realm." Hearing those words, Little Orchid instinctively wanted to hide. Then she remembered. She was currently wearing Dongfang Qingcang's body. Compared to the heavenly soldiers, meeting demons was probably much safer. While she silently observed him, the old man crawled closer on his knees without daring to lift his head. "Congratulations, Your Excellency. The Supreme Demon King has finally returned to the 3 realms." He bowed so deeply that it looked as though he wished he could bury himself underground. Ever since the great war between heaven and the demon realm, this humble servant has remained in the heavenly realm as a spy. When Hao Tian Tower collapsed today, its shock echoed throughout heaven. I immediately knew that Your Excellency had broken free, so I came at once to welcome your return. The old man crawled even closer. He appeared ready to embrace Little Orchid's feet. She quietly stepped backward. The old man continued respectfully, as expected of the Supreme Demon King. Aside from this humble servant, who specializes in speed, no one else could possibly have kept up with Your Excellency. He bowed once again. Your Excellency, after your disappearance all those years ago, the heavenly realm has oppressed the demon realm without mercy. Now military strategist Kong K has finally united the desolate lands of Jiuyu. We have only awaited Your Excellency's return to lead us in reclaiming heaven and earth. At present, the Heavenly Emperor remains unconscious after the last great war. The ancient dragon Immortal has returned to the Thousand Heavens ruins. As long as Your Excellency defeats the current god of war, Mashi, victory will belong to the demon realm. Little Orchid's head was already spinning. The old man's words buzzed around her ears like an endless swarm of flies. Then she suddenly caught one familiar name. Mashi. She interrupted him. The god of war, Mashi, is a good person. The old man immediately stopped talking. He stiffened in confusion. His back straightened slightly, though he still didn't dare raise his head. Your Excellency, the god of war Mashi, and his wife, Aunt Xiang. They're both good people. You mustn't fight them. The old man was completely bewildered. The Demon King had just called the god of war's wife Aunt Xiang and even praised them as good people? The legendary demon king who had once rampaged across the three realms. The terrifying being said to move mountains with a single wave of his hand. Could his sense of right and wrong really be this simple? The swift walker demon wondered whether he had simply grown too old. Perhaps his hearing had failed. Or perhaps the demon king himself had become senile. Your Excellency. He cautiously raised his head. Then he froze. Only now did he notice. The demon king was carrying the pitiful corpse of a young woman in his arms. Oh, the old man immediately lowered his head again. His entire body trembled. He dared not ask a single question. He simply answered obediently. Your Excellency is absolutely right. You. Little Orchid suddenly remembered something. She looked at him seriously. Can you see ghosts? The old man's entire body shook. Even his legs trembled. I can't see them. This humble servant doesn't want to see ghosts. Stop shaking. Little Orchid said earnestly. Raise your head. Look at me. Look around me. Try your best. Can you sense any energy nearby? Is there any? There isn't. There isn't. The old man shook his head repeatedly. Little Orchid let out a long, defeated sigh. It's over. Dongfang Qingcang's soul must have gone to the underworld. Wasn't it agreed that he couldn't reincarnate? Little Orchid grew even more anxious. She didn't want to be killed by Dongfang Qingcang, but she also didn't want to spend the rest of her life as an immortal man who never aged and couldn't be hurt. No, I have to see the king of hell. The old man with the white beard was so shocked that he stared blankly at her. Seeing Little Orchid turn to leave while carrying the woman's corpse, he suddenly found the courage to throw himself at her feet. Clinging tightly to her ankles, he wailed, You can't die, Your Excellency. You absolutely can't die. You're the hope of the demon realm. If anything is troubling you, this humble servant will solve it for you. You mustn't die. Let go. Let go. Little Orchid shook her leg, trying to fling him off. Who said I was going to die? I just want to see the king of hell. Whenever she became flustered, her determination only grew stronger. She remembered something her master had once told her. The seal of the three realms maintained the order of heaven, earth, and the underworld. It was the pathway connecting all existence. Whenever mortals died, or immortals entered reincarnation, their souls had to pass through the underworld. Right now, she wanted to use Dongfang Qingcang's undying body to enter the underworld, which meant the only way was to break the seal of the three realms. But breaking the seal, suddenly, Dongfang Qingcang's arrogant words echoed in her mind. What is a mere Haotian tower to me? With this formation alone, I could even break the seal of the three realms. Those were the exact words he had spoken while creating the formation inside Haotian Tower. How had he drawn it? Little Orchid narrowed her eyes and searched her memory carefully. Her memory had always been exceptionally good. Back when she had still been a tiny orchid bud, her master often sat beside her writing the destinies of mortals. Sometimes the stories became so long that her master forgot what she had written at the beginning. At times like those, Little Orchid would proudly recite everything from memory. Then she'd happily shake her little leaves while waiting to be praised. Bit by bit, the symbols of the formation gradually resurfaced in her mind. Her eyes suddenly lit up. She grabbed the swift walker demon. Where's Yi City? Hurry and take me there. Yi City was the place in the mortal realm with the densest energy. It lay closest to the underworld. There was no better place to recreate the formation and break the seal of the three realms. The swift walker demon trembled even harder. There. This humble servant will lead the way. The two traveled at incredible speed. In less than half an hour, they arrived at Yi City. It was noon. The streets were still crowded with people. The Demon King's sharp senses immediately caught a strange aura. Energy. Even under the blazing midday sun, the streets were filled with it. As expected of the infamous ghost city, Little Orchid searched carefully until she finally located the place where the energy was strongest. It was an abandoned courtyard attached to a crumbling old house. Just looking at it made her reluctant to step inside. This was the junction between the three realms. Within its dark cracks, the filth of the human world gathered. Greed, desire, hatred, evil, resentment. All of it condensed into hideous monsters lurking in the shadows. They waited patiently for an unsuspecting victim, then dragged them inside and devoured them completely. The old man hid behind little Orchid and tugged nervously at her sleeve. Your Excellency, please forgive this humble servant's disrespect, but we mustn't go any closer. I've heard this is the filthiest place in all of Ghost City. Little Orchid glanced at him. Such cowardice. Was he really a demon? She turned back toward the ruined courtyard. Gray streams of twisted energy slowly crawled out through the broken doorway. The swift walker demon couldn't see any of it. He merely looked around nervously, unable to understand what she was staring at. So, this was another ability of the Demon King's body, to see all the ugliness and evil hidden within the world. Little Orchid swallowed. If she had any choice, she would never willingly step into a place like this. But she wasn't the legendary Dongfang Qingcang. She didn't possess the overwhelming power to shatter the seal of the three realms with a wave of her hand. The only option left was to recreate the formation here. Taking a deep breath, little Orchid stepped into the courtyard while still carrying her own body. The corpse in her arms immediately attracted the surrounding evil. Within moments, black mist poured in from every direction. In less than a quarter of an hour, she found herself surrounded by raging darkness hidden within every corner. Countless shrill screams pierced her ears. The agonizing noise was so sharp it felt as though her eardrums were about to tear apart. Those monsters, they were all coveting the corpse she carried. Little Orchid was terrified. But her master wasn't here. Dongfang Qingcang wasn't here either. Outside, there was only the useless old demon who was even more frightened than she was. She could rely only on herself. Little Orchid forced herself to calm down. Over and over again, she repeated silently, I am Dongfang Qingcang. I am Dongfang Qingcang. I am Dongfang Qingcang. She slowly opened her eyes. A crimson light flashed through her pupils. Her gaze swept across the overwhelming sea of black mist. A piercing shriek echoed through the courtyard. In the next instant, the black mist scattered in every direction. The monsters fled. Little Orchid steadied her breathing and continued walking deeper into the ruined house. She was stronger now than she had ever been, and her determination was greater than ever before. She feared death more than anything else. So this time, she would do everything in her power to survive. Chapter 5. Little Orchid used Dongfang Qingcang's blood to recreate the formation. Before she even had a chance to smash the final brick, the heavens and the earth were already trembling. The Demon King's blood. It really was extraordinary. The monsters lurking throughout the courtyard shrieked and fled in every direction. Outside, the old white-bearded demon had collapsed onto the ground. Crying miserably, he shouted, Your Excellency, are you really abandoning the demon realm's great cause for the sake of a female immortal? Your people have waited for you for thousands of years. Thousands of years. Little Orchid paused at the entrance to the gate she had just opened to the underworld. Without turning around, she replied, That's right. I'm willing to do anything for her. I'm a devil who acts recklessly. I'm selfish. I don't care about the life or death of the demon realm. So don't place your hopes on me. Just accept your fate and stay obediently in Jiuyu. The old demon let out an even louder wail. Feeling completely at peace with her decision, Little Orchid hugged her own body and stepped into the underworld. The road to the Yellow Springs stretched endlessly before her. Scarlet spider lilies bloomed on both sides of the path. Everything was so quiet. She could even hear the gentle flow of the river of oblivion beneath the bridge of helplessness. She had heard that the current wife of the god of war had originally been the three-live stone of the underworld. Looking into the distance, Little Orchid spotted the ancient stone standing beside the bridge. It had been carefully roped off like an irreplaceable historical relic. No wandering souls were allowed to scribble on it anymore. When she approached the bridge of helplessness, she discovered something strange. A huge crowd of souls had gathered before the bridge, but Lady Ming wasn't there. No one was distributing the soup of forgetfulness. Without drinking the soup, the souls didn't dare cross the bridge into reincarnation. They simply continued lining up until the crowd grew larger and larger. Little Orchid frowned. Where were all the ghost messengers? Following the crooked signposts beside the road, she made her way toward the hall of the King of Hell. Along the way, other than countless wandering souls awaiting reincarnation, she didn't see a single ghost messenger. Had they all grown tired of working and collectively decided to reincarnate instead? That couldn't be right. Muttering to herself, She eventually arrived before the Great Hall. Its massive doors were tightly shut. There wasn't a single guard outside. Little Orchid cautiously looked around. Then, very carefully, she pushed open one of the doors. Creak. She poked her head inside. The moment she looked in, she froze. Inside the magnificent hall, every ghost messenger was kneeling on the floor, trembling. At the very front knelt black impermanence and white impermanence. Beside them lay the unconscious judge. As for the king of hell, the thin old ruler of the underworld was currently being stepped on, standing arrogantly atop his throne, with one foot planted directly on the king of hell, was none other than Dongfang Qingcang's soul. He casually tossed aside another book of life. Not this one. Bring me an older volume. The ghost messengers immediately scrambled to their feet and rushed into the archives. The king of hell, still pinned beneath his foot, cried in a trembling voice. Great Lord, please stop searching. If this continues, the records of the underworld will fall into complete chaos. Dongfang Qingcang ignored him. Instead, he slowly lifted his eyes. His gaze landed directly on Little Orchid. Their eyes met. Little Orchid's heart tightened. You actually came here yourself. Dongfang Qingcang smiled. You've saved Binzwa quite a bit of trouble. As soon as he spoke, every ghost messenger in the hall turned to stare at Little Orchid. She had no idea what Dongfang Qingcang intended to do, but instinct told her it definitely wasn't anything good. She immediately turned to run. Before she could take more than a step, Dongfang Qingcang slapped the armrest of the throne. Using the king of hell as a springboard, he shot toward her like an arrow released from a bow. Little Orchid hurriedly backed away and slammed the door shut. To her horror, Dongfang Qingcang's soul passed straight through the door as though it didn't exist. Then, he plunged directly into his own body. Little Orchid instantly felt her entire body tighten. A tremendous force surged through her. It was trying to push her soul out of the Demon King's body. Bit by bit, her connection to the body was being torn away. The pain was so intense that tears nearly spilled from her eyes. You've already outlived your usefulness. Get out. Dongfang Qingcang's voice echoed inside her mind. He was trying to take back his body. Little Orchid understood immediately. If he succeeded, she would become nothing more than a wandering soul. A true death. She didn't want to reincarnate. She didn't want to lose this body. She desperately clung to every meridian and every thread of spiritual energy within it. Using all her strength, she fought to force Dongfang Qingcang's soul back out. I can't die. If Master can't find me, she'll be heartbroken. I have to go back. Dongfang Qingcang's cold voice answered. There's no need. After I'm finished here, I'll go to the heavenly realm and kill your master. Then your master can come see you. Little Orchid's anger exploded. Hot blood rushed to her head. She had never been this furious in her life. If you dare touch my master, I'll never forgive you. She seized control of Dongfang Qingcang's body. Then, she lifted her foot and charged forward with all her might. Boom. Her forehead slammed directly into the gates of the Hall of the King of Hell. The impact was so powerful that the entire underworld shook violently. The enormous black iron doors caved inward. A huge hole appeared in the center. Dongfang Qingcang's head became firmly lodged inside it. Then, everything went still. He had knocked himself unconscious. Every ghost messenger kneeling inside the hall stared blankly at the Demon King's head sticking through the broken door. Their expressions were even more horrified than if they had seen an actual ghost. The entire hall fell into silence. After a long moment, one ghost messenger cautiously asked, Your Majesty, it looks like the great Demon King knocked himself unconscious. So, what should we do now? The King of Hell slowly climbed to his feet. Patting the dust from his robes, he coughed twice. Before he could say anything, the ghost messengers erupted into discussion. Should we kill him? Wasn't he already dead when he came to the underworld? But that doesn't make sense. He rushed in here as a soul. So why does he suddenly have a physical body now? That's right. It's strange. Why think so much? Just throw him into the 18th level of hell. Absolutely not. What if he punches a hole through it and releases every soul imprisoned there? That would be a disaster. Then what are we supposed to do with him? That question silenced everyone. One after another, every ghost messenger slowly turned to look at the King of Hell, who had finally climbed back onto his throne. Feeling everyone's expectant gaze, the King of Hell hesitated for a long moment. Then, in an almost inaudible voice, he said, "Let's take good care of him for now." The entire hall fell silent. "And quietly report everything to the heavenly realm. Then wait for reinforcements." Everyone looked toward the unconscious Demon King. Dark demonic energy still lingered around his body. It hadn't dispersed at all. After a moment, everyone silently reached the same conclusion. That really was the safest option. Within an endless darkness, little Orchid suddenly heard a voice. "Get out." She slowly opened her eyes. Immediately, she noticed something strange. Half of her body felt incredibly heavy. The other half felt as light as a feather. "Get out." The cold voice rang out again. Little Orchid froze. Only then did she realize. The voice had come from her own mouth. She instinctively tried to cover it. But only her left hand moved. She couldn't feel the right side of her body at all. Little Orchid's eyes widened in horror. What's happening? The voice was still deep and masculine. She still had the Demon King's large hands. Yet, something had clearly changed while she was unconscious. "I told you, get out." She heard herself shout the words. But she hadn't wanted to say them. Little Orchid was completely stunned. Then, her right hand suddenly moved on its own. It reached into her sleeve, pulled out a mirror, and held it before her face. The next moment, something utterly terrifying happened. There were two faces in the mirror. One was Little Orchid. The other was Dongfang Qingcang. What's happening? Thanks to you, there are now two souls living in one body. She asked the question herself, and answered it herself. Except, it wasn't really herself answering. Dongfang Qingcang's face in the mirror looked pale. His eyes were so cold they seemed capable of killing. Meanwhile, Little Orchid's own face looked utterly bewildered. "We were sharing one body," she asked blankly. "You and me?" Dongfang Qingcang clearly had no interest in repeating himself. "Now that you understand, get out of my body." Little Orchid immediately shook her head. "No." The instant she grasped the situation, her mind began racing. "If I leave now, I'll really die. You have to restore my original body. And promise not to kill me. Only then will I leave. Your original body has already been cremated." Little Orchid froze. "What?" Dongfang Qingcang answered coldly. "The underworld would never leave a corpse in the mortal realm. Your body has already been dealt with. Eventually, you'll die anyway. So you might as well die now. Get out." "No. You have to give me another body. You crushed your own body to death. You have only yourself to blame. Why cling to Benzhua? That was your hand." Little Orchid shouted. Dongfang Qingcang answered indifferently. "Benzhua has no time to play games with you. A human life isn't a game. In any case, if you don't give me another body, I'm not leaving." She took a deep breath. "Right now, I'm still inside your body. That proves you have no way to force me out. So let's stay like this. If anything good or bad happens, we'll experience it together. Compared to you, I have absolutely nothing to do. I'll follow you every single day. I'll make trouble for you constantly. I'll make sure you can't accomplish anything." Dongfang Qingcang narrowed his eyes. "The last person who dared threaten Benzhua has long since become ashes scattered across the mountains." Little Orchid immediately replied. "Then what? Are you going to kill yourself now?" Dongfang Qingcang fell silent. His expression in the mirror grew darker and more inscrutable. Little Orchid couldn't help feeling a chill run down her spine. After a long pause, he slowly lowered the mirror. Then, he spoke softly. "Very well. Benzhua will help you." Without the mirror, Little Orchid couldn't see his expression anymore. But somehow, she could feel it. He was smiling. She could practically picture that sinister, calculating grin spreading across his face. A powerful sense of foreboding rose within her. "Why?" Dongfang Qingcang replied calmly. "Didn't you want my help? If you want it, I'll give it to you." The ominous feeling in Little Orchid's heart only grew stronger. Chapter 6. Little Orchid's Point of View. Dongfang Qingcang agreed to help Little Orchid create a new body. However, he insisted that he first needed to gather certain materials from the underworld. Little Orchid found that rather strange. Other than the books of life and death, what materials could the underworld possibly have for creating a body? Still, if Dongfang Qingcang wanted to search, she had no choice but to let him. After all, They were now sharing the same body. Yet strangely, she couldn't sense his thoughts at all. Even so, there was a much more urgent problem they needed to solve first. Dongfang Qingcang's face was as cold as iron. When Benzhua tells you to walk, then walk, and make your stride wider. Ever since waking up in the hall of the King of Hell, the two of them hadn't managed to leave the room. Little Orchid, who had already been frightened enough, finally became annoyed. I'm walking. How much wider do you want me to walk? I'm afraid we'll get tangled up. Tangled? Dongfang Qingcang frowned. What exactly is there to get tangled up in? For perhaps the first time in countless years, a rare feeling of frustration rose inside him. He rubbed his forehead with his right hand. Impossible. We simply can't become tangled. When you were controlling Benzhua's body before, you never worried about something so ridiculous. Act normally. Little Orchid pouted. That was when I was the only one using this body. Now you've squeezed in two. It feels strange. When I stand up, it feels like there's another person inside me. She covered the left side of her face with her left hand. I don't want to keep feeling like there's someone else living inside this body. It's so embarrassing. Just then, someone knocked cautiously on the door. Great Lord, do you require anything? A ghost messenger asked nervously from outside. Silence immediately filled the room. Then Dongfang Qingcang spoke. Bring me the book of life I was reading yesterday. The ghost messenger hesitated. He sounded extremely unwilling. Still, he obediently answered. Little Orchid looked at Dongfang Qingcang in confusion. Why are you reading the book of life? He sneered. To find you a body. We'll see whose lifespan ended early. You can borrow that body and return to life. It sounded rather strange, but after thinking about it, it actually made sense. Right now, borrowing another person's body was probably her only chance to live. Soon, the ghost messenger returned. He carefully stacked several thick books on the table before quietly stepping back. Dongfang Qingcang remained standing where he was. He didn't move. The ghost messenger nervously glanced at him several times. Dongfang Qingcang slowly shifted his gaze. Cold eyes landed directly on the poor ghost. The ghost messenger immediately shivered. He hurried toward the door. This humble servant will remain outside. If Great Lord requires anything, just call little ghost Jia. With that, he fled. Just before closing the door, he happened to catch sight of Dongfang Qingcang walking. His expression became rather strange. Outside, another ghost messenger quietly pulled little ghost Jia farther away. That devil didn't do anything to you, did he? You all right? I'm fine. Little ghost Jia rubbed his chin thoughtfully. But, why does that devil look like someone whose whole body is half paralyzed? What? Maybe something really is wrong with him. Yesterday he smashed his head into the hall of the King of Hell. Instead of waiting for reinforcements from heaven, shouldn't we just? He made a throat-slitting gesture. Little ghost Jia immediately slapped his hand away. Forget it. One glare from him nearly scared me to death. We'll just keep guarding the door. Don't let him escape. Every word outside reached Little Orchid's ears. Naturally, Dongfang Qingcang heard them too. This body truly was remarkable. Its hearing was excellent. Its eyesight was extraordinary. It couldn't be injured. It couldn't be broken. It really was an incredibly convenient body. Little Orchid became slightly worried. If Dongfang Qingcang lost his temper, would he destroy the two innocent ghost messengers outside? She quietly picked up the bronze mirror with her left hand. Immediately, their two reflections appeared. Dongfang Qingcang's expression remained completely calm. It was as though he hadn't heard a single word outside. He glanced once at the mirror, then casually tossed it aside with his right hand. Use your left eye, and hold the book with your left hand. It was such a small and reasonable request that Little Orchid naturally didn't refuse. She obediently focused her vision and held the book steady. The two of them began reading together. Little Orchid couldn't help asking, "Aren't you angry? You heard everything they said." Dongfang Qingcang calmly turned another page. If you could hear it, then naturally Benzhua heard it as well. Aren't you going to kill them? Another page turned. In all three realms, the number of people who hate Benzhua and wish to kill Benzhua is greater than the grains of sand in every desert. They're only two insignificant little ghosts. They're not worth Benzhua lifting a finger. Little Orchid blinked. You really are arrogant. Dongfang Qingcang closed the book. Earlier, you used Benzhua's face to pout. Don't ever do that again. Little Orchid looked puzzled. What's wrong with pouting? How does it bother you? I don't allow it. Fine. She immediately pouted again. It's already become a habit. I said, I don't allow it. I know. I know. Dongfang Qingcang slowly inhaled, suppressing the irritation surging through him. Just as he finally calmed himself, he suddenly felt his left eye move. An indescribable sense of helplessness rose within him. He closed his own right eye in silent endurance. Finally, he simply ignored Little Orchid altogether. Using only one eye, he continued reading. With nowhere else to go, Little Orchid rested quietly while he worked. The books of life and death weren't nearly as interesting as the fate records her master wrote. These books recorded only a person's birth and death, nothing more. After staring at them for a while, sleepiness gradually overtook her. She struggled to stay awake. Eventually, she gave up, closing her eyes. She fell asleep. Dongfang Qingcang paused. He could clearly sense another soul peacefully sleeping inside his body. His eyes narrowed. He once again searched every corner of the body, trying to force Little Orchid's soul out. Just like before, there wasn't the slightest gap between her soul and his body. She was clearly an outsider. Yet, his body showed no rejection whatsoever. Instead, the two had fused together perfectly. Dongfang Qingcang lowered his gaze to the Book of Life. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Then, he felt it. A faint warmth spread across his chest. Where their souls connected, a gentle weight settled against him. It felt as though the sleeping Little Orchid had completely relaxed, leaning quietly against his soul, without fear, without caution, without even the slightest trace of vigilance, simply trusting him enough to fall asleep. Dongfang Qingcang was momentarily distracted. This strange sensation was the feeling of another soul being truly close to his own. Never, not once in all his long existence, had anyone ever rested beside him like this. Not even the ghosts of the underworld. The feeling lasted only an instant. Dongfang Qingcang blinked, then calmly returned his attention to the Book of Life. The heavenly realm would undoubtedly send people soon. He feared no battle, but he disliked interruptions. He had to find what he was looking for before they arrived. When Little Orchid finally woke, Dongfang Qingcang was still reading. The underworld knew neither day nor night. Darkness remained eternal. She had no idea how long she had slept. Looking down, she discovered that the pile of books Dongfang Qingcang had already finished was nearly as tall as she was. She stared in astonishment. What are you looking for? Dongfang Qingcang ignored her. The page beneath his fingers remained open. Curious, Little Orchid glanced over. Only a few simple lines were written there. Xiao, age, 22. Date of death. Little Orchid softly read the name. Xiao, only 22. What a beautiful name. What a pity. She suddenly felt Dongfang Qingcang smile. He slowly stood up. What unfortunate timing. Then, we'll choose her. Little Orchid blinked in surprise. Dongfang Qingcang let out a quiet laugh. Little flower demon. It's about time we returned to the mortal realm. Chapter 7. Little Orchid still felt a little dazed. She could sense Dongfang Qingcang standing up and walking toward the door. He took 2 steps, then suddenly staggered. His body swayed. Finally, he grabbed the table for support and steadied himself. Patiently, though with obvious irritation, he said, "Don't let Ben's left foot feel like it's fake. Move." Little Orchid hurriedly nodded under his roar. Dongfang Qingcang released the table and began striding around the room. Lift your leg. Take bigger steps. He practically dragged Little Orchid along with him. It looked as though he were fighting against himself, forcing her to match his movements. Raise your arm. Have you never walked before? Don't make Ben's control both the arms and the legs by himself. Little Orchid felt as though her soul kept slipping against Dongfang Qingcang's. After being shouted at over and over, she became completely flustered. She couldn't even tell left from right anymore. Yet somehow, as they continued pacing around the room, she gradually matched Dongfang Qingcang's rhythm. Perhaps the body itself retained its memories. Before long, walking began to feel natural. Outside the room, the ghost messengers whispered among themselves. What is that devil doing in there? It sounds like he's searching for something. No, I think he's just walking around. Are we sure that's really the Demon King? The ancient Demon King? and not some insane ghost pretending to be him. Hearing that, Little Orchid suddenly felt rather sorry for Dongfang Qingcang. Being criticized like that, Dongfang Qingcang, however, remained expressionless. He simply raised his right hand and straightened his robes. The next instant, a violent gust of wind erupted from the ground. Like a roaring dragon, it blasted through the room. The doors exploded apart. The two ghost guards were thrown to the ground. The fierce wind continued screaming into the endless darkness of the underworld. Dongfang Qingcang calmly stepped outside. Little Orchid instinctively matched his pace. He took a slow, deep breath, then let out a satisfied sigh. It felt as though an old illness had finally been cured. At last, he could walk normally again. Without even glancing down, he stepped past the two fallen guards. Little Ghost Jia hurriedly called after him. "Great Lord, you can't leave the underworld." Little Orchid instinctively wanted to turn around and explain. She wanted to tell them they were only returning to the mortal realm. But Dongfang Qingcang ignored the plea completely. Keeping his eyes forward, he said, "Turn your left eye back." Only then did Little Orchid realize her left eye had turned to look behind them, while his right eye still faced forward. That would probably terrify everyone they met. She obediently looked forward again. Dongfang Qingcang headed directly toward the bridge of helplessness. Along the way, more and more ghost messengers heard the news and came chasing after him. By the time they reached the Three Lives Stone, even the King of Hell personally arrived to block their path. "Great Lord, Demon King, where are you going? Why not stay in the underworld a little longer? I've even prepared a magnificent ghost dance for your entertainment. You may enjoy it yourself." Dongfang Qingcang casually pushed the King of Hell aside, then continued across the bridge. A blur flashed. Black impermanence and white impermanence blocked the path. Dongfang Qingcang smiled. "You want to fight? Very well." Neither of the two had even seen him move. His right hand rose. A terrifying blade of wind tore through the silent underworld. It carved an unimaginably deep trench into the earth. Yet, the attack landed far behind black and white impermanence. Because, just before the strike was released, his own left hand had forced his right hand aside. He had stopped himself. To everyone else, it looked as though the Demon King had become so furious that he wanted to slice someone into 1,000 pieces, yet somehow missed. Dongfang Qingcang's face darkened. "If you continue blocking my way, I'll carve up the entire underworld, piece by piece." Then, in a strangely soft voice tinged with embarrassment, he added, "Move aside." For one brief instant, an oddly awkward expression crossed the Demon King's face. His raised right hand trembled slightly. Everyone in the underworld stood frozen, not only because of the overwhelming power they had just witnessed, but because the ancient Demon King had actually spoken in that tone. Dongfang Qingcang withdrew his hand. Then, moving like lightning, he leaped directly into the well of reincarnation. White light swallowed everything. Within the flowing brilliance, Little Orchid quietly spoke. "Big Devil, you don't have to keep making such a scary face. I know it wasn't right for me to stop you from getting angry, but you don't have to kill someone every time someone upsets you. See, just now, cutting the ground was enough to scare everyone. They didn't dare move at all. And I think I helped you save face." It had better. Dongfang Qingcang no longer wished to argue with the soul sharing his body. The dazzling white light faded. The surroundings instantly changed. The air became much heavier. Little Orchid immediately realized they had returned to the mortal realm. But something felt wrong. Why was the spiritual energy of the mortal realm so muddy? Why was the wind so violent? "Great Lord, Great Lord." The old man, calling himself Swiftwalker Demon, was still waiting outside. The moment he saw them emerge, he burst into tears. His face became a mess of tears and mucus. "Great Lord, you've finally returned. This humble servant has been waiting for you. Come, we mustn't remain here. We need to leave immediately." Little Orchid looked around in confusion. This was still Yi City, the place where the three realms intersected. When she had entered before, the air hadn't been nearly this filthy. Now, the atmosphere felt almost identical to that of the underworld. That wasn't a good sign. She slowly turned around, then froze. The tiny crack she had opened before had become enormous. It had devoured nearly the entire wall. Now it was more than twice her height. Black cracks spread upward across the building, climbing toward the roof, as though trying to tear open the sky itself. Endless streams of sinister demonic energy poured from the opening. At the same time, the resentment and corruption of Yi City spiraled into it. If this continued, those energies would eventually gather into an enormous monster. Then, the people of Yi City would suffer. You did well. Dongfang Qingcang looked at the crack with satisfaction. I didn't expect you to remember Ben's spell and actually break the seal between the three realms. Little Orchid nearly cried. This hole. It's getting bigger. How do we close it? Dongfang Qingcang laughed. Did you think the seal of the three realms was made of flesh? Did you think it would simply heal after being cut? Little Orchid's heart sank. It's over. What do we do now? If Master finds out I caused this, she'll feed me to the pigs. Then hurry and let your master find you, so she can feed you to the pigs. Dongfang Qingcang answered indifferently. He turned to leave, but his left foot refused to move. Little Orchid protested. How can you pretend nothing happened? The crack is getting bigger. That chaotic energy will gather into monsters. People will get hurt. They might even die. What does that have to do with Benzwa? How can it not? I opened this hole while trying to find you. Outside the courtyard, the old swift-walker demon called nervously. Great Lord, what are you saying? The wind is too loud. I can't hear you. Please come out quickly. The energy leaking from that crack has already affected Yi City. The people are becoming more restless every day. We can't stay here. The heavenly realm will discover this soon. Little Orchid immediately refused to leave. The people are already being affected. We have to seal it. If we don't, something terrible will happen. Dongfang Qingcang's face remained cold. Benzwa has never sought the worship of mortals. So why should I protect them? It's only a hole in the seal. Even if Benzwa destroyed the entire seal today, I wouldn't feel the slightest guilt. He gave a cold laugh. So you'll understand. Benzwa has always been responsible only for creating trouble. Cleaning it up. That's heaven's responsibility. As for overturning the three realms and letting countless people suffer, to Benzwa, it's merely a game. Little Orchid couldn't even comprehend something on that scale. Compared with the disaster she had caused, his words sounded unimaginably vast, unable to grasp the true meaning. She simply thought he was trying to sound ruthless. She pouted. Her eyes turned red. So, to put it plainly, you just don't want to clean up my mess. Dongfang Qingcang resisted the overwhelming urge to slap his own forehead. Since we're sharing the same body, please help me. I'll agree to anything afterward. Just seal the crack first. Dongfang Qingcang raised an eyebrow. Anything. Little Orchid nodded vigorously. First, if there are other people present. When I tell you not to speak, you will not speak. Okay. Second, no matter what happens, you are not allowed to interfere with anything I do. For example, stopping me from killing someone. Little Orchid silently decided she would worry about that later. For now, she nodded. Okay. And finally, Dongfang Qingcang smiled faintly. Beg me. If you beg, I'll help you. Little Orchid remembered her master once mentioning that some people enjoyed tormenting others. Back then, she hadn't believed such people truly existed. Now, looking at Dongfang Qingcang, she believed it completely. He genuinely enjoyed bullying people. Okay. She clenched her teeth. Finally, she reluctantly whispered, I beg you. Dongfang Qingcang laughed. Benzwa grants your request. Golden light gathered in his right hand. With a sweep of his sleeve, countless golden lights drifted into the air like butterflies. One after another, they flew toward the enormous black crack. Some blocked the corrupted energy pouring out. Others prevented outside energy from flowing in. Soon, the entire crack was covered in golden light. Dongfang Qingcang lowered his sleeve. A powerful wind swept through the courtyard. His robes and silver hair fluttered wildly. In the blink of an eye, the cracked wall returned to its original state. Perfectly restored. Even the ruined courtyard became clean again. Not a single demon or monster remained. Such overwhelming power, whether destroying or saving, could be accomplished with a single thought. Little Orchid remained frozen in amazement. Dongfang Qingcang simply stepped out of the courtyard. Where are we going? She hurried to keep up. Jiuyu, the barren land of the demon realm. without sparing the old swift-walker demon even a glance. Dongfang Qingcang flicked his sleeve, then soared into the sky, leaving the old demon sitting there in complete disbelief. He hadn't seen wrong. The Demon King had actually repaired the seal between the three realms. Could it be the legendary Demon King truly cared about the suffering of mortals? No, that couldn't be right. Was this really the Demon King, or some ancient god disguised as him? Preview of the next chapter. Great Lord is drunk. His left hand keeps rubbing his chest. Then, should we bring him a woman? Chapter 8. Since ancient times, Jiuyu had been filled with flowing black waters, a barren and desolate wasteland. After Dongfang Qingcang was defeated by Qi Di Nu, Jiuyu entered a period of recovery. However, before he could recover from his grievous injuries, the god struck while he was off guard and beheaded him. Afterward, the demon tribe was driven into the wasteland of Jiuyu. The heavenly realm erected a great seal, separating Jiuyu from the mortal realm. From that day on, this place became known as the demon capital. As they traveled, the old white-bearded man glanced sideways at Dongfang Qingcang while speaking cautiously. Zun Xiang, can the heavenly realm seal really be broken? Could it simply be torn apart, like ripping open the barrier between the three realms? Not slowly, not bit by bit, but completely destroyed. Hearing this, little Orchid nearly jumped out of her skin. How can you even say that? The old man froze, startled by the sudden shout. Only then did he notice Zun abruptly clamp a hand over his own mouth. Have you forgotten what you promised me? If you keep making noise, Binzwa will turn around right now and destroy the seal. Little Orchid mumbled behind his hand. But you can't do something like that. If I hadn't stopped you, you might have agreed. Whether Binzwa agrees or not is none of your concern. Stay quiet. They continued forward. To the old white-bearded man, it merely looked as though the Demon King was covering his own mouth while muttering to himself in the wind. The old man quietly reflected. Had he said something offensive? He still didn't understand the ancient devil's temperament. One careless sentence could anger him, and then his soul would probably scatter into nothingness. The swift messenger lowered his head and didn't dare say another word. Remembering Zun's earlier response to his suggestion, countless worries filled his mind. Rumor had it that the ancient Zun had always been an incredibly selfish individual, even setting aside the strange things he had said in the underworld. According to legend, after becoming nearly invincible, he had never once considered strengthening the demon race. Instead, he spent every day wandering the world in search of worthy opponents, challenging anyone powerful enough to fight him. After defeating every expert under heaven, he still refused to return to lead the demon tribe. Instead, he sat atop a volcano, declared himself its king, and posted notices across the world proclaiming himself another Duguchobai. In the end, for all his boasting, he was still defeated by Qi Di Nu and lost his life. Back when Commander Kong K had proposed resurrecting Zun for the sake of the demon race, many had opposed the idea. But after so many years, no one in the world was as powerful as Qi Di Nu anymore. If Zun wanted someone to fight, he could only challenge the heavenly realm. Anyone who caused trouble for heaven was naturally an ally of the demon race. Besides, his strength alone was enough to benefit them enormously. Even if he simply wandered around causing chaos, it would still help the demons. And even if he did absolutely nothing, he could at least serve as a spiritual symbol to inspire morale. So reviving the ancient Devil King had seemed like an excellent plan. But now, the swift messenger increasingly felt that the decision had been far too hasty. They had completely overlooked Zun's personality. What if he caused trouble for heaven, and then decided to cause trouble for the demon race too? What if the things that benefited the demons were exactly the things he didn't feel like doing? Or worse, what if he deliberately did something disastrous for the demon tribe? At that point, who would want such a spiritual leader? Unfortunately, Zun had already been resurrected. Burying him again was no longer an option. The only thing left to do was to keep him happy. As soon as the Devil King entered the demon realm, the swift messenger had already sent word ahead. Everyone knew Zun had escaped Haotian Tower and had entered the underworld because of a woman. Now that Zun was returning to the demon capital of Jiuyu, the entire upper echelon of the demon race had gathered at the border to welcome him. They had prepared lavish gifts for the Devil King. and even gifts intended for the mysterious woman. Yet when the gates opened, only the ancient Mo Zun strode through with imposing dignity. Aside from the swift messenger, who kept his head lowered and his ears covered, there wasn't a single woman to be seen. The one in charge of the welcoming ceremony was Prime Minister Xiang. He respectfully performed the ceremonial salute. Behind him, countless demons knelt simultaneously, respectfully welcoming Zunshang back to the three realms. The overwhelming display left little Orchid speechless. Even the Heavenly Emperor wasn't treated with such reverence. Dongfang Qingcang merely glanced at the crowd indifferently. "You are the current leader of the demon realm?" Xiang answered respectfully. "Xiao Ren is merely the prime minister of the demon realm. The current commander is Kong Quebec. During your excellency's resurrection, he was seriously wounded in the heavenly realm and has yet to recover. Therefore, he was unable to come personally to welcome Zunshang. As long as you're capable of mobilizing the demon armies." The crowd was stunned. Could it be? Had Mo Zun returned intending to lead them into war? Ignoring every curious gaze around him, Dongfang Qingcang continued walking deeper into the demon capital. "I have something for you to do." Xiang hurried after him. Finding the silence awkward, he cautiously asked, "Zunshang, I heard that you entered the underworld because of a woman from the heavenly realm. But now, dead." A trace of displeasure flashed across Dongfang Qingcang's face. Xiang noticed it immediately. He instantly interpreted it as, "I wanted to kill her one more time." Earlier he had entered the underworld for her. Now he seemed utterly indifferent to the fact that her soul had already dispersed. Mo Zun's emotions truly were impossible to understand. Xiang wisely remained silent. He escorted Dongfang Qingcang into the council hall. Before even taking a seat, Dongfang Qingcang spoke. "Find me a woman." Xiang blinked. "A woman? Another one?" Had Mo Zun already grown tired of the previous one and killed her? She was born during the dragon hour on the 25th day of the 6th month, in the 51st year of the cycle. Her name is Xianxia. He continued. "Find her immediately. Report to me the moment you discover her whereabouts." His tone allowed no room for discussion. Xiang had spent his life in a position of great authority. Normally, he disliked being ordered around. Yet hearing those words from Dongfang Qingcang felt perfectly natural. He answered instinctively, "Yes, I need a place to stay. It has already been prepared." He immediately instructed attendants to lead Mo Zun there. "Good," Dongfang Qingcang added. "Handle this matter as quickly as possible." Only after leaving did Xiang suddenly realize something. Wait, wasn't today's meeting supposed to be about discussing plans for attacking the heavenly realm? How had he somehow accepted an order to find a woman instead? He looked back toward the tightly shut doors of the council hall. Going back inside now would only be awkward. Forget it. He would bring it up another time. "What are you planning to do with Xianxia?" Once they were alone, little Orchid whispered, "Are you planning to use her body so I can come back to life?" Benzwa has his own plans. Dongfang Qingcang closed his eyes. "Close your left eye." Soon afterward, attendants arrived to escort him to his residence. The road they followed was the broadest avenue in the demon capital, leading straight toward the tallest palace. It was the supreme symbol of demon authority. This palace was originally built as a temple honoring Mo Zun, the attendant explained. Now that Zunshang has returned, the temple is no longer needed, so it naturally becomes Your Excellency's residence. He added, "This evening, the Prime Minister has prepared a welcoming banquet. He hopes Zunshang will honor us with your presence." After the attendants withdrew, little Orchid looked around the magnificent palace. "Great devil. Everyone really worships you." Dongfang Qingcang answered calmly. "Anyone would receive such treatment if they were as strong as Benzwa." Little Orchid pouted. "You're so arrogant." Dongfang Qingcang pinched his own lips, resisting the urge to tear apart those troublesome little pieces of flesh. Suddenly, he sensed someone staring. Turning around, he saw several attendants frozen in place while carrying luxurious robes. Zunshang. The Prime Minister prepared these clothes for tonight's banquet. Dongfang Qingcang rubbed his forehead. "Leave them. From now on, no one enters this palace without my permission." The welcoming banquet was held before the Grand Palace. Long stairways stretched downward beneath brilliant red lanterns that illuminated almost the entire demon capital. When Dongfang Qingcang appeared wearing a black robe embroidered with gold, every demon present bowed deeply. Welcome, great Imozun. Little Orchid had never witnessed such an overwhelming display before. Her legs immediately weakened. Dongfang Qingcang calmly sat down. While grinding his teeth, he muttered, "What are you trembling for?" I'm scared. What are you afraid of? There are so many people I don't know. They're all demons. That person over there has horns. And that one's hands look like claws. And that one's face is covered in snake scales. They're all so frightening. Ironically, the most terrifying person there was obviously Dongfang Qingcang himself. Little Orchid continued trembling. Unable to endure it any longer, Dongfang Qingcang finally said, "Your inside Ben's was body. In this world, there's nothing you need to fear." Someone below finished praising Imozun and raised a toast. Dongfang Qingcang casually lifted his cup and emptied it in one swallow. Perhaps alcohol truly did make people bolder. Little Orchid soon felt warmth spread through her body. Her fear gradually eased. The banquet in the demon realm wasn't much different from those in the heavenly realm. Everyone took turns praising the guest of honor, then offered toast after toast. At first, Little Orchid wasn't worried. She assumed that with Dongfang Qingcang's immortal body, even blades couldn't hurt him. What was a little wine? Yet halfway through the banquet, her vision began spinning. Big devil. We can't drink anymore. What Benzwa does requires no interference. He drained another cup. Little Orchid's eyes became increasingly unfocused. I heard someone say, this wine is called 1,000 Days of Intoxication. Master once said, demons get drunk very easily from it. Her voice gradually faded. No one answered. She could no longer hold on. Leaning sideways against the chair, she fell asleep. In her dream, her entire body felt unbearably hot. She tugged at her collar. Out of habit, she reached down and rubbed her soft chest, only to touch firm, muscular flesh instead. It was warm, strangely comforting. She slowly traced circles across the broad chest with her fingertips. Outside the room, faint voices drifted into her ears. It seems Xiang is somewhat restless. Perhaps it's been too long. Bring the women in. Little Orchid frowned. I'm already a woman. Why would I need more women? She opened one eye. 3 or 4 beautiful women walked inside. Each wore extremely revealing clothing beneath the thin fabric. Little Orchid jolted upright. Each woman bore vivid tattoos. Some were snakes. Others were scorpions. The ink seemed so lifelike that it looked ready to crawl off their skin. She frantically waved her hands. Don't come over here. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll hit you. The women exchanged nervous glances. Even drunk, Dongfang Qingcang's oppressive aura terrified them. One forced a smile. Xiang, the Prime Minister instructed us to attend to you. Little Orchid pouted. Why would I want women? If you're bringing someone, bring me men instead. The women froze as though struck by lightning. Xiang. Little Orchid flopped back onto the bed. She pounded her broad chest before patting the pillow beside her. This kind of man should sleep here. The women stood frozen for a long moment. Finally, one quietly backed away. The others quickly covered their mouths and fled the room one after another. Little Orchid yawned. The room became quiet again. She happily closed her eyes. Then, the door suddenly burst open. An armored guard was shoved inside. He rolled across the floor before scrambling to his knees beside the bed. His face was deathly pale. Xiang. This servant has come to serve. He clenched his teeth. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't finish the sentence. He looked as though he were about to die from fear. Little Orchid tilted her head. After studying him for a long while, she poked his forehead with her left index finger. Little brother, you're very sturdy. The guard nearly collapsed. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. Little Orchid patted the pillow beside her again. It's late. Sleep. The tearful guard climbed stiffly onto the bed. Every muscle in his body locked in place. He had mentally prepared himself for whatever horrifying fate awaited him. Then, soft breathing reached his ears. He slowly turned his head. Imozun was peacefully asleep, still absent-mindedly rubbing his own chest. So, He really just wanted someone to sleep beside him. Chapter 9. Morning existed in the demon realm as well. It was simply different from the mortal realm. From the moment dawn arrived, the blazing sun scorched the land. The air was dry, and the heat turned Jiuyu into a barren wasteland. Dongfang Qingcang's nose twitched. He slowly exhaled a long breath, like an ancient dragon awakening after sleeping for thousands of years. A terrifying aura surged from his body. The air around him rippled. His eyelashes fluttered. The bed shook. Even the doors trembled. Dongfang Qingcang opened his right eye. His left eye opened as well. The other soul inside his body lazily rubbed the left eye with his left hand, yawned, smacked his lips, then absent-mindedly licked them. Afterward, he casually wiped at the corner of his mouth as though cleaning away drool. Dongfang Qingcang ignored all of that. His gaze was fixed on the sturdy, broad-shouldered guard sleeping beside him, though he hated to admit it. At this moment, the ancient demon king felt utterly speechless. He had never encountered anything like this before. Ever since meeting that woman, his life had been filled with situations he had never experienced before. Things he couldn't understand. Things he couldn't deal with. Just like this. The young guard hadn't slept all night. The moment Dongfang Qingcang stirred, he cautiously shifted his eyes toward him. What he saw nearly frightened his soul out of his body. One of Mo Zun's eyes stared at him with icy killing intent, while the other remained sleepy, lazily blinking and wandering around. The guard became even stiffer. It would be best, Dongfang Qingcang said coldly, if someone explained to Benzhua what exactly happened. His voice dripped with murderous intent. It sounded as though he were calmly discussing how to butcher meat. Before he finished speaking, his left hand casually scratched his firm abdomen. Dongfang Qingcang looked down. Wonderful. Things had become even more confusing. Why was his robe hanging open? Why was his chest completely exposed? Why? Had he slept beside a man? At that instant, Dongfang Qingcang decided explanations could wait. The first thing to do was kill that man. His eyes turned blood red. Black demonic energy billowed around him. The guard trembled uncontrollably. Zizun Xiang. Zizun Xiang. He tried desperately to explain himself. Yet all he managed to say was those two trembling words. With a dark expression, Dongfang Qingcang kicked him off the bed. Barefoot, he jumped down after him. Dragging his uncooperative left foot, he snatched the ornamental sword beside the bed. He raised it, ready to split the guard in half. The guard squeezed his eyes shut. Tears nearly spilled down his face. Suddenly, Dongfang Qingcang shouted. It wasn't a battle cry. It sounded more like someone startling himself. What are you doing? The sword froze in midair. The guard cautiously opened his eyes. Only then did he notice. Dongfang Qingcang's left hand was desperately gripping his own right wrist. His face had turned an alarming mixture of pale white and bluish green. No one could tell whether he was furious or terrified. I die, the guard stammered. I am only waiting for my death, Zun Xiang. Get out, get out, get out, Mo Zun shouted. His tongue wouldn't even cooperate. Jigo, leave, now. At first, the guard couldn't believe what he had heard. After all, Mo Zun was still holding the sword. But when he realized it wasn't coming down, he scrambled to his feet. He practically crawled to the door before fleeing the room as fast as he could. Silence returned. Only Dongfang Qingcang's heavy breathing remained. Little Orchid complained. It's early in the morning, and you're already trying to kill someone. Dongfang Qingcang, are you crazy? Huh. Dongfang Qingcang let out a long breath. At that moment, he truly felt he was going crazy. He threw the sword aside. His hands still trembled from the struggle. Pressing his fingers against his temples, he remained silent for quite some time before finally regaining his composure. Patiently, very patiently, he asked, when Benzhua became drunk, you used Benzhua's body to amuse yourself? Little Orchid blinked. What do you mean, amuse myself? What nonsense are you talking? Then, fragments of memory slowly surfaced. She remembered proudly patting the broad chest, then patting the pillow beside her, then ordering someone to bring her a man. Little Orchid froze. Her mouth hung open. Oh no, she had caused a huge disaster. And she had done it using Dongfang Qingcang's body. The most terrifying part was, she couldn't remember what happened after the guard climbed into bed. Had anything actually happened? Little Orchid immediately covered her mouth. Panic completely overwhelmed her. Dongfang Qingcang sat back down on the bed. He rubbed his forehead as though an enormous headache were beginning. Big devil. Little Orchid spoke timidly. I really didn't mean it. I honestly didn't know I'd act like that after getting drunk. Shut up. Wah. Little Orchid burst into tears. I'm really sorry. Master always said that ruining someone's chastity would bring down heavenly lightning. Wah. Dongfang Qingcang's headache grew even worse. But you can't blame that poor guard. It was all my fault. If you want to punish someone, punish me instead. Are you boasting because you currently have the advantage of using this body? And no. Wah. I really know I was wrong. Tears streamed from his left eye. The sensation irritated Dongfang Qingcang so much that he ripped off a piece of the bedsheet and wiped his face. Do not cry with Benzwa's eyes. Little Orchid continued sobbing. Wah. But I caused you to. My heart really. Dongfang Qingcang interrupted her. Nothing happened. Nothing like what you're imagining. Little Orchid instantly stopped crying. Huh. Dongfang Qingcang said impatiently. It's your body too. Didn't you notice? Nothing happened. Only then did Little Orchid carefully examine the condition of the body. A moment later, she let out a long sigh of relief. You scared me to death. The guilt vanished almost instantly, replaced by indignation. Then why were you trying to kill that poor guard just now? You still have the nerve to ask that so confidently? Dongfang Qingcang's reply immediately silenced her. He sighed. Strangely enough, after everything that had happened, he found himself slowly growing accustomed to these absurd situations. At the very least, he could now regain his composure much faster than before. After sorting out his emotions, he called toward the door. Prepare Benzwa's bath. A servant soon knocked gently. Xiang, the water is ready in the cleansing hall. Dongfang Qingcang adjusted his robes, draped his cloak over his shoulders, and stepped outside. The servants along the way all lowered their eyes respectfully. None dared even glance at him. However, after he passed two corners, whispers quietly spread behind him. The words, Xiang, man, appeared again and again. Little Orchid felt another wave of guilt. Although nothing had actually happened, the ancient demon king's reputation had been thoroughly ruined by her. Dongfang Qingcang, however, showed no reaction whatsoever. It was exactly like back in the underworld. When the little ghosts had whispered about him, he had ignored them completely. He never cared about rumors. It was as though they were discussing someone else entirely. Little Orchid couldn't help asking. They're saying things like that about you, aren't you angry? Dongfang Qingcang answered calmly. Only the weak hide behind someone's back and gossip. The words of ants and crickets aren't worth paying attention to. Little Orchid was momentarily stunned, whether from the stories she had heard, or from everything she'd experienced over the past few days. She had always thought Dongfang Qingcang was hot-tempered. The slightest displeasure made him want to kill someone. He was impatient, domineering, utterly unreasonable. Yet hearing him say something like this, she suddenly felt she might have misunderstood him. Perhaps he had a rather profound outlook on life. My master always said that gossip can kill. Before she could finish, Dongfang Qingcang laughed. Mountains of blades, seas of fire, the deepest layers of hell. None of them can harm Benzwa. So what are a few rumors? Gossip can kill. That's only true for the weak. Little Orchid stared blankly. Then she suddenly understood. The great devil didn't possess any profound philosophy. He was simply unbelievably arrogant. As they talked, Dongfang Qingcang arrived at the cleansing hall. The doors opened. Warm mist filled the bathhouse. Without hesitation, Dongfang Qingcang removed his outer robe and tossed it aside. Then he reached for the ties of his inner garments. The moment he pulled off his undershirt, his left hand instantly flew across his chest. What are you doing? Dongfang Qingcang glanced toward the enormous bath. Can't you see? Little Orchid looked horrified. Why are you taking a bath? Didn't you say yesterday that nothing happened? Dongfang Qingcang frowned. My body reeks of alcohol. Shouldn't I bathe? Stop talking. I don't want to bathe with you. Then leave. Dragging his uncooperative left leg into the pool, Dongfang Qingcang realized something. He had already grown accustomed to his left side suddenly refusing to cooperate. He settled into the hot water. His entire left side remained stiff and motionless. Little Orchid tightly covered her own left eye again. She sat there in embarrassed silence. How unusual, Dongfang Qingcang thought. She had never been this quiet before. Leaning comfortably against the stone wall, he closed his eyes. For a brief moment, he enjoyed the precious silence. Even that was an extraordinary thing. In ancient times, Dongfang Qingcang had ruled the world with overwhelming power. He had never needed anyone to grant him peace. Yet now, time truly changed people. Thinking back to those ancient days, he lifted his right hand. A handful of bathwater floated into the air. The droplets gathered together. They condensed into a human figure. Then another, and another. Soon, 3 shadowy silhouettes stood silently beside the bath. Find the Xiao Feng's sword. The 3 figures nodded soundlessly. Like a gust of wind, they vanished. Only then did little Orchid uncover her eye. She looked around curiously. What sword? Big devil. Who were you talking to? My water guards. Dongfang Qingcang answered casually. After a brief silence, he suddenly smiled. Little Orchid, don't you want your own body? I could make one for you out of water. Little Orchid immediately shook her head. I've heard Master talk about your magic. I know you have secret techniques that can create things from nothing. But Master also said your creations can't compare to those of the heavenly realm. They may look human, but they aren't real people. They only last a month or 2 before disappearing. I'm not falling for that. Dongfang Qingcang raised an eyebrow. Oh, so your master knows quite a lot. Little Orchid immediately became proud. My master knows everything about heaven and earth. He knows countless things. His magic is incredible. My master is the greatest. Oh, Dongfang Qingcang smiled faintly. Greater than Benzhua? Little Orchid answered without thinking. You're nowhere near as amazing as my master. The moment the words left her mouth, the atmosphere suddenly became much heavier. She hurriedly corrected herself. And no, I mean, everyone has different strengths. My master knows many things. But that doesn't necessarily mean he could defeat you. Dongfang Qingcang snorted. A mere junior immortal. How much could he possibly know? I'm afraid. He doesn't even know 1/10 of what Benzhua knows. Little Orchid desperately resisted the urge to pout. Afraid he might seek trouble with her master, she obediently replied. Yes. Great Devil Lord is the most powerful. Chapter 10. After sitting quietly in the mist for a while, Little Orchid stopped thinking about everything that had happened. Instead, she watched the sunlight ripple across the surface of the bath. She couldn't see anything beneath the water. Growing bored, she began playing with it. Using Dongfang Qingcang's spiritual energy, she lightly flicked a finger across the water. Instantly, a stream of energy shot forward like a fish gliding beneath the surface, leaving a long trail as it split the water apart. Little Orchid gasped. The spiritual energy in her own body had never been anywhere near this powerful. She had barely moved a finger, yet the water had been sliced apart so effortlessly. Dongfang Qingcang opened one eye to glance at her. Then he closed it again. He made no attempt to stop her from using his power. As long as she quietly amused herself, it was far preferable to listening to her chatter endlessly. Don't make too much of a. Before he could finish, whoosh, Little Orchid waved her hand. A violent gust exploded from her fingertips. The entire pool split cleanly in half. The blast continued another 2 zhang before smashing into the wall, leaving behind a massive hole. For a brief instant, with the water forced aside, Dongfang Qingcang's entire body was exposed. The sudden coolness made Little Orchid instinctively lower her gaze. Then she immediately realized where she was looking. The water crashed back together with a tremendous splash. Waves rolled across the bath. Water surged everywhere. Several loose stones tumbled into the pool. Dongfang Qingcang rubbed his forehead. Didn't Benzhua tell you not to overdo it? Little Orchid was completely flustered. Oh, on your body. There really is a tortoise. Dongfang Qingcang decided she wasn't worth responding to. He calmly stepped out of the bath. Picking up a towel from nearby, he began drying himself. Little Orchid's panic only grew worse. Didon, don't wipe your chest like that. I can feel it. Ah, where are you wiping? Ah, this is so embarrassing. Don't wipe anymore. If you keep shouting, Dongfang Qingcang replied calmly. Benzhua will wipe it again. Little Orchid instantly fell silent. Although his threat had worked, Dongfang Qingcang wasn't pleased in the slightest. To think, He had fallen so low that he needed such methods just to keep someone obedient. It truly damaged his dignity. After getting dressed, Dongfang Qingcang stepped outside. A long line of servants was already waiting respectfully. The servant standing at the front nervously stepped forward. Xiang, was there anything unsatisfactory about the bath? Dongfang Qingcang answered without hesitation. The pool is too small. Tear it down. Build a larger one. The servants exchanged bewildered looks. The bath was already over 3 zhang wide and 6 zhang long. Too small. Still, no one dared question Mo Zun's orders. They simply bowed. Yes, Xiang. Dongfang Qingcang remained in the demon realm for the next 3 days. During those 3 days, the entire demon realm talked about nothing except him. One morning, Xiang praised the soft cakes served for breakfast. A moment later, he spat them out and ordered they be fed to the pigs. That evening, he admired the orchids blooming in the garden. They're beautiful. The next instant, he ordered every last one of them pulled up by the roots and buried underground as fertilizer. Every night before sleeping, the servants standing outside his chambers heard him muttering endlessly while staring into a mirror. As the days passed, more and more demons began reaching the same conclusion. If this really was Mo Zun, then their revered demon king definitely had something wrong with him. He praised food, then fed it to pigs. He admired flowers, then destroyed them. He constantly talked to himself. His moods changed without warning. One moment he was calm. The next, he was completely different. The ancient demon king had always been unfathomable. His actions, his thoughts, none could ever be predicted. On the morning of the 4th day, Dongfang Qingcang announced he was leaving for the mortal realm. He didn't explain why, nor did he allow anyone to accompany him. With a flick of his right sleeve, and a handful of snacks carried in his left hand, he departed. Prime Minister Xiang secretly ordered the swift messenger to follow him. Unfortunately, the swift messenger returned not long afterward looking utterly miserable. I was nearly cut in half by Xiang. I barely managed to dodge. And when I looked again, he had already disappeared. Everyone nodded silently. That incredible speed. There was no doubt. This truly was the ancient Mo Zun. Yet somehow, confirming his identity only made everyone in the demon realm even more uneasy. Chapter 11. Little Orchid truly felt that Dongfang Qingcang was the greatest source of bad luck in her life. She had barely known him, yet she had already died and come back to life several times. First, her own body had inexplicably crushed her to death. Then she had entered the underworld for the very first time. After that, she had been forced to share a body with a man. And now, things had become even worse. Her soul had left her body, leaving her as nothing more than a wandering spirit in the mortal realm. Little Orchid suddenly remembered something her master had once said. It perfectly described her current situation. I'm unbelievably unlucky. She hugged her trembling arms and slowly stood up. Looking around, she found no trace of Dongfang Qingcang's body, nor could she see his soul. Now that both of them had left the body, she wondered whether the ghost messengers from the underworld would come to seize her. But after thinking about it, she realized that probably wasn't possible. No ghost messenger could even reach this place. Hidden between heaven and earth, it seemed completely unknown to the outside world. At least, her master had never mentioned such a place. Without Dongfang Qingcang's body protecting her, the freezing cold became even more unbearable. Fortunately, she was only a soul. If she still possessed her original body, simply standing here would have been agony. Blue ice crystals covered every wall. Each crystal glowed softly, illuminating the cave with a quiet blue light that stretched far into the darkness. Little Orchid called softly, "Big Devil." Her voice echoed throughout the icy cavern. No answer came. She remembered that Dongfang Qingcang's soul had also been pulled out of the body. The problem was, she had no idea where the burst of demonic power had sent him. Still, since she herself was unharmed, surely nothing had happened to the great devil. Wait, Little Orchid suddenly froze. Something occurred to her. Both she and Dongfang Qingcang had left the body. Given the great devil's personality, the moment he found her, he would absolutely kill her. After all, who would willingly share a body with someone else? Especially after everything she had done to him. Just remembering it made Little Orchid cover her face. If she were Dongfang Qingcang, she probably would have strangled herself by now. Little Orchid suddenly understood. The only thing that had kept her safe all this time was the shared body. Now that protection was gone, if she wanted to survive, she had to find Dongfang Qingcang's body before he did and return to it herself. Only then could she restore their previous stalemate. Whatever happened, she absolutely couldn't run into Dongfang Qingcang first. Absolutely couldn't. Where are you going? A cold voice suddenly sounded behind her. Little Orchid froze. Slowly turning around, she saw Dongfang Qingcang standing atop a massive crystal of ice. His expression was colder than the frozen cave itself. Hostile, killing intent radiated from him, filling every corner of the cavern. Even as a soul, Little Orchid felt her heart pounding violently. So, Dongfang Qingcang said coldly, "Benzwa finally found you." He raised one hand. A dark flame blossomed at his fingertips. Little Orchid had no interest in figuring out how a wandering soul could still use magic. The instant the flames grew larger, she threw herself to the ground and hugged his legs. "Great Lord, I know I was wrong. Please don't kill me." Dignity? Pride? Those things couldn't keep her alive. Little Orchid had abandoned them long ago. Dongfang Qingcang curled his lips into a cruel smile. His sharp teeth became visible. "You did nothing wrong. You merely helped Benzwa realize that there are still many things I need to learn." Little Orchid clung even tighter. "Wah, I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have gone against you. We've eaten together, shared the same body, slept together, even bathed together. Please spare me, Great Lord." "Oh, you still know how to cry?" Dongfang Qingcang laughed darkly. Grabbing her chin, he lifted her face. He squeezed her cheeks until they deformed. "Watching you cry with your own face is surprisingly satisfying." Little Orchid desperately tried to speak. Unfortunately, his grip left her unable to open her mouth. Unable to beg, she widened her eyes as pitifully as possible. Dongfang Qingcang remained unmoved. The faint smile vanished from his face. His eyes became even colder. "Benzwa has had enough. This farce ends here." The black flames in his hand blazed higher. Little Orchid immediately felt scorching heat against her face. She knew he intended to burn away her soul completely. If that happened, there would be no reincarnation, no second chance. With no other choice, Little Orchid suddenly struck. She slapped Dongfang Qingcang across the face. At the same time, she slammed a sharp ice crystal directly against his ear. The flames in his hand flickered. Taking advantage of that brief opening, she thrust another ice crystal toward his chest with all her strength. The crystal pierced straight into his soul. Dongfang Qingcang's complexion instantly shifted between deathly pale and burning red. His grip loosened. The moment both her feet touched the ground, Little Orchid turned and fled without looking back. She raced deeper into the frozen cave. Behind her, a wave of blazing fire roared through the tunnels. Dongfang Qingcang was clearly furious. He intended to burn her into ashes. Little Orchid nearly scared herself to death. If he caught her again, she would definitely die for real. She ran desperately, twisting through countless icy passages, past towering frozen pillars, past more than a dozen enormous ice crystals. Only after she was completely out of breath did she dare stop. She glanced behind her. Dongfang Qingcang hadn't caught up. Perhaps the two ice crystals she'd driven into his soul had slowed him down. But that wasn't important. Right now, only one of them could survive. The only way to restore their previous situation was to find the body first. Little Orchid remembered another lesson from her master. Everything in the world belonged to the 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, water. Whether human, demon, immortal, or ghost, every living being possessed an elemental affinity. Although she didn't know Dongfang Qingcang's exact birth details, judging from the legends and the nature of his magic, she concluded he belonged to the fire element. That meant these extremely cold ice crystals naturally restrained him. Dongfang Qingcang's physical body was unimaginably powerful. But now, he was only a soul, an ordinary soul wandering the mortal realm. Among everyone Little Orchid had ever known, aside from the Heavenly Emperor and the war god Mo Shi, she had never heard of anyone capable of resisting the natural suppression of opposing elements, using spiritual power while existing only as a soul, in a place that naturally suppressed his elemental affinity. Dongfang Qingcang was terrifyingly powerful. Little Orchid knew one thing for certain. If he had been standing here in his real body, she would never have even reached his face. The flames at his fingertips would have reduced her to ashes long before she got close. Fortunately, this strange place had given her a chance to fight back. Panting heavily, Little Orchid lowered her head and looked at her hands. They had been frozen by the ice crystals. She endured the numb pain while gently blowing warm breaths across her fingers. After blowing on them for quite a while, she suddenly frowned. Something wasn't right. Logically speaking, she was only a soul. Souls weren't supposed to touch objects in the mortal realm. Even if this cave was filled with mysterious energy, it was still part of the mortal realm. Then, how had she managed to pick up those ice crystals? Little Orchid thought about it for a moment. Unable to come up with an answer, she simply pushed the question aside. The most important thing right now was finding Dongfang Qingcang's body. She had to get back inside it first. After walking a little farther, the surrounding temperature dropped several more degrees. Soon she reached a fork in the cave. Both paths were lined with the same glowing blue ice crystals. However, one of them quickly disappeared into complete darkness. Only 2 or 3 steps inside. Everything beyond became pitch black. Nothing could be seen. Little Orchid hesitated. Still, the scenery she'd passed along the way had been just as strange. There was a saying, without breaking the old, there could be no new beginning. If she refused to take a different path, nothing would ever change. Gritting her teeth, she rubbed her icy hands together and cautiously stepped into the darkness. Within only a few steps, an icy wind rushed out from deep within the cave. It howled through the darkness as though trying to freeze her soul. Little Orchid immediately wanted to retreat. But then, she remembered the great devil behind her. Compared to facing Dongfang Qingcang, the freezing darkness suddenly didn't seem nearly so frightening. After all, ahead lay a chance to survive. Behind her was certain death. Gathering her courage, she continued forward. Each step was incredibly cautious. She probed the ground several times with her toes before daring to put her weight down. She felt as though she had walked an enormous distance. Yet when she glanced back, the glowing ice crystals at the entrance were still only 4 or 5 zhang away. Suddenly, a distant explosion echoed from somewhere deep within the cave. Little Orchid immediately stiffened. Besides herself and Dongfang Qingcang, there shouldn't have been anyone else here. That disturbance had to be him. Without another thought, she abandoned all caution and sprinted into the darkness. The cave was so black that she couldn't distinguish walls from pathways. She stumbled repeatedly into solid rock. After crashing into countless walls, she completely lost her sense of direction. She no longer knew where the entrance was, nor could she see where the tunnel ended. Nothing but endless darkness surrounded her. Little Orchid's heart pounded. She had no idea what to do. Then, within the darkness, she sensed a strange aura. It was incredibly faint, gentle, almost impossible to notice. Yet Little Orchid was certain she hadn't imagined it. When sight and sound were useless, that faint spiritual energy became unmistakably clear. She forced herself to calm down, then quietly followed its direction. She had no idea how long she walked. Suddenly, light appeared ahead. Overjoyed, Little Orchid hurried toward it. She stepped out of the dark tunnel. The dazzling blue glow reflected from countless ice crystals almost blinded her. Squinting against the brightness, she slowly adjusted her vision. Only then did she clearly see what lay before her. It was an enormous cavern, at least 20 zhang high. It was even larger than Dongfang Qingcang's palace in the demon realm. At its center stood a magnificent statue carved entirely from blue crystal. Little Orchid slowly approached. Soon she realized it was the statue of a woman. She wore armor. She held a double-edged sword. Her posture was proud and commanding. Time had blurred her facial features. Yet even after countless years, she still stood perfectly straight. What drew Little Orchid's attention most was the sword. Although sealed in ice, its aura remained astonishingly sharp. It felt capable of splitting heaven and earth, of cleaving mountains, of cutting rivers apart. Who was she? Little Orchid had never seen her before. Before she could think further, the cold energy filling the cavern suddenly gathered together. A white figure slowly appeared in midair. Who has come? The deep voice echoed through the cave. Little Orchid instinctively felt nervous. I'm a flower immortal serving Siming Xingjuan. Dongfang Qingcang forced me to come here. I mean no disrespect. It's just, the situation between him and me is rather complicated. I'm looking for Dongfang Qingcang's body. The white figure fell silent. After a long pause, it softly repeated, Dongfang Qingcang. Then it asked, you seek his body? As soon as the words fell, a surge of white light burst toward a nearby cliff. With a tremendous crash, Dongfang Qingcang's body was pulled directly out from inside solid rock. Huge boulders tumbled to the ground. Little Orchid hurriedly nodded. Yes, that's him. The white figure remained silent for another moment. After all this time, he has finally come searching. I can no longer stop him. But I will not allow him to disturb the general's eternal rest so easily. Little Orchid blinked in confusion. Before she could ask what that meant, Dongfang Qingcang's body suddenly shot into the air. She gasped. The body crashed back down onto the ground. The entire cavern shook violently. Then, in the blink of an eye, one Dongfang Qingcang became two, then four, then countless. Everywhere she looked, Dongfang Qingcang stood silently throughout the cavern. Little Orchid's eyes widened. Her jaw dropped. This. Well, what? What is happening? How are there so many Dongfang Qingcangs? Chapter 12. Little Orchid turned to look at the Dongfang Qingcang standing beside her. His eyes were closed. Although his body was made of stone, his appearance was almost identical to the real Dongfang Qingcang. Could this one be the real body? She rubbed her hands together nervously, backed up a few steps, then rushed toward him with all her might. She passed straight through him. She couldn't enter the body at all. It was nothing more than a stone statue. It possessed no life force. Naturally, it couldn't house a soul. Little Orchid's spirits immediately sank. She looked around. Everywhere she turned, Dongfang Qingcangs. Her head felt ready to explode. Which one was the real one? She looked up, hoping to ask the mysterious white figure for help. Perhaps if she acted pitiful enough. Unfortunately, after creating all those Dongfang Qingcangs, the white figure had vanished. What was she supposed to do now? Little Orchid looked around anxiously. Then her eyes suddenly lit up. The giant female statue. If she climbed to a higher place, maybe she could tell the difference. She hurried toward the statue. But the instant her hand touched it, an incomparably cold force surged into her body. Before she could react, it blasted her backward. She crashed onto the ground. The hand that had touched the statue immediately became covered in frost. Little Orchid's heart pounded wildly. Fortunately, she was only a soul. Had it been her real body, she probably would have frozen to death instantly. She slowly looked back toward the statue. The frozen sword seemed to shimmer faintly, almost as though it were warning her. Don't touch me. Little Orchid certainly had no intention of touching it again. But looking at the countless Dongfang Qingcangs surrounding her, she felt utterly helpless. At that moment, a streak of flame shot toward her. Little Orchid gasped. She immediately threw herself onto the ground. The flames slammed into the statue behind her. A sharp sizzling sound echoed through the cavern. The flames instantly vanished. The surrounding air trembled. White energy gathered once more in the air. The mysterious figure reappeared. Dongfang Qingcang. Its powerful voice thundered throughout the cavern. The overwhelming pressure made Little Orchid's chest tighten. She didn't even dare stand up. Instead, she quickly judged where the flames had come from and crawled away in the opposite direction. She had to find Dongfang Qingcang's body. Immediately, as she crawled across the ground, she grabbed one leg after another, feeling each one carefully, searching. Suddenly, one of them felt different. Little Orchid's heart leaped with joy, only for that excitement to disappear instantly. It really was Dongfang Qingcang. Not his body, his soul. Oh, for heaven's sake. Those words echoed endlessly inside her mind. She had no strength left to struggle, no tears left to cry. She could only stare blankly, as Dongfang Qingcang revealed the most terrifying smile she had ever seen. His canine teeth looked even longer than before. They reflected the icy blue light, like razor-sharp blades piercing straight into her heart. At that moment, Little Orchid felt like a fish waiting on the chopping block. There wasn't even a pleasant way to die anymore. Dongfang Qingcang. The white figure roared. What brings your wicked soul here? Dongfang Qingcang didn't even spare it a glance. His eyes remained fixed on Little Orchid. Coldly, he said, So, you actually know something about the 5 elements and how they restrain one another. Little Orchid wished she could bury herself underground. I don't know anything, Great Lord. The white figure waved its arm angrily. So, you came here because you coveted the Shuo Feng twin-bladed sword. You intended to steal it. Shuo Feng has faithfully guarded the general for thousands of years. It will never submit to evil like you. Dongfang Qingcang continued staring at Little Orchid. The faint smile disappeared. His expression became colder than frost. Demonic power gathered in his palm. A blazing flame erupted from his hand. From ancient times until today, you are the first person to anger Ben Zhua to this extent. Little Orchid trembled where she lay. She pointed weakly toward the white figure. Great Lord. That person is talking to you. The white figure roared furiously. Evil fiend. How dare you ignore me? With that, it charged straight toward Dongfang Qingcang. Dongfang Qingcang casually raised one hand. The flames condensed into a blazing sword. He blocked the attack effortlessly. Then, rolling his eyes slightly, revealing blood-red pupils overflowing with demonic energy, he spoke coldly. So, the soul of the Shuo Feng twin-bladed sword. You truly wish to die. The white figure laughed mockingly. You're nothing but a wandering soul. And yet you're still this arrogant. Dongfang Qingcang. After all these years, you haven't changed at all. As though recalling the distant past, Dongfang Qingcang's gaze grew even colder. He waved his hand. Towering flames spread outward like a giant net, instantly trapping the white figure. But in the next moment, the white figure slipped free. White energy condensed into a sword and shot straight toward Dongfang Qingcang. Flames gathered in his hand and became a blazing sword that met the attack head-on. The two swords collided. No sound rang out, yet the entire cavern erupted into chaos. Violent energy surged in every direction. Huge rocks crashed from the ceiling. The ground shook continuously. Amid the chaos, Little Orchid crawled past Dongfang Qingcang's feet. Then she jumped up and ran desperately. Every time she saw a body, she charged toward it. Every time, she failed. She didn't dare stop. If Dongfang Qingcang finished the battle before she found his real body, there would be only one ending for her. Death. Little Orchid stumbled through the collapsing cavern like a headless fly. She searched frantically, again and again, but found nothing. Panting heavily, she turned around. Dongfang Qingcang was still locked in fierce combat with the soul of the Shuo Feng sword. However, she noticed something strange. While fighting, he was slowly retreating. Retreating while fighting? That didn't seem like Dongfang Qingcang at all. She followed the direction he was moving toward. Several more Dongfang Qingcang stood there. Little Orchid clenched her fists. If she failed, she would die anyway. Then she might as well gamble everything. Gritting her teeth, she rushed toward that direction. As she passed Dongfang Qingcang, he casually flicked a flame toward her. She couldn't dodge. Her entire soul was instantly engulfed in fire. Dongfang Qingcang didn't even look at her again. He was certain this insignificant little flower spirit would soon perish. The flames felt as though they were tearing her soul apart. Little Orchid knew she couldn't hold on much longer. Ahead of her, 3 bodies stood side by side. All 3 looked exactly the same. There wasn't enough time to test them one by one. Then, trust my instincts. She gritted her teeth, gathered every last bit of strength she had, and charged toward the body closest to Dongfang Qingcang, the one nearest the battle. From the corner of his eye, Dongfang Qingcang saw the tiny soul wrapped in flames, holding back tears as she rushed toward the body behind him. How could this be? A flower spirit with such meager cultivation. How could she endure his flames for so long? Before he could think any further, the body behind him suddenly softened. Blood-red eyes slowly opened. Silver hair spilled loosely across the ground. Little Orchid raised her left hand, then her right. A huge smile spread across her face. The next moment, her lips trembled. She burst into tears. It's so hard just to stay alive. It really is. So hard. She didn't care that Dongfang Qingcang was still fighting. She simply curled into a ball, hugged her knees, and cried loudly. Again and again. The endless sobbing made Dongfang Qingcang's expression darken. He looked toward the soul of the Shuo Feng sword. The killing intent in his eyes flared. The flames around him surged violently. The blazing sword in his hand seemed capable of splitting the heavens. I will never spare you. His sword came crashing down. The flaming blade cleaved apart the white sword formed from the Shuo Feng sword's power. The sword spirit's expression changed dramatically. Before it could recover, the blazing sword struck directly through it. It cried out in agony. Its body shattered into streams of white light. Those streams immediately retreated into the real frozen sword. With the battle over, the violent energy filling the cavern gradually settled. Dongfang Qingcang dismissed his sword. He stood before his own body. Inside it was someone else. He stared at little Orchid coldly. You deserve to die. You're evil, cruel, heartless, and completely unreasonable. I don't want to share a body with you anymore. Little Orchid had nearly been burned to death. The terror and pain she had just experienced had turned into overwhelming anger toward Dongfang Qingcang. He looked at her quietly for a long time. Then, something incredibly rare appeared on his face. He sighed, helplessly. Yes, helplessly. It was as though at the very last moment, Dongfang Qingcang had finally surrendered to fate. He lightly kicked Little Orchid's foot. His voice was noticeably less imposing than usual. Get up. Let me back in. Little Orchid ignored him. She scooted backward across the ground instead. Dongfang Qingcang felt he ought to scold her. But the helplessness inside him only grew stronger. Finally, following her movements, he bent down, preparing to enter his body. Little Orchid suddenly looked up. Dongfang Qingcang's face was suddenly right in front of hers. Their noses bumped together. As their souls tried to enter the body at the same time, everything became cramped. An uncomfortable ache spread through them. Little Orchid whispered resentfully, when is this ridiculous farce ever going to end? This was what normal had become for the two of them. Dongfang Qingcang's sense of helplessness grew even deeper. Chapter 13. The battle between Dongfang Qingcang and the soul of the Shuo Feng sword had shaken the entire cavern. Rocks continuously broke loose from the ceiling and crashed to the ground. Many of them struck the female general statue in the center. But the moment they touched it, they instantly froze. The statue radiated terrifying cold. Little Orchid looked at the woman's weathered features and murmured softly, I don't remember there being a female immortal in the heavenly realm with such an imposing presence. The immortals all wear flowing robes and move as lightly as drifting clouds. No one carries an aura like this. Dongfang Qingcang pushed himself upright with one hand and said mockingly, the heavenly realm has no god of war. Little Orchid froze. Then she suddenly remembered. This is Qida, the legendary god of war, the hero who had defeated Dongfang Qingcang. He ignored her. Flames gathered in his right hand. The fire twisted into a blazing rope that slithered like a living serpent. It coiled around the sword beside Qida's statue. The blazing serpent burned away the thick layer of ice covering the sword. Extreme heat collided violently with extreme cold. White energy burst outward. The entire frozen cavern became shrouded in mist. The struggle between fire and ice grew fiercer. The surrounding energy transformed into countless invisible blades. They sliced through the stone walls as they surged back and forth. Little Orchid watched in horror as deep ravines were carved into the ground. The cutting force rushed toward Dongfang Qingcang, but 3 steps before reaching him, it froze solid, then vanished completely. Only then did Little Orchid remember. A transparent barrier had been standing before them all along. It blocked every trace of violent energy. Within that barrier, Dongfang Qingcang stood unmoving, facing Qida across the cavern. At that moment, Little Orchid finally understood. When her master had described the battle between Dongfang Qingcang and Qida as one that overturned the heavens and shook the earth, it hadn't been an exaggeration. This was only the clash between 2 remnants of power. If the 2 of them had truly fought at their full strength, she couldn't even imagine the destruction. While she was still lost in thought, a deafening crack echoed through the cavern. The thick ice encasing the Shuo Feng sword finally shattered beneath Dongfang Qingcang's flames. The frozen wall split apart. Dongfang Qingcang raised his hand. The fiery serpent wrapped tightly around the sword and yanked it free. He caught the hilt. Little Orchid could clearly feel the sword struggling desperately, but Dongfang Qingcang merely tightened his grip. Flames instantly engulfed the blade. The sword immediately fell silent. Little Orchid stared in shock. You killed the soul of the Shuofeng sword? If the sword spirit dies, the sword becomes useless. Dongfang Qingcang fastened the sword at his waist. I merely forced it into submission. Without the Shuofeng sword, the icy glow surrounding Qi's statue vanished. The ceiling finally gave way. A massive boulder crashed down and shattered the statue's head. Dust filled the air. The ground trembled violently. Little Orchid immediately realized. The cavern had reached its limit. It was collapsing. We have to find the exit. Dongfang Qingcang looked at her as though she had said something foolish. Why bother looking? His demonic power surged upward. The ceiling exploded apart. The mountain itself split open. A passage was torn straight through the rock. He flew out through the opening. After leaving the cavern, Little Orchid turned to look back. Qi's statue disappeared beneath the collapsing mountain. The thunderous collapse triggered an avalanche across the snowy peaks. The entire frozen cavern was gone. Little Orchid looked at the sword hanging from Dongfang Qingcang's waist, then at the roaring avalanche. You caused all this destruction. The heavenly realm will definitely punish you. Dongfang Qingcang laughed dismissively. I already carry thousands of crimes. One more makes no difference. As things stand, there is no one in the heavenly realm who can do anything to me. Little Orchid pouted. But I'm from the heavenly realm. The only reply she received was the silence of the Kunlun Mountains after the snow had settled. She puffed out her cheeks. And besides, you keep acting like you're invincible. But when we entered the frozen cavern, your soul was pulled out of your body too. You couldn't even hold on as long as I did. Originally, Dongfang Qingcang had no intention of answering her, but she kept talking without end. Finally, he replied impatiently. There are countless rifts like this throughout the world. Your master was right to tell you about them. To most people, this place is certain death. The cold forms the first barrier. The soul-severing rift is the second. Qi sealed the sword here precisely so that no one could covet the Shuofeng sword. Little Orchid immediately retorted, and yet you still stole it. You have absolutely no respect for other people's wishes. Dongfang Qingcang sneered coldly, then blamed Qi for being incompetent. She should have hidden it better. Little Orchid rolled her eyes. Your own soul was torn out of your body, and you still call someone else incompetent? Dongfang Qingcang ground his teeth. If not for you, I wouldn't have had to fight over half of my own body. He forcefully suppressed the anger rising inside him. Forget it. We've already obtained the Shuofeng sword. Now, lead Ben Zhua to the demon market beneath Kunlun Mountain. I need to buy a sheath for it. Little Orchid stood there in a daze. She turned to look at the collapsing mountain peak behind them. We caused such a huge disturbance. If we go to the demon market now, and someone discovers that the two of us are sharing one body, when the heavenly realm eventually learns what you've done, they'll find out I was with you too. I'll be implicated. Excellent. Dongfang Qingcang sounded genuinely pleased. Little Orchid pouted. She wasn't happy about it, but she wasn't angry either. She knew perfectly well that she and Dongfang Qingcang were enemies. Each of them wished nothing but misfortune upon the other. As they descended Kunlun Mountain, both of them remained lost in their own calculations. Neither noticed that after they left, a purple butterfly slowly emerged from the falling snow. It fluttered gracefully into the sky. The demon market beneath Kunlun Mountain bustled with activity. Buyers and sellers crowded every street. Demons of every kind mingled together. Occasionally, mortals and immortals wearing bamboo hats to conceal their identities could also be seen purchasing weapons. Little Orchid had heard her master describe the demon market countless times, but she had never imagined it would be so lively. The moment they entered, her eyes darted everywhere. Flowers growing beside the road had sharp teeth. One building had been constructed in an impossibly curved shape. A beautiful demoness with a revealing outfit noticed Dongfang Qingcang's gaze and flirtatiously winked at him. Little Orchid was completely astonished. Life in the heavenly realm was peaceful. She had never ventured anywhere remotely like this. Dongfang Qingcang, on the other hand, had no interest in the bustling streets. His attention remained fixed solely on finding a weapons shop. Unfortunately, Little Orchid kept looking around in every direction. Every time she became distracted, his left leg would suddenly fall out of step. Before long, a demon approached them enthusiastically. Hey, brother. Need a crutch? Dongfang Qingcang shot him a cold glance. The demon immediately retreated. The stall owner smacked the back of his head. How hard is it to find a crippled customer? Instead of making a sale, you scared him away. Be but boss. He's disabled, not helpless. Ow. Stop hitting me. After circling the entire market once, they still hadn't found a weapons shop. Little Orchid refused to keep walking. She sat down at a roadside inn. Instead of wandering around aimlessly, why don't we just ask someone? Dongfang Qingcang remained silent. Apparently, he agreed. After all, he hadn't sensed the aura of any truly powerful weapons anywhere in the market. There weren't many customers inside the inn. As soon as Dongfang Qingcang sat down, the innkeeper slithered over on a long snake tail. Seeing the bright crimson crest atop her head, Little Orchid guessed she was a snake demon who had cultivated for at least 1,000 years. Instead of asking what they wanted to eat, the green snake demon smiled warmly as she looked at Dongfang Qingcang. Little brother, you don't look familiar. Is this your first time visiting the demon market? As she spoke, she poured him a cup of tea. Dongfang Qingcang was accustomed to ignoring people, so Little Orchid answered instead. She took a sip of tea before speaking. It's our first time here. We wanted to ask, is there anywhere in the market that sells swords? Oh, you want to buy a sword? The snake demon smiled. She carefully looked Dongfang Qingcang up and down. Her gaze eventually settled on the twin-bladed sword hanging at his waist. A flicker of surprise flashed through her eyes. But the next instant, a terrifying killing intent pierced her skin. The air around them suddenly grew heavy. Cold sweat immediately covered her back. She hurriedly looked away. Still smiling, she said, since it's your first visit, you wouldn't know. Our demon market used to sell everything together. But after that person arrived, ordinary goods and weapons were separated. If you want to buy a sword, cross the grove behind the market, then go beneath the frozen lake. That person, Little Orchid blinked. Who is that? Outsiders don't know. Only the merchants who've been here for years know the master of the demon market. We simply call him Your Majesty. Dongfang Qingcang tapped the table twice with his fingers, then stood up to leave. The innkeeper quickly called after him. Little brother, you haven't finished your tea. Little Orchid felt it would be rude to waste tea after receiving directions. She tilted her head back and drank the entire cup in one gulp. Thank you. Before she could say anything else, Dongfang Qingcang pulled her away. The snake demon watched him leave. Then she hurried upstairs. She pushed open a door. Daughter, this time mother found you a handsome one. Strong build, too. The woman lying inside immediately sat upright. I couldn't even tell how deep his cultivation is. He must be very powerful. A slightly husky female voice drifted from behind the curtains. If his cultivation is really that high, what if the medicine doesn't work? Don't worry. It's the newest Yi Shenggu Lotus Mother refined. Even immortals can't resist it. It throws the mind into chaos. Even souls won't be able to stay unaffected. From behind the curtains came the rustling sound of a snake's tongue flicking through the air. Remember, control yourself this time. Don't kill another one. His Majesty has already started paying attention to Mother recently. I understand. I deliberately sent him toward the grove behind the market. Once he smells the Yi Shenggu, you'll know where to find him. Whoosh. The curtains stirred. Then, the room fell silent once more. The author's preview of the next chapter. Little Orchid said, Dongfang Qingcang. It seems someone wants to take advantage of you. Dongfang Qingcang replied, Are you talking about yourself? Chapter 14. As they walked toward the forest beyond the demon market, Little Orchid kept stopping every few steps. Dongfang Qingcang finally lost his patience. He turned to glare at her. The moment he did, his left foot tangled with his right, nearly making him stumble. His face darkened. What is it now? Do you also find this forest fascinating? Little Orchid tugged at her collar uncomfortably. Big devil. Don't you feel a little hot? Dongfang Qingcang let out a cold laugh. Such a tiny amount of that drug was enough to throw your mind into chaos. Did you cultivate your way here for nothing? Drug? Little Orchid asked blankly. As she spoke, she reached for her collar again. Dongfang Qingcang frowned and immediately forced his left hand away. Before he could scold her, Little Orchid cried anxiously, Just let me loosen my collar a little. I'm burning up. Dongfang Qingcang remained completely unmoved. Then burn. Little Orchid gritted her teeth. It's only taking off a robe. You're a man. What's there to be embarrassed about? If anyone sees anything, I'm the one who'll suffer. She paused, then added indignantly. Besides, what part of your body haven't I already seen? Hearing those words spoken with his own mouth, Dongfang Qingcang no longer even had the strength to slap his forehead. He had no desire to continue arguing over something so ridiculous. He started walking again. His left foot refused to move. It planted itself firmly on the ground. The anger inside him surged to the surface. His voice turned icy. Do you really think that Benzwa can't do anything to you? Before he could finish, Little Orchid began breathing heavily. And not that. I just feel really strange. She bit her lip, then rubbed her stomach with her left hand. Right here. It was clearly Dongfang Qingcang's own hand touching his body. Yet, the instant her hand rubbed his abdomen, an unfamiliar warmth shot straight to her head. It was a sensation she had never experienced before. Every part of her soul screamed, Big devil, your body is really strange. Dongfang Qingcang frowned. Little Orchid's cultivation was even weaker than he had imagined. Such a tiny dose of the aphrodisiac, and she was already losing control. For the first time, he felt rather dissatisfied with the master who had raised and taught her. Still, given the current situation, if he ignored the effects of the drug, Little Orchid would almost certainly create another disaster he couldn't predict. His face remained dark. He spoke slowly. Calm your mind. The sensations of the body are merely illusions. Steady your thoughts. Ignore. Before he could finish, Little Orchid had already stripped off the outer robe. Let's go back to Kunlun Mountain. It's nice and cold there. Dongfang Qingcang fell silent. His mood was considerably worse than usual. The technique Benzwa is teaching you is something countless cultivators dream of obtaining. Listening to my guidance is worth more than 10 Kunlun mountains. Little Orchid no longer listened to him at all. She simply kept rubbing her stomach. The strange pleasure continued spreading through the body. At the same time, an overwhelming feeling of emptiness appeared. Only then did Dongfang Qingcang realize. This wasn't an ordinary aphrodisiac from the demon realm. He immediately circulated his demonic power, preparing to force the drug out of his body. At that very moment, a soft hissing sound came from beside them. Something smooth brushed against his left leg. Even Little Orchid could clearly feel it. She couldn't help letting out a startled cry. A husky, seductive voice drifted into their ears. My handsome gentleman, why are you wandering alone through this forest? Have you lost your way? Warm breath brushed against Dongfang Qingcang's ear. The sensation was strangely ticklish. Little Orchid's left leg immediately began trembling. Dongfang Qingcang remained perfectly still. The snake demon slowly leaned her face toward his. Her tongue flicked out. She moved to kiss him. Dongfang Qingcang smiled. It was a smile filled with danger. He casually grabbed the half-woman, half-snake demon by the head. Then, as though swatting a ball, he slammed her away with one hand. Her face visibly distorted from the impact. The snake demon cried out miserably. She no longer dared wrap herself around him. Her long snake tail writhed helplessly through the air. Curled painfully on the ground, she whimpered. Gee, gentlemen. Please. This humble servant. It hurts. Dongfang Qingcang looked down at her coldly. You dared cast such a gaze upon Benzwa. Your courage is commendable. Through the gaps between his fingers, the snake demon looked carefully at his face. The left half and the right half looked like two completely different people. The left side of his face was flushed red. His eyes were hazy, exactly like every man who had fallen victim to her mother's medicine. But the other half was entirely different. His right eye was perfectly clear. Its gaze was sharp, filled with killing intent. The smile on his lips was as terrifying as the grim reaper from the underworld. Such a contradictory reaction alarmed the female demon with the human head and snake body. Yet what truly terrified her was the strength of the hand gripping her head. She did not need to test him further. No matter how desperately she struggled with all her strength, she could not break free. She immediately understood that the difference between her power and his was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Great Lord, this humble demon knows her mistake. Dongfang Qingcang nodded and said coldly, Good. Since you've admitted your mistake, tell me, what punishment do you deserve? This. You can't answer? Dongfang Qingcang's expression turned even colder. Then this seat will punish you directly. As soon as he finished speaking, crimson flames burst from the fingers of his hand. Chi, chi. With a series of sizzling sounds, the imprint of 5 burning fingers instantly appeared across the snake demon's face. She let out a shrill scream that echoed into the clouds, frightening countless birds into flight throughout the forest. Dongfang Qingcang casually tossed her aside. The snake demon curled into a trembling ball from the unbearable pain. Having no hands, she covered her face with her tail as her entire body shook uncontrollably. She did not dare raise her head to look at Dongfang Qingcang. Even with her head lowered, she could still see him slowly step in front of her. She could not even force a smile. As the distance between them closed, she felt the air around her become unbearably hot and heavy, as though it were about to tear her flesh apart. She had never experienced such overwhelming pressure before. All she could do was press her head against the ground and crawl in submission. Even as pain brought tears to her eyes, she did not dare cry aloud. She silently displayed her surrender. Dongfang Qingcang extended his hand. The antidote. Great Lord. This is a new poison my mother created. It has no antidote. Dongfang Qingcang raised an eyebrow. Then what's the point of keeping you alive? No. The snake demon hurriedly begged for mercy. This little demon can ask my mother to make one. I'll go back immediately and have her create an antidote. Great Lord, please spare me. Please spare me. She sobbed in terror. The crying made Dongfang Qingcang frown. Lately, the thing this seat finds most annoying is the sound of crying. Flames ignited in his palm once more. But at that very moment, his left hand suddenly moved on its own. It slammed into his stomach and grabbed. Dongfang Qingcang's entire body froze. A trace of panic flashed through his eyes. Then, from his own mouth, came a hoarse, trembling, tearful voice, thick with suppressed emotion. After that came several ragged gasps for breath. The flames in his hand vanished instantly. Dongfang Qingcang stood motionless, seemingly stunned by what had just happened to himself. The snake demon lying on the ground was equally confused. Her eyes darted around in bewilderment. She could not understand what was happening. What exactly was wrong with this man? Could it really be the effects of the drug? Why did he look as though he had suddenly fallen gravely ill? Silence filled the forest. Then, from the distance, came the sound of rushing wind. Whoosh, whoosh. A woman's voice cried out as she rushed toward them. Don't you dare hurt my daughter. A surge of demonic power slashed toward Dongfang Qingcang. Without even thinking, Dongfang Qingcang raised a barrier. The incoming demonic energy shattered instantly. The overflowing force exploded in every direction, slicing the surrounding ancient trees cleanly in half. The scattered demonic energy spread throughout the forest. Such a disturbance naturally attracted many nearby demons. Standing before Dongfang Qingcang was a green snake demon. She lowered her gaze respectfully and said, We failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended Great Lord. We humbly ask for your forgiveness. Yi Xingge does have an antidote. The antidote is this servant's blood. This servant is willing to offer my blood in atonement. I only ask that Great Lord show mercy and not pursue this matter any further. Dongfang Qingcang pressed his lips together. Perhaps because of what had just happened to him, he no longer dared to speak carelessly. The magnificent Demon Lord had unexpectedly become afraid to speak. Dongfang Qingcang felt that during this period, he had done more things he had never imagined himself doing than in all the years before. Chapter 15. Dongfang Qingcang pulled away little Orchid's hand, which was clutching his stomach. To keep her from losing control again, he intertwined the fingers of his right hand with the fingers of his left, locking them tightly together. This time, little Orchid did not make any more troublesome movements. Even so, it did nothing to ease the burning heat raging inside Dongfang Qingcang's body. His left hand scratched at the wrist of his right. Frowning, Dongfang Qingcang finally turned back toward the snake demon. Bring it. The snake demon hurriedly bit her fingertip and used her demonic power to create a porcelain cup. She let her blood drip into it. When it was half full, she sealed the wound with her power and carefully offered the cup to Dongfang Qingcang with both fear and respect. He accepted it and gently swirled the blood inside. Snake blood was naturally cold, though it could not hide its heavy metallic scent. After smelling it, the restless desire within little Orchid's soul subsided somewhat. A green snake that's cultivated for 3,000 years, just as nourishing as expected. He emptied the cup in one gulp. Licking the last trace of blood from his lips, he slowly raised his eyes. That single glance made the snake demon shiver. She instinctively stepped backward. The hostility in Dongfang Qingcang's eyes had grown even heavier. The snake demon grabbed her daughter and retreated. The demon market values keeping promises. No matter what kind of transaction it is, that rule never changes. Great Lord promised to spare us. If you break your word now, it will bring you trouble. After drinking the snake blood, little Orchid's soul inside Dongfang Qingcang's body seemed to lose every last bit of strength and fell completely silent. Because she had struggled so fiercely against the drug earlier, nearly half of her soul had become exhausted. Dongfang Qingcang felt rather displeased. He had often needed to exert all his strength in his battles of wit and will against this tiny flower demon. Yet she had been defeated so easily by nothing more than a simple drug. Did that mean his own abilities weren't worth much? The thought made him even more dissatisfied. Still, he buried that feeling deep inside. Outwardly, he merely smiled. But what if this seat simply wants to eliminate future trouble? The moment he spoke, the pressure surrounding the snake demon increased dramatically. It felt as though an invisible hand had seized her. No matter how hard she resisted, she was dragged back toward Dongfang Qingcang. He slowly raised his hand. His sharp fingernails gleamed like poison blades. They lightly rested against the snake demon's neck. Though the touch was gentle, it carried overwhelming force that completely restrained her. Only now did she finally realize. She had provoked someone who should never have been provoked. The snake demon felt utterly wronged. During their conversation over tea, this man had spoken so casually that she had never imagined he was such a terrifying monster. If she had known earlier, even if someone had given her 10 times the courage, she never would have dared lay a finger on him. She truly felt she had been deceived. Unfortunately, it was already far too late for regrets. Great Lord, please spare this little demon. I struggled for 3,000 years of cultivation and survived countless heavenly tribulations. Great Lord may kill me with a single thought, but such killing will surely damage your virtue. Dongfang Qingcang sneered coldly. When you meet the king of hell, tell him to deduct this seat's virtue. I'm only afraid. The records filling the underworld wouldn't be enough to count all of this seat's sins. As he spoke, one fingernail lightly sliced across the snake demon's neck. The wound was shallow. Fresh blood slowly trickled down. The snake demon's face turned deathly pale. Dongfang Qingcang showed not the slightest sympathy. He raised the blood-stained fingertip toward his lips. But before he could taste it, a violent gust of wind suddenly whirled beside him. Countless leaves transformed into razor-sharp blades and slashed through the force imprisoning the snake demon. The restraint shattered. The snake demon immediately escaped. Dongfang Qingcang's gaze turned icy. He slowly looked toward the forest. The crisp sound of footsteps crunching over fallen leaves echoed through the woods. Before long, a figure emerged from the path between the forest and the frozen lake. Dongfang Qingcang narrowed his eyes. The newcomer was merely a man seated in a wheelchair. Yet, an incomprehensible aura surrounded him. Dongfang Qingcang was the Demon Lord himself, yet he could not discern this man's true cultivation or origins. As for the snake demon, although this man had saved her life, she seemed even more terrified than before. Instead of hiding behind him, she hurried beside her daughter, knelt on the ground, and tightly embraced the child. Your Majesty, the master of the demon market? One of Dongfang Qingcang's eyebrows lifted slightly. So, it truly was you two who have been causing the recent disappearances of men in the demon market. The snake demon's daughter trembled inside her mother's embrace, too frightened to look up. The man in the wheelchair covered his mouth and coughed several times. Go beneath the frozen lake. Receive your punishment. Your Majesty, the snake demon wanted to plead. But the moment she met the cold, emotionless gaze of the master of the demon market, She immediately lowered her head. Yes. She sealed the wound on her neck and prepared to leave at once. Dongfang Qingcang suddenly gave a cold snort. A streak of murderous energy swept past the snake demon and carved a deep trench into the ground before her. My food, and you think you can simply leave? The snake demon dared not answer. She only secretly glanced toward the master of the demon market. The man remained seated in his wheelchair. No attendants stood behind him. Facing Dongfang Qingcang, he calmly suppressed the surrounding pressure before offering a faint smile. Demon Lord, forgive me for failing to welcome you personally. I hope you will overlook this offense. The snake demon's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The Demon Lord? She had actually drugged. The legendary Demon Lord? Dongfang Qingcang narrowed his eyes. How did you recognize me? The master of the demon market smiled faintly. It is rather embarrassing to admit. I have some connections with the demon realm, so I know a little about its affairs. In the mortal realm, who besides the demon lord who destroyed Hao Tian Tower a few days ago could possess such overwhelming demonic power? He continued, my failure to discipline my subordinates properly caused them to offend your excellency. As compensation, please feel free to wander through the demon market. Anything your excellency desires. You may simply take. Dongfang Qingcang pointed toward the snake demon. Then I'll take her life. The master of the demon market smiled helplessly. Demon Lord must be joking. How could a person's life be treated as merchandise? If you won't give it. Dongfang Qingcang smiled. Then this seat will take it personally. The snake demon was so frightened she dared not move. She could clearly feel the terrifying change in the surrounding atmosphere. One stood before her, the other behind. Neither spoke another word. Yet the leaves throughout the forest began to swirl unnaturally, just as the snake demon believed the two were about to clash. Dongfang Qingcang suddenly groaned. Several low, uncomfortable sounds escaped him, as though he were suddenly suffering from intense pain. The overwhelming pressure between the two instantly disappeared. The snake demon risked turning around. She saw Dongfang Qingcang standing there with tightly sealed lips. His face had darkened, and his expression was gloomy. She was utterly confused. He had been perfectly fine just moments ago. Why did the demon lord suddenly look as though he were sulking? Whether those of the demon market are guilty or innocent, their punishment is mine to decide. There is no need to trouble the demon lord. Seeing Dongfang Qingcang remain silent, the master of the demon market continued. As for other matters, in a few days, Crystal City beneath the frozen lake will hold an auction. A great many weapons and treasures will be sold. Demon Lord may choose whatever catches your eye. Chapter 16. Hearing the demon market master's proposal, Dongfang Qingcang was not the least bit tempted. He lowered the hand covering his mouth and regained his usual lofty demeanor. No one who has ever dared disrespect this seat has remained whole. Ugh! The strange sound that escaped his own mouth made the veins at his temples twitch violently. He pressed a hand against his forehead. No one has ever walked away intact. Ugh! Little Orchid's soul was sleeping soundly inside his body. Apparently disturbed by his voice, she unconsciously let out soft hums and sleepy murmurs. Dongfang Qingcang immediately covered his mouth again. His bizarre behavior left the three onlookers staring at him in bewilderment. The vein on his forehead throbbed harder. The entire scene fell silent. Suddenly, the snake demon seemed to think of something. Clutching her daughter, she turned and tried to flee. The sound of her tail striking the ground echoed through the forest. Dongfang Qingcang did not know where the surge of killing intent came from. The instant he heard that sound, he looked up. A terrifying wave of demonic power erupted in every direction. Even the demon market master could not stop it in time. Whoosh! A blade of energy sliced through the air. It severed a section of the snake demon's tail as wide as a hand. The snake demon screamed in agony. Blood poured from the severed tail as she rolled across the ground in unbearable pain. The demon market master's eyes narrowed slightly. Dongfang Qingcang's expression darkened. He reached down and picked up the severed piece of the snake's tail. I'll give you face and spare her life. This seat has no interest in the treasures of the demon market. Take me to a master craftsman. His words came out unusually quickly, as though speaking any longer would cause him to lose control again. The snake demon wailed miserably while her daughter curled around her, crying in terror. The demon market master silently observed Dongfang Qingcang for a long moment. He showed no trace of anger. His gaze briefly swept over the Shuofeng sword hanging at Dongfang Qingcang's waist. If that is your excellency's wish, then please proceed first to Crystal City beneath the frozen lake. He gently raised a hand. A small white flame floated into the air before drifting toward the frozen lake. Dongfang Qingcang kept his mouth tightly shut. Without another word, he followed the guiding flame beneath the water. Only after Dongfang Qingcang's aura had completely disappeared beneath the lake did the demon market master's dark eyes brighten. He turned toward the snake demon, who was still writhing on the ground in pain. You've killed quite a few people. Your methods have become more practiced. Your courage has grown as well. You even dared lay hands on the demon lord. This little demon was foolish. This little demon deserves death. The snake demon crawled weakly across the ground. Her daughter still did not dare raise her head. You know I dislike punishing others. But rules are still rules. The snake demon's face turned deathly pale. She dared not utter another word. A venomous snake that has cultivated for 3,000 years is indeed quite nourishing. The demon market master's gaze drifted toward the distant sky, toward the direction of Kunlun Mountain. Then we'll keep it. He softly called. Dai. A purple butterfly fluttered out from behind his wheelchair. It landed quietly behind him. A flash of purple light appeared. The butterfly transformed into a woman dressed in violet robes, her head respectfully lowered. Squeeze every last drop of her blood. Store it. Yes. The woman answered crisply. No matter how desperately the snake demon struggled and begged. The woman in purple merely stepped forward with an expressionless face and stretched out her hands. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, this little demon does not beg for her own life. I only beg that Your Majesty spare my daughter. The demon market master's indifferent gaze fell upon the snake demon with the human upper body and serpent's tail. As for her, she may live for now. She is still of some use. Little Orchid had no idea how long she had slept in darkness. Only after her consciousness gradually returned did she realize that everything around her had changed. Pitch-black water surrounded them. There was no sunlight at all. Only the strange white flame floated ahead, gently swaying as it guided their path. Where are we? Little Orchid asked as she looked around. Before Dongfang Qingcang could answer, her gaze suddenly landed on his right hand. He was still holding the severed section of the green snake demon's tail. The tail continued twitching. Fresh blood still seeped from the wound. Little Orchid recoiled in horror. Instinctively, she wanted to throw it away. Unfortunately, she had no control over his right hand. She could only struggle to turn their head away. What is that? That's disgusting. Dongfang Qingcang, don't pick up random things. With great effort, Dongfang Qingcang turned his head back. Be quiet. Little Orchid stubbornly twisted their neck again. Throw it away first. Dongfang Qingcang closed his eyes. He took a deep breath, looking as though he wanted to perish together with her. If you keep making trouble, this seat will make you drink that drug again. Little Orchid froze. Then she immediately became anxious. You're truly evil. You don't believe me? Grinding her teeth, Little Orchid knew perfectly well that with Dongfang Qingcang's personality, he would absolutely do it. She could barely remember what had happened after taking the drug, but she clearly remembered the unbearable heat that had consumed her body. She had no desire to experience it a second time. Reluctantly, she gave up resisting and turned their head forward again. Still, she muttered resentfully, You're carrying that snake tail just to scare me. You're so mean. Dongfang Qingcang merely snorted. He ignored her completely. After they finally stopped arguing, the floating white flame suddenly halted. Creak. A door slowly opened. A beam of light pierced the darkness. The bustling sounds of a lively city immediately filled their ears. An overwhelming aura surged toward them. Little Orchid's cultivation was far too shallow to recognize it. Dongfang Qingcang, however, understood immediately. It was killing intent. Cold. Powerful. The murderous aura left behind by countless blood-stained weapons. His blood unconsciously began flowing faster. The demon market master was right. There really are many treasures here. Little Orchid had long ago heard from her master that Dongfang Qingcang loved battle. He had first fought throughout the demon realm. Then he challenged the heavenly realm. There was hardly a famous general who had not lost to him. Eventually, he declared there were no opponents left in the three realms. He secluded himself on Yin Mountain like a lone swordsman seeking defeat, only to finally be defeated by the goddess Qi Di. Little Orchid had never understood why Dongfang Qingcang was like that. Now, feeling the excitement surging through his body, she finally understood. Some things were simply inborn. Crystal City beneath the frozen lake was an enormous underwater palace built entirely from crystal. Protective barriers surrounded it, keeping every drop of water outside. The grand hall was crowded with demons buying and selling treasures. Like the demon market above, it was bustling with activity. But the goods here were far more valuable. Almost no one traded with gold or silver. Instead, they exchanged shark pearls, soul-pressing jade, and countless priceless treasures. Little Orchid stared with her mouth hanging open. The white flame continued leading Dongfang Qingcang toward the craftsman's district. Little Orchid, however, was completely captivated by the dazzling treasures lining the streets. At one stall glittered exquisite jewelry. Another displayed delicate hidden weapons perfect for women to carry for self-defense. Then, her eyes suddenly locked onto another shop. It sold beautifully embroidered doo-doo. Without realizing it, she dragged half of Dongfang Qingcang's body toward the stall. She gently rubbed an exquisitely embroidered crimson doo-doo. Her eyes sparkled with longing. The shopkeeper was a catfish demon. Her long whiskers hung beside her face. Seeing the look in Dongfang Qingcang's eyes, she enthusiastically lifted down one of the embroidered garments with her whiskers. Young fellow, buying one for yourself, or for a young lady? Dongfang Qingcang's face immediately darkened. Meanwhile, Little Orchid's side lit up with excitement. Before she could finish speaking, Dongfang Qingcang forcefully shut his mouth. Pop! The loud sound startled everyone nearby. The shopkeeper merely smiled knowingly. I've been doing business for many years. I've sold these to men and women alike. Nowadays, only Crystal City sells such wonderfully fragrant doo-doo. No wonder you've taken a liking to them. Just look at the beautiful colors. Feel the fabric. It's wonderfully soft. But the best part, she gently tapped the garment. A delicate fragrance instantly spread through the air. Little Orchid took one breath. Her eyes widened. The scent truly was enchanting. Even Dongfang Qingcang couldn't help slightly raising his eyebrows. The shopkeeper grinned proudly. It only needs a little body warmth before the fragrance awakens. If it becomes even warmer, it'll steal someone's soul. We only sell weapons in Crystal City. This doo-doo is also a weapon, one specially made for self-defense. Little Orchid's eyes shone brilliantly. Although Dongfang Qingcang had his mouth tightly shut, she still managed to squeeze out one word through the gap between his lips. Buy it, buy it. Dongfang Qingcang's expression became completely black. He was the mighty Demon Lord. If word spread that he had been shopping for women's undergarments in the demon market, his reputation would be utterly destroyed. He struggled with all his strength to pull himself away. Little Orchid stubbornly resisted. Half his body refused to leave the stall. The two souls wrestled over a single body until it seemed as though it would split in half. Just then, a tempting aroma drifted into Little Orchid's nose. Food. She immediately turned her head. Nearby, another shopkeeper was stir-frying white pills in a pan while shouting loudly. Eat one pill and your entire body becomes poisonous. The perfect self-defense treasure. No one will dare bite or touch you. It also enhances your figure and nourishes your skin. Buy one, get one free. Enhances your figure and nourishes your skin. Little Orchid's eyes sparkled even brighter. Strength suddenly flooded her soul. She dragged Dongfang Qingcang's entire body over to the stall. Slapping both hands enthusiastically onto the counter, she copied Dongfang Qingcang's arrogant tone perfectly. Sell this seat one pill. Seeing the stunned expressions of everyone around them, Dongfang Qingcang lost count of how many times he wished he could simply die from embarrassment. Chapter 17. In the end, Little Orchid was not allowed to eat the pill. With a dark expression, Dongfang Qingcang limped away from the busiest part of Crystal City. Following the white flame floating ahead, he no longer cared that others were watching. He coldly reprimanded Little Orchid. This seat has treated you with enough kindness, and yet you've become more and more ignorant of proper behavior. Unable to buy either the doo-doo or the pills, Little Orchid was already feeling a little disappointed. After hearing his stern scolding, however, she suddenly remembered. She had been using Dongfang Qingcang's body. Thinking back to everything that had happened earlier, she swallowed nervously. From everyone else's point of view, she really had done some terribly embarrassing things. If anything like that ever happens again, this seat will immediately return to Yi City and destroy the seal between the three realms. When the opportunity comes, this seat will ascend to the heavenly realm and make your master and all those immortals wish they were dead. He ground out the last few words through clenched teeth. Does your stubborn little head remember what this seat just said? Little Orchid knew she was in the wrong. She had no excuse to argue. Quietly, she accepted the scolding and obediently followed his pace. Only when the guiding flame finally came to a stop did the anger inside Dongfang Qingcang gradually subside. Little Orchid looked up. Before them stood a small, dimly lit building. Two large characters were written above the entrance. Craftsman's house. The sounds of hammering echoed from inside. Dongfang Qingcang stepped through the doorway. The workshop was not large. Only a few craftsmen were working inside. The back door stood wide open, where a burly demon was forging a double-edged sword over a blazing furnace. The moment Dongfang Qingcang entered, everyone's attention shifted toward him. He merely swept the room with his usual arrogant gaze. Then he untied the severed snake tail from his waist and casually tossed it before a timid mouse demon who had been carving wood nearby. Seeing the blood-soaked tail still twitching on the floor, the mouse demon let out a terrified squeak. He hurriedly looked up at Dongfang Qingcang in panic. Dongfang Qingcang did not spare him a single glance. Instead, he drew the Shuao sword from his waist. Whoosh! He drove it straight into the ground. Instantly, crack, crack, a thick layer of frost spread across the floor. The freezing aura extended nearly 2/3 of a meter in every direction before finally stopping. Use this snakeskin to make a scabbard. How many days will it take? All of the craftsmen immediately turned their attention to the Shuao sword. Their eyes lit up with admiration. Unable to resist, they gathered around to examine the divine weapon. Little Orchid, meanwhile, marveled at Dongfang Qingcang's strength. While he carried the Shuao sword, not the slightest trace of its icy aura escaped. He had suppressed it completely with his own power. The sword possessed a sword spirit. It had once belonged to the goddess Qi Di, and its elemental nature directly opposed Dongfang Qingcang's own. Yet even while suppressing such a weapon, he barely seemed to expend any effort. Little Orchid suddenly felt rather ashamed. Perhaps these past few days, because she had been in an unusually safe environment, she had grown far too reckless. She really needed to reflect on everything she had done recently. Otherwise, when they finally separated, she would probably die beneath the very claws she had once used herself. While Little Orchid's thoughts wandered, the craftsman finished discussing the matter. It should be completed within a few days. Dongfang Qingcang was in no hurry. He simply threatened them a little. Make it properly. You are only making the scabbard. Do not even think about coveting the sword. After leaving those words behind, he walked out of the workshop. Little Orchid turned around uneasily. You're leaving the sword here? What if someone steals it? That sword wasn't easy for us to obtain. Hearing the word, us, Dongfang Qingcang gave a cold snort. They can't even get within 1/3 of a meter of Shuao. I'm leaving it here so they can measure it. Little Orchid pouted. By now, Dongfang Qingcang had long grown accustomed to her pulling at his facial muscles, so he ignored her. Instead, he changed the subject. This seat has been separated from the world of the living for tens of thousands of years. I know very little about the affairs of the mortal realm now. Little Orchid blinked in surprise. During all the time she had known him, Dongfang Qingcang had always appeared omnipotent. He seemed capable of doing anything. Even after his defeat at the hands of the goddess Qi Di and his death in ancient times, he had never once mentioned those events, as though they had never affected him. But hearing him say this, Little Orchid suddenly realized he had never truly forgotten the past. He simply refused to speak about it. He really did care. Didn't you once say your master knows everything under heaven? Has she ever mentioned the background of the demon market master? Little Orchid shook her head. No, I only learned about him after coming here. Dongfang Qingcang lowered his eyes and quietly contemplated. The bustling trade throughout Crystal City continued around them. Standing outside the workshop, Little Orchid quickly became bored. Her eyes wandered toward the lively marketplace. Dongfang Qingcang noticed immediately. After thinking for a moment, he finally spoke. "We can look around. But you must listen to this seat." He sounded as though he were lecturing a child. "No running around. No shouting." Little Orchid stared at him in disbelief. He was actually letting her wander through the market. Her surprise quickly turned into excitement. She nodded repeatedly. "All right. I'll listen to everything you say." Dongfang Qingcang immediately started walking. Before Little Orchid even had a chance to properly admire the nearby stalls, he had already stepped into another shop. Little Orchid fell silent. So, it was Dongfang Qingcang himself who wanted to look around. The resentment filling this shop was far stronger than outside. It gave the entire place an imposing atmosphere. Several richly dressed demons stood in one corner, selecting swords. A shop assistant explained enthusiastically, "This sword already contains evil energy, dark energy, resentful energy. It has almost every kind of aura. The only thing it's missing is murderous intent. If you take it to a battlefield in the mortal realm, it will absorb plenty." Little Orchid looked around the shop. The weapons were much like those outside, only stranger, and far more dangerous. The shopkeeper was an elderly demon with a gray beard. He sat in the corner working an abacus. The moment Dongfang Qingcang entered, his eyes immediately brightened. He set aside the golden abacus and hurried over. What does this honored guest require? Little Orchid could not determine what kind of demon he truly was. His cultivation was clearly quite profound. Dongfang Qingcang ignored him. His arrogant gaze swept around the room before finally settling on a bouquet of flowers hanging upon the wall. "This seat wants that." The gray-bearded elder's expression did not change. "Honored guest, those are merely decorative flowers. They are not for sale." Dongfang Qingcang sneered. "This seat asked whether you'll sell them." The elder's face stiffened. "What do you mean by that? You don't understand? If this seat wants something, your opinion is irrelevant." The old man silently studied Dongfang Qingcang. "My shop conducts honest business." Dongfang Qingcang smiled faintly. He turned over his palm. A tiny golden crystal dropped before the old man. Little Orchid immediately recognized it. It was a crystal condensed from Dongfang Qingcang's own demonic power. Creating something so small cost him almost nothing. But throughout the three realms, such a crystal was an unimaginable treasure. It contained the Demon Lord's power. Whoever possessed it could cultivate the ancient demon arts. Even simply absorbing its energy would cause one's cultivation to soar. Immortality would no longer be impossible. Even traveling freely between the three realms would become attainable. Little Orchid instinctively wanted to snatch it back. Something like that could easily throw the mortal realm into chaos. Before she could act, the gray-bearded elder had already picked up the crystal. He stared at it, then looked back at Dongfang Qingcang. The color drained from his face. "Emmo, Demon Lord, Demon Lord." Dongfang Qingcang glanced toward the wall. "Take it down." The elder's attitude changed instantly. He repeatedly bowed and hurried to remove the bouquet of flowers. Respectfully, he placed it into Dongfang Qingcang's hands. Dongfang Qingcang caught Little Orchid's left wrist. He wrapped the flowers around it. Rustle. A flash of light. The flowers vanished. Only a delicate vine remained, winding around her wrist like a bracelet. Ignoring the shopkeeper's ecstatic expression after obtaining the crystal, Dongfang Qingcang turned and walked away. "Wait, big devil. This is a bone orchid. It protects its wearer. Keep it on. If danger appears, simply raise your left hand." This seed has no desire to leave the other half of this body unprotected. "Ah, thank you. But, big devil, wear it properly. The demon market is full of mysteries. I cannot see through its master. He may have ulterior motives. Although this seat possesses an immortal body, I have no interest in wasting unnecessary effort here." But, big devil." Dongfang Qingcang frowned. "What is it now?" Little Orchid said. "Weren't you looking for someone named Xiao Lanhua? I just heard those two people buying swords say that Xiao Lanhua is currently fighting someone." Dongfang Qingcang stopped walking. He slowly turned back toward the shop. His eyes suddenly shone. Little Orchid immediately felt it. That familiar sensation. The battle lust burning inside his body had returned. Author's preview. Little Orchid asked, "When you came back to life, you immediately started searching for Xiao Wanqing. Is it because you love her?" Dongfang Qingcang replied, "Believe whatever you like. Now remove your hand, and let this seat kill her." Chapter 18. Little Orchid had never expected that the Shuo Feng sword, which Dongfang Qingcang had gone to such great lengths to recover, would simply be thrown aside. He left the sword in Crystal City for the craftsman to make a scabbard, then immediately rode the clouds toward Luqing. Luqing was one of the great Jin dynasty's most important military strongholds. Its city walls had withstood wind and rain for over 300 years. Yet now, they seemed ready to collapse at any moment. The reason was simple. The imperial court imposed crushing taxes upon its people. Every 3 years, severe drought struck the land. The common people suffered beyond measure. Yet the emperor neglected state affairs, indulging himself in luxury night after night. Eventually, the people could bear it no longer. They raised the banner of rebellion. The rebel army swept through the corrupt imperial forces like a hot knife through butter. They fought their way all the way to Luqing. But Luqing remained a vital military fortress. The rebels had failed to capture it by force. Instead, they surrounded the city, intending to starve its defenders into surrender. Fortunately for Luqing, the city had accumulated years of supplies. Its defending general refused to yield. By now, the rebel army had been camped outside the city walls for 8 days. If the siege continued much longer, it would be the rebels whose provisions ran out first. They'll definitely attack the city the day after tomorrow. Standing atop the city wall, Little Orchid looked toward the vast army outside. "My master always says that sieges usually begin after 10 days. Dongfang Qingcang had absolutely no interest in military strategy. He turned and walked along the heavily guarded wall. Having already cast an invisibility spell, he passed directly before the soldiers. Not a single one noticed him. His gaze swept across the faces of every guard. "Xiao Wanqing isn't here." After saying that, he leaped down from the city wall and entered the city. A strict curfew was in effect. Not a single person walked the streets. Even the sound of barking dogs was absent. The silent city made Little Orchid feel strangely uneasy. To distract herself, she started another conversation. "Big Devil, you've been searching for Xiao Wanqing so urgently. Do you love her?" Dongfang Qingcang ignored her. Little Orchid pouted. "I don't think that's it. From everything I've seen, you're petty, narrow-minded, and terrifying. If someone like you keeps remembering another person, it definitely isn't because of love. It's more like a thief remembering someone else's treasure, or a dog remembering a meat bun." Dongfang Qingcang remained silent. Little Orchid nodded confidently. "I'm sure you're looking for her. To get revenge." Dongfang Qingcang gave a cold laugh. "How this seat conducts itself is none of your concern. When this seat kills her, you can simply use her body. You want to kill her?" Little Orchid interrupted him in shock. Her eyes widened. "How can you do that? If her lifespan hasn't ended yet, killing her would violate heavenly law. If I possessed her body afterward, that would be stealing someone else's life. That's completely different from waiting until she dies naturally." Dongfang Qingcang merely snorted in disdain. He was about to respond, when his eyes suddenly narrowed. A group of soldiers hurried past. Leading them was a woman in armor. She possessed a graceful yet heroic bearing. She ordered her soldiers to guard the entrance to an alley. Then, bringing only a physician with her, she walked deeper inside. After passing several houses, she pushed open the gate of a small courtyard. Dongfang Qingcang's gaze followed her figure. Without the slightest hesitation, he followed her into the courtyard. "Is that Xiao Wanqing?" Little Orchid asked. "How do you know her?" Dongfang Qingcang did not answer. But Little Orchid could clearly feel the emotions quietly boiling inside him. The moment they entered the courtyard, the strong smell of medicinal herbs rushed toward them. Instead of using the door, Dongfang Qingcang walked straight through the wall. Inside the room, a pale-faced young man sat upon the bed. The armored woman stood beside him. Her posture was straight and resolute, a rare dignity seldom seen, even among soldiers. Yet a faint sorrow lingered between her brows. The physician examined the young man's pulse. After a long moment, he stroked his beard and slowly shook his head. The woman said nothing. She quietly escorted the physician outside so he could prepare the prescription. Then she returned and sat beside the young man. She gently held his hand, softly stroking his palm. The young man slowly opened his eyes. A faint smile appeared on his pale face. Holding her hand, he slowly traced several words upon her palm with his finger. She silently read them. After a long pause, she wrote several words back into his hand. But halfway through, she suddenly stopped. Lowering her head, she remained motionless, utterly dejected. The young man gently tightened his fingers around hers. Their fingers intertwined, as though silently encouraging one another. Neither of them spoke, yet the quiet room was filled with deep affection. Little Orchid felt her heart soften. So, he's sick and deaf. A female general and a sick, deaf man. They must truly love each other. Hey, Dongfang Qingcang. What are you doing? Little Orchid watched as Dongfang Qingcang's right hand transformed into a claw. His sharp fingernails gleamed with a cold light. He was about to strike the female general from behind. Startled, Little Orchid immediately pulled his right hand back and forced it against his own chest. You're trying to kill her now? Dongfang Qingcang's impatience was obvious. She'll die sooner or later. Wouldn't this seat be doing her a favor by freeing her early? Even if she's going to die eventually, waiting a few more days won't hurt. Little Orchid argued. If she really is Xiao Wanqing, she won't live much longer anyway. Besides, the Shuafeng sword isn't finished yet. We'll stay here and wait. Dongfang Qingcang's expression darkened. Let go. No. If you keep causing trouble, this seat will make you drink that drug again. Little Orchid stubbornly lifted her chin. Then I'll go find that man. The killing intent around Dongfang Qingcang instantly surged. Who's there? The armored woman suddenly stood. She drew her sword and stared directly toward Dongfang Qingcang's position. Little Orchid was so startled that she almost believed the woman could actually see him. But she quickly realized. The woman was merely sensing the murderous aura. She could not truly see through the Demon Lord's concealment spell. Even so, for an ordinary mortal to sense such killing intent was no simple feat. This woman was extraordinary. Little Orchid frowned. The candlelight flickered. For some reason, the woman's figure seemed strangely familiar. Yet she couldn't remember where they might have met before. Silence lingered. The sick young man gently tugged at the woman's hand. She turned around. Smiling softly, she said, I was simply being too cautious. Reading the movement of her lips, the young man silently forgave her. Still smiling gently, he held her hand. The woman sheathed her sword and sat beside him once more. Little Orchid thought they would simply sit together in silence for the rest of the night. Instead, the woman lowered her head. In a few days, the rebels will launch their full assault. The soldiers under my command are already exhausted. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out much longer. She spoke rapidly. The young man could no longer follow the movement of her lips. Still, he wasn't anxious. He simply smiled gently at her. She smiled back. Her steady gaze rested upon him. It looked less like ordinary conversation, and more like a final farewell. The Xie family owes a debt to the late emperor. Even if I die in battle, I cannot surrender to the rebels. I'll be leaving today. I'm afraid I won't return. She gently traced the outline of his eyes, his nose, his cheeks, and finally, his lips. I know, even without me, you'll still take your medicine. You'll live well. You won't dwell on the past. You won't abandon yourself to despair. Right? She deliberately spoke the last few words slowly and clearly. The young man nodded. She fell silent. Then she leaned forward and embraced him. For a long while, she rested her head against the hollow of his neck. Finally, she let him go. There are still matters waiting for me in the army. I have to leave. She turned and walked out. Dongfang Qingcang immediately moved to follow her. Little Orchid glanced back at the young man. The moment the woman left, it seemed as though all of his strength disappeared. He slowly closed his eyes. His breathing grew increasingly faint. It was as though he might die at any moment. Little Orchid couldn't bear to watch. But after another thought, these were the affairs of mortals. She had no right to interfere. You pity them? Dongfang Qingcang suddenly asked. His gaze rested upon the bronze mirror sitting atop the dressing table. Within the mirror, two faces appeared. One belonged to Dongfang Qingcang. The other belonged to Little Orchid. Little Orchid lowered her head. For once, she was unusually quiet. My master always said, birth, aging, sickness, and death are all part of the cycle of reincarnation. Every cause has its effect. Everything in the world follows its own destiny. So, there's nothing to pity. Dongfang Qingcang let out a mocking laugh. And yet, you still pity them. His tone was completely certain. Little Orchid remained silent. If you hadn't stopped this seat from killing her, this seat could have let the two of them die happily together. Little Orchid slowly raised her head. In the mirror, her bright eyes looked at Dongfang Qingcang's proud expression. Pretending to be worried, she asked, but that would violate heavenly law. Dongfang Qingcang answered exactly as she had hoped. This seat has broken countless heavenly laws. One more makes no difference. Little Orchid's eyes immediately lit up. Then that's wonderful. I tried to stop you, but I couldn't completely stop you. My master can't blame me for that. Dongfang Qingcang merely sneered. Little Orchid beamed happily. In the mirror, she rubbed her face affectionately against Dongfang Qingcang's cheek. Big devil. You still have a conscience after all. In truth, although Little Orchid rubbed against his face, Dongfang Qingcang could not feel it. Yet, watching the smiling little flower spirit happily nuzzle his own reflection, he suddenly fell into a brief daze. He turned his head away, no longer looking at their reflections. Do not interfere when this seat acts. Otherwise, after your soul leaves this body, this seat will personally scatter your soul. Hearing that reminder, Little Orchid's cheerful mood instantly vanished. She became worried again, but after thinking carefully about what he had said, she blinked. So, if I don't stop you anymore, after I leave your body, you won't kill me, right? Dongfang Qingcang merely gave a cold snort. He did not answer. Chapter 19. Deep within the demon realm, inside a completely dark room, Xiang stood beside a bed as he reported. Our intelligence network has sent back news. The day before yesterday, the Demon Lord was seen at the demon market of Kunlun. The man reclining on the bed paused while drinking his medicine. The Demon Lord went to the demon market of Kunlun. Although the speaker was a man, his voice carried an oddly seductive quality. Why would he go there? He entered Crystal City, perhaps to purchase weapons. But there was something rather strange. Xiang frowned. Our informants reported that before entering Crystal City, he had already left a sword behind. And after arriving there, the Demon Lord's words and actions were rather suspicious. Oh, how suspicious. He seemed to have a great interest in women's doo and pills that enlarge the chest. Xiang rubbed his forehead. Kang Ke, is that really the ancient Demon Lord? Ever since he awakened, his behavior throughout the demon realm has been extremely strange. He mutters to himself all day long, and sometimes even seems to act like a woman. Kang Ke set down his medicine bowl. His eyes turned cold. The ancient Demon Lord has always possessed an unusual temperament. Those little peculiarities won't affect our greater plans. However, Hao Tian Tower, Kunlun Mountain, and now, he's searching for a mortal woman. Xiang frowned. Is there something unusual about that? Kang Ke slowly rose from the bed and walked toward a bronze mirror. Looking at his own reflection, he gently rubbed color back into his pale lips. Xiang, we searched countless ancient records to restore the Demon Lord. Have you forgotten what those three things have in common? Xiang froze. The goddess Qi Di. Kang Ke nodded. The ancient records never mention where she went before she disappeared. But according to my deductions, someone like her would be no different from the Demon Lord. Immortal, still existing. After the Demon Lord died, there was no one left capable of defeating her. Within the 3 realms and 5 elements, either she entered the underworld and passed through countless reincarnations, or she could never have vanished completely. His fingertips continued rubbing lightly across his lips until some color returned. Perhaps the Demon Lord is searching for the goddess Qi Di. Xiang was stunned. But the Demon Lord has been dead for so many years. How could he know where she went while she was alive? Kang Ke replied calmly. The Demon Lord lives for battle. Ever since ancient times, once he marks someone as prey, he always finds them, especially the goddess Qi Di, the only person who ever defeated him. He paused briefly, just as we restored the Demon Lord. He intends to restore the goddess Qi Di. Xiangxia's expression changed dramatically. If the goddess Qi Di returns, that would be disastrous for the demon realm. Kang Kei's face grew solemn. I'm afraid we may not even survive long enough for her to threaten the demon realm. The battle between Dongfang Qingcang and the goddess Qi Di wasn't merely a legend. The stars shifted. Heaven and earth were thrown into chaos. Space and time themselves became unstable. The heavenly realm cannot withstand another battle between them. Neither can we. Kang Kei swallowed nervously. Then, how do we persuade the Demon Lord? Kang Kei sighed deeply. A man as arrogant as he is cannot be persuaded by anyone. If only the Demon Lord cared a little less about what happened in ancient times and were slightly less obsessed with fighting. That would be ideal. He slowly placed one hand against the bronze mirror. The seemingly ordinary mirror suddenly rippled. His hand gradually sank into its surface, as though reaching into another world. Pain instantly appeared on his face. He withdrew his hand. Before the mirror became still again, a strand of black energy followed his fingertips and drifted into the room. Even that tiny thread of power made Kang Kei stiffen. A chilling resentment filled the air. He hurriedly steadied his mind. What is that? Kang Kei looked at the black energy. This is something that will make Dongfang Qingcang obey us. Thousands of miles away, Dongfang Qingcang suddenly stopped walking. Little Orchid's left foot stepped forward. His right foot remained where it was. She blinked. What's wrong? Dongfang Qingcang silently looked toward the distant sky for a moment. Then he ignored her question and continued walking. Little Orchid could no longer contain her curiosity. So, how exactly are you planning to make them happy? Dongfang Qingcang answered simply. By solving their problem. What? Without another word, Dongfang Qingcang suddenly leaped onto the city wall. At that moment, the gates of Luqing were tightly shut. Several hundred meters away, the rebel army's camps stretched across the land. 8,000 soldiers had already assembled. War horses were being led into formation. The siege was about to begin. The murderous aura of the battlefield surged through the air. Little Orchid instinctively felt uneasy. Dongfang Qingcang calmly overlooked the entire battlefield. Then, he slowly raised his right hand. A terrible premonition flashed through Little Orchid's mind. Big Devil. The problem you're talking about. It couldn't possibly be. Before she could finish speaking, a blinding bolt of power crashed down like heavenly lightning. An enormous barrier instantly appeared before Luqing's gates. It stretched more than 30 meters across. The tremendous force slammed into the earth. The ground split apart. A massive trench nearly 3 meters deep opened before the city walls. Little Orchid stared in complete shock. The earth trembled violently. The rebel army was terrified. Even the soldiers guarding Luqing stumbled from the impact. The defenders atop the city walls hurriedly looked into the distance. None of them understood what had just happened. Xiao Wanqing's calm voice drifted over the city wall. What happened? The moment she finished speaking, Dongfang Qingcang flicked his hand. Beyond Luqing's protective barrier, the wind suddenly rose. It grew stronger, faster, until it became a roaring hurricane. The violent gale tore through the rebel camp, ripping tents from the ground and scattering their provisions in every direction. Before anyone could recover from the shock, the hurricane twisted upward into the sky like an enormous dragon. War horses were swept into the air one after another. Countless soldiers were hurled helplessly in every direction. The raging storm swept across the battlefield like an autumn wind, stripping every last leaf from the trees. In the blink of an eye, the 8,000 rebel soldiers outside Luqing had completely vanished. Not a single one remained, including their generals, including the rebel leader. Little Orchid was utterly stunned. She stood there speechless, staring blankly at the battlefield. The vast plain before Luqing had been swept so clean that not even a blade of grass remained. Dongfang Qingcang casually lowered his hand. The protective barrier disappeared. Only the deep trench carved into the earth remained. Proof that he had acted. The problem is solved. He spoke calmly. Tomorrow at noon is the destined time for Xiao Wanqing to die. I'll wait until then to take her life. Little Orchid felt as though she were about to lose her mind. Her left hand flailed through the air before finally grabbing her own collar. You're playing with me. You're absolutely playing with me. You think I'm young and ignorant. So you can fool me like this? What are you doing? Dongfang Qingcang pulled her hand away. This is one of the rare good deeds Ben Zhua has ever done. A good deed. This is your idea of a good deed. You wanted them to be happy. Dongfang Qingcang replied indifferently. Now the enemy is no longer a threat. She can peacefully live until I take her life. I can even grant them what mortals have always desired. To die on the same day, in the same month, and in the same year. His voice carried faint contempt. He had never understood why mortals longed to die together. After death, they all entered reincarnation. The underworld was not a place where lovers could hold hands forever. Once they drank Lady Meng Po's soup, each soul followed its own path. In their next lives, they might not even be born as the same species. Dongfang Qingcang remained so calm that little Orchid nearly screamed herself hoarse. Did you ever stop to think about my feelings? There was obviously a simple way to make them happy. I only needed to make a tiny adjustment to their fate. But you blew away 8,000 soldiers. What about their generals? What about the rebel leader? What if someone among them was destined to become emperor? That's the fate of an entire nation. The destiny of a whole country is ordained by heaven. You're overturning the mandate of heaven. You're going to be struck by heavenly lightning. Dongfang Qingcang smiled carelessly. Then let it strike. Do you think Ben Zhua can't withstand a few bolts of heavenly lightning? He was as arrogant as ever. Little Orchid had long since learned exactly what kind of person he was. She felt utterly exhausted. Her heart sank. She slowly released her grip on her collar. The entire left side of Dongfang Qingcang's body drooped lifelessly. I'm dead. I'm really dead. What have I done? If Master ever finds out, being fed to the pigs would be the least of my worries. I'm dead. The mortals standing atop Luqing's walls were even more shocked than Little Orchid. 8,000 living soldiers had vanished before their very eyes. Even Xiao Lanhua stood frozen. She shaded her eyes with one hand and looked toward the distant battlefield. She blinked several times in disbelief. Has a god descended? Suddenly, one soldier shouted, "A god has appeared. The gods have blessed us." The soldiers erupted into cheers. The so-called god, Dongfang Qingcang, remained utterly indifferent. He dragged the half of his body controlled by Little Orchid past Xiao Lanhua. Then, he suddenly stopped. Soon, Dongfang Qingcang murmured softly. It will be soon. What are you talking about? Little Orchid struggled to steady herself. What are you planning to do? Dongfang Qingcang did not answer. There was no mirror nearby. Little Orchid could only feel his lips moving. She could not see that within his dark, blood-colored eyes burned an overwhelming desire to kill. Chapter 20. Since the moment Dongfang Qingcang blew away 8,000 soldiers, Luqing's sky had begun to darken with dense black clouds. That was the power of lightning gathering. Little Orchid had been transformed into an immortal by her master. In her life, she had never experienced a lightning tribulation. Moreover, just looking at this one, anyone could tell how terrifying its roar would be. She was extremely worried. Big Devil, let's leave Luqing first. I know you are strong, but the citizens of Luqing are not like you. What if it accidentally hits them? Dongfang Qingcang said indifferently. How does that relate to me? Little Orchid grew angry. Master said the first principle of treating others is not to cause trouble for them. How can you cause trouble for people all day and all night, and act as if it is perfectly natural? Hearing this, Dongfang Qingcang froze. His eyes narrowed slightly. Little Flower Demon, you have the nerve to say such a thing? Little Orchid choked on her words. While they spoke, the doors of the Edgier Palace Hall suddenly opened. Officials stepped out one by one. Although no one could explain what had happened yesterday, the siege had been resolved. Everything else would have to be planned out in sequence. Xiao Lanhua held a considerably high position and could make the decisions. Thus she had remained busy until now and had only just become free. After the officials left the room, Xiao Lanhua slowly walked out. She closed her eyes, lifted her head, and took a long, deep breath. Her mood seemed quite happy. Little Orchid saw her lips curve into a light smile, sweet dimples appearing on her face. If only she changed out of her armor and into a dress, she would be a charming and beautiful maiden. It was a pity. Little Orchid checked the time. It was almost the hour of the horse. Xiao Lanhua's fated time could only last until then. If not for Dongfang Qingcang, She would have risked her life hopelessly in the middle of thousands of soldiers and horses, and then died on the battlefield. Seeing the smile on her face, little Orchid sighed with sorrow and regret. Big devil, why do you need to kill her? Dongfang Qingcang appeared not to have heard little Orchid's question. He only followed Xiao Lanhua's steps silently and slowly. This road led toward the ill man. She wanted to find him. You went down to the underworld to search for her fate, then ordered the people of the demon realm to find her. After hearing news about her, you came here unrelentingly. In the end, what grudge do you have with her? You. Little Orchid gazed at Xiao Lanhua's back ahead of them. For a moment, that figure looked like the frozen statue of the Cheeto woman standing firmly in the ice cave. Little Orchid suddenly halted. Dongfang Qingcang was already used to his left leg occasionally becoming paralyzed. His expression remained unchanged as he continued forward. She is the Cheeto woman? Dongfang Qingcang did not reply. Hold on, Dongfang Qingcang. Hold on. Little Orchid wanted to pull him back, but did not know where to grab. The paralyzed left leg could not stop Dongfang Qingcang from moving forward. Little Orchid could only shout loudly. How can you be so childish? She has already reincarnated as a mortal. She does not remember the matters from ancient times. What does killing her mean anymore? Taking revenge like this is quite childish. Who said I want revenge? Dongfang Qingcang could not stand it anymore. If you want your soul to not disperse immediately after acquiring that body, then be a bit more obedient. Little Orchid's mouth quivered, but she could not speak anymore. Thinking about it, that was true. Why was she stopping Dongfang Qingcang now? He had blown away 8,000 soldiers, which had made Xiao Lanhua happy. Thinking back, he probably did not hate Xiao Lanhua to that extent. In addition, Xiao Lanhua's fated time was already about to end. Soon it would be the hour of the horse, but Luqing was covered in black clouds with no sign of the sun. Xiao Lanhua entered the small alley. Little Orchid watched her quicken her steps and felt that her current mood contrasted sharply with the color of the sky. Xiao Lanhua pushed open the courtyard door. Dongfang Qingcang halted and gathered his magic. Little Orchid almost could not bear to look. Ran, how come you are standing up? Xiao Lanhua's voice carried from inside. Stepping toward the front of the courtyard door, Little Orchid saw the ill man standing there. He looked at the color of the sky, then at Xiao Lanhua. His expression was indescribably strained. Ran, the rebels have disappeared. Xiao Lanhua's bright face gazed at the man. She spoke word by word, sentence by sentence. They have disappeared. Luqing is saved. The Great Jin is saved. The Xiang military clan in the far northwest now has the opportunity to return. The man read the outlines of Xiao Lanhua's face, but his expression grew heavier. Xiao Lanhua rubbed his face and then hugged his waist. Her face pressed against his chest. Ran. Her words halted as a sharp blade slashed across her neck. Fresh blood spurted out, but it was not Dongfang Qingcang who did it. Little Orchid watched in a daze as the man named Ran held the dagger that had sliced a deep line into Xiao Lanhua's neck. Xiao Lanhua's face remained motionless. Even Dongfang Qingcang, who watched from the side, could not help but furrow his brows. Fresh blood continued to flow, soaking more than half of Xiao Lanhua's body. Her arm hung limply downward, and then her whole body buckled. Her face pressed against the ground, her mouth choking on fresh blood. Ran. The man knelt beside Xiao Lanhua. His pale face looked at her as he held her hand and wrote on it. Jin must perish. The Xiang military clan has to die. Xiao Lanhua suddenly turned and grabbed the man's collar, seemingly using all her remaining strength to hold his hands tightly. Her fingernails clawed and tore his skin. She looked at him as blood and tears soaked the ground. The man only looked at her silently until the blood from Xiao Lanhua's neck slowed. The strength in her hand also lessened, but from beginning to end she never closed her eyes. Dongfang Qingcang said, her soul is about to leave her body. Go quickly. This is your only chance. Little Orchid was completely stunned. After hearing him speak, she froze for a moment before finally reacting. Xiao Lanhua's hand slipped from the man's grasp, and a wisp of white light emerged from her body. Dongfang Qingcang raised his right hand, and the white light slowly drifted into his palm. You're not going? Before he could finish speaking, a violent pain suddenly erupted in his chest. It felt as though an invisible hand had seized his heart and was trying to crush it. Little Orchid felt the same agony and cried out, "Big devil! What are you doing?" He had done nothing. Before Dongfang Qingcang could answer, another wave of pain struck. His chest convulsed violently, forcing him to curl over despite himself. Little Orchid could no longer endure it. "I'll go. It's only because we've been sharing the same body that our souls are difficult to separate. I was only a little late. Why are you forcing me out like this?" As soon as she finished speaking, her body suddenly became weightless. Little Orchid's soul had already slipped into Xiao Wanqing's body. But after Little Orchid left, the pain inside Dongfang Qingcang did not lessen. Instead, it grew even worse. Grinding his teeth, he used his magic power to suppress the agony. He stopped gathering Xiao Wanqing's white soul into a sphere and carefully placed it inside a porcelain bottle that he took from his sleeve. The pain spread from his chest throughout every part of his body, as though an overwhelming force were tearing him apart from the inside. Dongfang Qingcang circulated his power through his entire body, enduring the violent clash of two opposing forces battling within him. Meanwhile, Little Orchid had already entered Xiao Wanqing's body. She suddenly felt something tickling her palm. The pale-faced man named Aran was tracing words on her hand. "I will stay by your side." Little Orchid instantly became furious. She shot upright and shoved him away. "What right do you have to stay by her side? Didn't you see this wound?" She pointed at the bloody slash across her neck. Aran froze in shock, staring at her with wide eyes. "Look, it's because of you that she ended up like this." Little Orchid angrily wiped the blood from her neck. The wound should have already bled dry, but because she kept moving, fresh blood continued pouring out. She wiped at it again, but it refused to come clean. She knew the blade had severed the veins in Xiao Wanqing's neck. She remembered the smile on Xiao Wanqing's lips when she left Esher Palace, and the lightness in her steps as she walked into the alley. An overwhelming sense of pity suddenly welled up inside her. That pity quickly turned into uncontrollable anger. What a heartless betrayer. He deserved to be cut to pieces. She tore off the blood-soaked sleeve and threw it into Aran's face. "You wear this. This blood is your burden to bear. I'll tell you this, life always comes full circle. Someone as heartless and cruel as you won't escape punishment. My master certainly won't let you off. Just wait for your retribution in this lifetime." As soon as Little Orchid finished speaking, a brilliant flash suddenly split the swirling black clouds. Thunder roared like collapsing mountains. Every hair on Little Orchid's body stood on end. Only then did she remember. The heavenly lightning summoned by Dongfang Qingcang was about to descend. She looked up. Within the black clouds, a bolt of lightning cleaved downward like a blade splitting bamboo. Little Orchid thought it would strike the courtyard. Instead, the lightning slammed into an invisible curtain hanging over Luqing's sky. The impact scattered in every direction before disappearing. Dongfang Qingcang's barrier? He wanted to protect the people of Luqing? Without hesitation, Little Orchid immediately dismissed the thought. Knowing Dongfang Qingcang's personality, there was no way he had created such an enormous barrier to protect anyone. He had simply looked down on the heavenly lightning itself. To him, erecting such a massive barrier was probably no different from laying out an enormous sheet of silk so the lightning wouldn't interfere with whatever he was doing. How arrogant. How savage. But where was Dongfang Qingcang? Little Orchid paid no attention to Aran, who had collapsed onto the ground, utterly terrified and completely spiritless. She looked around. Now that she was in a mortal body, she couldn't see Dongfang Qingcang because he had cast an invisibility spell. But judging from where the heavenly lightning was striking, he should still be in the courtyard. Why was he still there after already taking Xiao Wanqing's soul? Was he waiting to kill her? But if he truly intended to kill her, why delay? Remembering the agonizing pain she had felt after leaving Dongfang Qingcang's body, Little Orchid suddenly felt uneasy. After spending so much time together, although they never agreed on anything, they had still forged a tiny bit of comradeship through everything they had endured. Big devil. She hurried around the courtyard, searching everywhere. Big devil. Above them, the heavenly lightning continued gathering. Another massive bolt crashed down. It disappeared again. But this time, Little Orchid thought she heard a sharp crack from the barrier. She looked up in alarm. Another bolt of heavenly lightning descended directly toward the crack. With a deafening explosion, the barrier shattered. It rapidly broke apart and collapsed. Little Orchid stared blankly as bolt after bolt of heavenly lightning poured down like endless rain. It's over. That was the only thought left in her mind. Chapter 21. Blinding bolts of heavenly lightning shot toward Little Orchid like countless arrows. She instinctively hugged her knees and crouched down. But when the thunder exploded beside her ears, she realized she felt no pain. Cautiously, she opened her eyes and looked around. The small courtyard was still standing. The trees and grass had vanished, but everything else remained mostly intact. Turning around, she saw Dongfang Qingcang standing behind her. His hands were forming seals as he maintained a barrier far smaller than the one before. Only about 2 zhang away, the roof had been struck by lightning, and the narrow alley had already been burned to ashes. At first, Little Orchid thought Dongfang Qingcang had protected her. But after looking more carefully, she realized he had never moved from the spot where she had left his body. He wasn't protecting her at all. He was simply protecting himself. She had only been sheltered by coincidence, along with the bewildered Ran, who still stood nearby in a daze. Little Orchid climbed to her feet and dusted herself off before walking over to Dongfang Qingcang. To her surprise, his forehead was covered in sweat. Big devil, does your heart still hurt? Is it so painful that you can't even move? According to all the legends of Dongfang Qingcang's past, he had probably endured heavenly tribulations as many times as she had eaten meals. Logically speaking, heavenly lightning shouldn't have been capable of putting him in such a miserable state. But reality was right before her eyes. His enormous barrier had disappeared. His invisibility spell had also faded. The small barrier he was forcing himself to maintain looked as though it had exhausted every last bit of his strength. He remained standing, but it wasn't because he chose not to move. It was because he couldn't. Little Orchid felt that, besides the unbearable pain she had experienced when separating from his body, something else was weakening the big devil. The heavenly lightning continued crashing down at regular intervals. With every strike, Dongfang Qingcang's complexion grew paler and more dreadful. Little Orchid anxiously ran around the courtyard. What exactly is happening to you? I just got this body a moment ago. I haven't even gotten used to it yet. I don't want to be struck to death by heavenly lightning. Someone is cursing Benzhua. Dongfang Qingcang gritted his teeth as he forced out the words. Take Benzhua up the mountain. Cursing you. Little Orchid stared in surprise. Who cursed you? Who could possibly curse you? Dongfang Qingcang's expression darkened. I know who it is. You don't need to ask so many questions. Just take Benzhua up the mountain. That place is filled with Yin energy. It will allow Benzhua to set up a formation. Up the mountain, Little Orchid looked into the distance. Far to the east of Luqing, she could barely make out the faint outline of a blue mountain. Except, it was only a distant silhouette. She shook her head vigorously. Too far. It's much too far. That mountain is at least 20 li away. I'm just a mortal now. I can't ride clouds or fly. Heavenly lightning is striking every few moments. How am I supposed to carry you all the way to that mountain? Dongfang Qingcang slowly rolled his eyes toward her. His gaze settled squarely on Little Orchid. Little Orchid had spent so much time using Dongfang Qingcang's body that, aside from the very first time they met, when he had been lying on the ground and she had curiously examined his features, she had never really looked carefully at his face. After all, whether they had exchanged bodies or later shared the same one, who would have thought to stand in front of a mirror and study the other person's expressions? Now, under Dongfang Qingcang's cold, overcast gaze, Little Orchid felt as though an autumn wind had swept across her heart, leaving it barren and frozen. She suddenly understood. If someone had used those eyes to argue with her while she was still in his body, she would probably have surrendered after only a few words. Because Dongfang Qingcang's eyes were utterly terrifying. His crimson eyes were like flowing blood, carrying an innate aura of hostility. With nothing more than a cold glance, they made it feel as though a sharp sword had pierced straight through someone's bones. Poor Little Orchid shivered. Seeing her reaction, Dongfang Qingcang secretly thought that things had finally returned to normal. Everyone feared him. This little flower demon was no exception. Everything that had happened before had merely been a brief, absurd episode in his life. The corners of Dongfang Qingcang's lips curled into a sinister smile. If you refuse to help Benzhua, then stay here. Benzhua is immortal. Even if the barrier shatters, I will not die. As for you, his voice dripped with contempt. A single bolt of heavenly lightning is enough to scatter your soul. Little Orchid froze. Then she gritted her teeth. You're the one who caused all this trouble, yet you act as if it's only natural. Dongfang Qingcang merely sneered. Little Orchid ignored him. Looking around in frustration, she noticed a well that was still protected by the barrier. She bit her lip and rolled up her sleeves. I don't believe you. In your current condition, you can't threaten me. She lowered the bucket into the well, tied the rope securely around her waist, and carefully climbed onto the edge. Then she turned around. There was still one living person left in the courtyard. She struggled over to a Rand and tied the other end of the rope around his waist. It's not because I want to save you. My master always said that saving one life brings greater merit than building a 7-story pagoda. So saving you counts as doing a good deed. If the heavenly lightning strikes me, maybe heaven will at least show me a little mercy. Little Orchid spoke to him, though she wasn't sure whether he understood. Perhaps she was only saying it to comfort herself. After tying the rope around him, she pushed a Ran into the well. Then she made a face at Dongfang Qingcang and jumped in without the slightest hesitation. Being provoked like that darkened Dongfang Qingcang's expression. Still, he merely said coldly, "You'll come begging Benzhua before long." Little Orchid landed in the well, floating on the water beside a Ran. Seeing that he was still in a daze, she waved a hand in front of his face. Are you still alive? His lifeless eyes finally moved. He reached out and grabbed her hand. Because of his illness, his face was deathly pale. In the dim darkness of the well, he looked exactly like a drowned ghost that had already passed into the next life. Little Orchid swallowed nervously and tried her best to pull her hand away. Don't get handsy with me. I may not be able to beat the person up there, but dealing with you doesn't take much effort. Unexpectedly, a Ran suddenly gripped her hand with surprising strength. He coughed violently several times. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet he stubbornly refused to let go. Staring intently at her, he began tracing words across her palm. But Little Orchid struggled so fiercely that he couldn't finish writing a single character. Finally, he released her. Then another fit of violent coughing overtook him, almost drowning out the thunder rumbling overhead. Seeing how badly he was coughing, Little Orchid stopped resisting. She cautiously looked at him. Are you dying from your illness? He neither heard nor answered. After his coughing subsided, he looked back at her and gestured with his hand, asking for permission to write on her palm. Little Orchid hesitated. Then she slowly held out her hand. You are not Xiao Wanqing. His fingers moved quickly. Who are you? Of course I'm not her. Little Orchid noticed he was carefully watching the movement of her lips, so she deliberately spoke more slowly. It's a little complicated. I don't really know how to explain it. But Xiao Wanqing is truly dead. You killed her. And then, I borrowed her body. Aran froze. After a long while, he slowly lowered his hand. His face became even paler than before. Little Orchid asked, Why did you kill her? She treated you so well. His fingers paused against her palm before writing four simple words. I am a spy. Little Orchid was startled. A spy from the enemy army? She murmured to herself. So that's what happened. Silence followed. Above them, heavenly lightning continued crashing down without end. Little Orchid simply waited inside the well. She waited and waited. Eventually, she even started counting the lightning strikes. But after counting the 360-second bolt, her head drooped to one side. She fell asleep with soft snores. When Little Orchid woke up, she looked upward. The full moon now hung overhead. Yet the heavenly lightning still hadn't stopped. Bolt after bolt continued crashing down. Unable to help herself, she muttered, Damn that big devil. How many sins has he committed? She turned her head. Without Dongfang Qingcang's special vision, the inside of the well was as black as ink. She couldn't see anything. Even a Ran, who had been beside her, had disappeared into the darkness. Remembering that he was already gravely ill and had spent an entire day soaking in the cold water, she began to worry. She reached out. Are you still all right? Her hands searched through the darkness. Instead of touching him, she found only the rope. Confused, she followed it with her fingers. When they had first climbed down, he had been close enough that she could have touched him immediately. So, where had he gone? Her fingers followed the rope all the way to its end. He had disappeared. Her scalp instantly went numb. She looked down. There was nothing beneath her except black well water. Or perhaps, there seemed to be a swollen, pale face floating beneath the surface, staring directly at her. Eek! She absolutely refused to panic. In the next instant, she scrambled up the rope like a frightened monkey. Dongfang Qingcang remained standing exactly where he had been, continuously enduring the heavenly lightning. His barrier had shrunk even further, but it still barely covered the well. Little Orchid climbed out with disheveled hair and tumbled straight toward him. Big devil, there's a ghost. She threw her arms around his waist. Caught completely off guard, Dongfang Qingcang staggered. A bolt of heavenly lightning instantly pierced through the weakened barrier. Boom! It slammed directly into the well. Little Orchid screamed in terror. Ghost! 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 She buried her face against Dongfang Qingcang's chest, rubbing against him in panic. Dongfang Qingcang's face darkened with anger. You're the ghost. Let go of Benzhua. Let's go? Let's go. Little Orchid clung to him even tighter. I'll take you to the mountain. Author's preview. Little Orchid asked. How long are we going to stay there? Dongfang Qingcang replied. Until the heavenly lightning stops. Little Orchid said. Oh, a single man and a single woman, alone together deep in the mountains. What if we end up bearing fruit? How embarrassing. Dongfang Qingcang answered. I'm not interested in a corpse. Chapter 22. Little Orchid spoke as she tried to pull Dongfang Qingcang along. But no matter how hard she tugged, he didn't move. She turned around. Didn't you say we have to go to the mountain? Then move. Dongfang Qingcang gritted his teeth and glared at her. If Benzhua could move on my own, why would I order someone as useless as you around? His expression darkened. Come here. Carry me. Little Orchid stared blankly. Big devil, are you really that helpless now? She looked him up and down before comparing their heights. You're a whole head taller than I am. How am I supposed to carry you? Can't you use your brain for once? Dongfang Qingcang snapped impatiently. Little Orchid immediately became angry. This brain isn't even mine. Dongfang Qingcang took a deep breath. For once, he found himself completely speechless. Little Orchid looked toward the distant mountain. Then she glanced back at the sweat covering Dongfang Qingcang's forehead. Finally, she clenched her teeth. Fine, we'll just have to try. She wrapped her arms around his waist and, using every ounce of strength she possessed, dragged him toward the courtyard gate. After struggling for quite some time, she had only managed to move him from the middle of the courtyard to the entrance. At this rate, it'll take an entire year to reach the mountain. Dongfang Qingcang simply closed his eyes and focused on enduring the heavenly lightning. He clearly had no intention of commenting. Little Orchid felt utterly defeated. Just then, she happened to notice a merchant's wheelbarrow leaning against the wall outside the courtyard. It had also been covered by Dongfang Qingcang's barrier. Without saying another word, she unceremoniously dumped Dongfang Qingcang onto the wooden cart. Hold the barrier steady. Grinding her teeth, she grabbed the handles and pushed. The wheelbarrow had only a single wheel beneath a flat wooden platform, with nothing surrounding it. At first, Little Orchid couldn't keep it balanced. Dongfang Qingcang swayed from side to side several times, nearly falling off. By the time she finally got the hang of it, his clothes were covered in dirt, and his face was streaked with mud. Only then did she begin pushing him toward the mountain like a laborer hauling cargo. Little Orchid felt that her ancestors must have owed Dongfang Qingcang an enormous debt. Otherwise, why else would she end up working like an ox or a horse for him? When they reached the gates of Luqing, every city guard had already fled in terror from the heavenly lightning. The gates were tightly shut. Little Orchid sighed helplessly. How are we supposed to get out? Go beneath the city walls. Dongfang Qingcang answered calmly. Without questioning him, Little Orchid pushed the wheelbarrow toward the massive gate. Just then, another bolt of heavenly lightning crashed down. A deafening rumble echoed overhead. The watchtower atop the city wall instantly collapsed. Before the rubble had even finished falling, another bolt struck. The city wall crumbled apart. The enormous gates were crushed and twisted beyond recognition. Protected by Dongfang Qingcang's barrier, Little Orchid pushed the wheelbarrow straight through the collapsing ruins of Luqing. Only after they had run a considerable distance did she dare look back. The city gate had become nothing more than a pile of rubble. Listening to the endless thunder rolling behind her, tears streamed down Little Orchid's cheeks. What did I ever do wrong after coming down to the mortal world? For the entire day, Little Orchid pushed Dongfang Qingcang like a workhorse. At last, they reached the foot of Mount Luming. But once they entered the mountain trail, the wheelbarrow became useless. The path was narrow and uneven. Many places were too tight for the cart to pass through. After thinking it over, Little Orchid reluctantly abandoned the wheelbarrow. Little Flower Demon. Dongfang Qingcang suddenly spoke. His voice was weaker than it had ever been. Listen carefully. Earlier, I sent my soul out of my body to search this mountain. Follow this path 3 miles west. There is a deep pond there. When you find it, pierce my chest until my blood flows out. Then place my body inside the pond. After that, go to the east, west, south, and north sides of the pond. Break off one of my nails and place a piece at each of the 4 directions. Little Orchid stared at him. What? I will withdraw the barrier. I'll enter a coma. Dongfang Qingcang fixed his gaze on her. You'd better move quickly. Before Little Orchid could react, Dongfang Qingcang closed his eyes. The barrier surrounding them vanished instantly. Little Orchid cried out in alarm. The heavenly lightning immediately descended without mercy. She covered her head and screamed. But no pain came. Slowly, she opened her eyes. A faint golden glow surrounded her body. It shimmered just like Dongfang Qingcang's barrier had before. Little Orchid turned around. Beside her, Dongfang Qingcang had already collapsed unconscious onto the ground. The earth around him had been scorched black by heavenly lightning. He had used the last of his strength to create a barrier around her, leaving himself completely exposed. Little Orchid froze. I can't believe the big devil would actually protect. No. She slapped both cheeks. That's not right. He only protected her, so she could keep working for him. Little Orchid steeled her heart. She reminded herself over and over that Dongfang Qingcang was a scoundrel from head to toe. Just because he had protected her for a moment didn't make him a good person. Another bolt of heavenly lightning crashed down, striking Dongfang Qingcang directly. Little Orchid jumped in fright and instinctively covered her ears. Lying on the ground, Dongfang Qingcang remained completely motionless. He looked almost dead. Little Orchid looked around. Suddenly, an idea occurred to her. Dongfang Qingcang had placed a protective barrier around her before losing consciousness. As long as it remained, the heavenly lightning couldn't touch her, and Dongfang Qingcang couldn't get up to catch her, which meant she could simply run away. After all, she finally had a new body. There was no reason for her to stay with Dongfang Qingcang anymore. Why should she save him? A great devil like him deserved to be struck to death by heavenly lightning so the world could finally know peace. But another peal of thunder echoed across the sky. Dongfang Qingcang's tightly closed eyes remained unmoving. His face looked even worse than it had the first time she met him, when he had been gravely wounded. Little Orchid gritted her teeth. She turned to leave. After only a few steps, she stopped. With a sigh, she walked back to Dongfang Qingcang and tried to lift him onto her shoulders. She had greatly overestimated both her own strength and her body's endurance. The moment his weight settled onto her, her knees buckled. Another bolt of heavenly lightning struck. Little Orchid collapsed face first onto the ground. Panting, she struggled back to her knees and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She glanced over her shoulder at Dongfang Qingcang's peacefully closed eyes. Without another word, she continued crawling up the mountain path with him on her back. She considered it repayment for sparing her life after she had obtained this body. 3 miles wasn't particularly far, yet it was more than enough to scrape the skin from Little Orchid's knees. Finally, she saw a deep pond ahead. Overjoyed, she nearly jumped for happiness. She carefully laid Dongfang Qingcang on the ground and sat beside him, recalling everything he had told her before he lost consciousness. What was the first step? She had to pierce his chest. Wait, pierce his chest? She had never killed anyone in her life. Little Orchid stared at Dongfang Qingcang for a long while. Finally, she made up her mind. If she had to do it, then she'd do it. Besides, he was the one who had told her to. She searched all around for something sharp enough to use as a knife. There was nothing. Perhaps she had to use Dongfang Qingcang's fingernails. She picked up his left hand. Just then, 4 of Dongfang Qingcang's fingernails fell off by themselves. Little Orchid blinked. Right. He had said to place 4 nails in the 4 directions: east, west, south, and north. She picked up all 4 nails. After examining them for a moment, she chose one. Taking a deep breath, she pulled open Dongfang Qingcang's robe. The sight of his broad, muscular chest made her unconsciously swallow. A drunken memory suddenly surfaced. She clearly remembered rubbing against Dongfang Qingcang's chest while intoxicated. It had actually felt surprisingly comfortable. Little Orchid quickly shook her head and forced herself to focus. Her expression turned serious. Using one of Dongfang Qingcang's nails as a blade, she sliced a shallow cut across his chest. Fresh blood immediately flowed out, tracing a strangely beautiful crimson line across his skin. Little Orchid swallowed again. Then she pushed Dongfang Qingcang into the deep pond. The blood from his chest spread slowly through the water. Above them, heavenly lightning continued crashing down. Boom! The lightning repeatedly struck the pond. Each bolt illuminated the blood drifting through the water. The crimson gradually transformed into countless tiny points of soft white light. Soon, the entire pond radiated a dazzling glow. Dongfang Qingcang's silver-gray hair spread through the water like drifting silk. He slowly sank deeper and deeper beneath the glowing surface. Layer after layer of white light surrounded him. Looking at the scene, Little Orchid suddenly felt that even without displaying his terrifying strength, Dongfang Qingcang still possessed the power to unsettle all 3 realms. Only after his figure completely disappeared beneath the water did she remember herself. She hurriedly determined the 4 directions and placed one of his nails at each point around the pond. She had completed every instruction Dongfang Qingcang had given her. Yet, the heavenly lightning continued falling as though nothing had changed. Soon, strange winds began rising from all 4 directions. Little Orchid watched in astonishment as the lush green grass around the pond rapidly withered before her eyes. The trees followed. Their leaves fell one after another until only bare, lifeless branches remained. Little Orchid stood there with her mouth hanging open. Could it be? The big devil was absorbing all the spiritual energy from this mountain? The once clear pond gradually became cloudy. The surrounding air grew increasingly turbulent. Then, the water began bubbling violently. Little Orchid stared in bewilderment. A powerful surge erupted from beneath the surface. Silver-gray hair floated upward. Then, Dongfang Qingcang slowly emerged from the pond. His wet hair clung to his cheeks. Water dripped steadily from his body. A droplet slid down his neck. Another traced the contours of his bare chest, then disappeared beneath his robes. His expression was thoroughly displeased. Looking at Little Orchid, he said, "Little flower demon, could you possibly have moved any slower?" Hearing his voice, Little Orchid looked up. Then her eyes widened in shock. "Big devil, why has your face turned black?" Chapter 23. Little Orchid carefully examined Dongfang Qingcang from head to toe. She soon realized that not only had his eyes turned black, but the overwhelming aura of hostility surrounding him had also diminished greatly. It was as though, "Big devil, did the heavenly lightning strike you so much that you've become purified?" She blurted out the question absent-mindedly. Dongfang Qingcang shot her a freezing glare. Before he could answer, another bolt of heavenly lightning crashed down from the sky and struck him directly. The flash disappeared almost instantly. The droplets of water clinging to Dongfang Qingcang's body glowed brilliantly for a moment before gradually fading. Little Orchid looked up at the sky. "Why is the heavenly lightning still coming? Big devil, didn't you already set up the formation?" Dongfang Qingcang gave a cold snort. Benzwood didn't create that formation to deal with these insignificant heavenly bolts. If they want to strike, let them. As if proving his point, another bolt descended and hit him squarely. Yet not a single hair on his body was harmed. Little Orchid stared at him in bewilderment. "Then why were you so desperate to put up a barrier before? I worked so hard carrying you all the way up this mountain. Look at my knees." Dongfang Qingcang glanced briefly at her scraped, bleeding knees. For once, he didn't mock her for being weak. Instead, After a rare moment of silence, he said, Benzwa already told you. Someone cast a curse on me. The heavenly lightning itself wasn't the real problem, but combined with the curse, it became troublesome. Little Orchid blinked. The curse is still there. It is. Dongfang Qingcang turned to look at the pond that had once been crystal clear, but was now cloudy and dark. Just not on Benzwa anymore. Little Orchid immediately understood. He had transferred the curse from himself into the pond. No wonder the water had become murky. No wonder the plants had withered. The curse had drained the life from everything on the mountain within moments. It had to be an incredibly vicious spell. Remembering the agonizing pain she had experienced when separating from Dongfang Qingcang's body, Little Orchid still felt lingering fear. Judging by that pain, the curse only became more unbearable over time. Even someone as powerful as Dongfang Qingcang eventually couldn't withstand it. She tilted her head toward him. If you're so powerful, how did someone manage to curse you? Ever since you revived, I've been with you the whole time. I never saw anyone make a move. Dongfang Qingcang looked at her calmly. If it could have been detected, would Benzwa have allowed it to happen? The only opportunity they had was the instant I revived. Little Orchid nodded in realization. So it was someone from the demon realm. But why would they target you? Aren't all of you supposed to be on the same side? Oh, right. You've never liked standing alongside anyone. According to all the legends, Dongfang Qingcang had always been a solitary devil, cold by nature, and obsessed with battle. Little Orchid nodded again. No wonder they wanted to curse you before you could recover. If it were me, I'd probably do the same. Dongfang Qingcang laughed softly. If it were you, you'd lose your life before completing the curse. As he spoke, the corners of his lips curved into a sinister smile. It took courage to curse Benzwa. If they continue maintaining that curse, they won't meet a pleasant end. Above them, the heavenly lightning continued roaring across the sky. Bolts kept striking Dongfang Qingcang again and again. Although he remained completely unharmed, he frowned. Too noisy. Too troublesome. Come into the cave. Rest with Benzwa. As he spoke, he naturally extended a hand toward Little Orchid. Little Orchid froze. Looking at Dongfang Qingcang's face, beautiful enough to bring down kingdoms, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Her cheeks flushed. She obediently stepped forward and shyly reached out to take his cool hand. Dongfang Qingcang didn't move. Little Orchid looked up. He was frowning at her. She blinked. What? I'm telling you. Support Benzwa. The embarrassment instantly turned into anger. She threw his hand aside. You climbed out of the pond by yourself. Why do I have to support you now? Because I'm tired. With a dark expression, Little Orchid reluctantly helped support Dongfang Qingcang toward the cave he had mentioned. They groped their way through the darkness. The faint glow surrounding Little Orchid barely illuminated the path. Following Dongfang Qingcang's directions. Left. Right. A little farther. At last, they reached the place he wanted. Little Orchid immediately let go of him. I've helped you enough. I'm going to start my new life now. We'll meet again someday. She paused. No. Let's never meet again. The faint barrier around Little Orchid flickered softly, illuminating Dongfang Qingcang as he leaned against a stone wall. A rare smile appeared on his lips. This one held neither mockery nor malice. Go then. His slightly hoarse voice echoed gently through the cave. For some reason, it made Little Orchid's face flush once more. Her heart beat faster. She hurriedly suppressed the strange feeling. Without looking at him again, she turned and slowly followed the cave wall toward the exit. She passed several twists and turns. Eventually, the faint light surrounding her disappeared from Dongfang Qingcang's sight. He leaned back against the stone wall and let out a long breath. Closing his eyes, he enjoyed only a brief moment of silence. Then, exactly as though he had expected it, the glow came racing back through the cave at nearly 3 times the speed it had left. A furious voice echoed inside. Dongfang Qingcang. You bastard. Dongfang Qingcang slowly opened his eyes. Calmly, he looked at Little Orchid, who stood before him, panting with rage. He smiled lazily. Not leaving. Little Orchid nearly exploded. How was I supposed to leave? The moment I stepped out of the cave, the barrier disappeared. I was almost struck to death by heavenly lightning. Dongfang Qingcang answered indifferently. It seems. If you move more than 5 zhang away from Benzhua, the barrier disappears. Those words struck little Orchid harder than the heavenly lightning itself. Her entire body froze. She stared blankly at Dongfang Qingcang. So that was it. No wonder he had been willing to place the barrier on her before losing consciousness instead of protecting himself. What trust? She had foolishly believed he trusted her. So, that was the real reason. Little Orchid gritted her teeth and shrieked. Dongfang Qingcang, you really are. Dongfang Qingcang leisurely finished her sentence for her. Exceptionally clever. Little Orchid was furious. We don't owe each other anything anymore. Why are you still keeping me trapped here? Naturally. So Benz will have an ox or horse ready whenever I need one. Little Orchid exploded. You're obviously taking revenge. You couldn't get over all the embarrassing things I did while I was in your body. Now you've finally found an opportunity to get back at me. Dongfang Qingcang nodded faintly. How rare. It seems you've become a little smarter. His calm attitude only made Little Orchid angrier. I'll fight you. She rushed straight at him, both hands reaching for his neck. Dongfang Qingcang's eyes darkened. With a simple sidestep, he effortlessly avoided her attack. One hand shot out. He caught her by the throat as easily as if he were grabbing a duck. The next instant, the world spun. Little Orchid felt the sky and earth reverse. She was slammed hard onto the rocky ground. Her back scraped painfully across the stone. Fortunately, Xiao Lanhua's armor absorbed most of the impact. Metal scraped harshly against rock with an ear-piercing screech. When the sound finally faded, Little Orchid realized Dongfang Qingcang was pressing her firmly beneath him. One hand pinned her shoulders. The other rested lightly against her throat. His breathing brushed against her ear. Long strands of silver-gray hair fell beside his face like translucent curtains, enclosing the small space between them. Little flower demon. Dongfang Qingcang spoke softly. Remember this. Just because this body knows a little martial arts doesn't mean you can challenge Benzhua. His fingertips lightly brushed across her neck. The fatal wound that had killed Xiao Lanhua still hadn't healed. After so many days, it had even begun to decay. Dongfang Qingcang's gaze lingered on the wound. For just a brief moment, he became distracted. Little Orchid seized the opportunity. She suddenly grabbed his neck with both hands, lifted her head, and bit him as hard as she could, right on the neck. Unfortunately, even after enduring endless heavenly lightning, Dongfang Qingcang's body hadn't suffered the slightest damage. Little Orchid, now nothing more than a mortal, couldn't even break his skin. To him, her hardest bite felt lighter than a mosquito landing. Yet, Dongfang Qingcang still froze. Throughout his countless years, he had fought and killed innumerable enemies. Strong ones, weak ones, men, women, but never had anyone tried to deal with him by biting him. And on the neck, no less. The sheer absurdity left him momentarily stunned. He forgot to push Little Orchid away. Eventually, Little Orchid's jaw became sore. Her teeth slowly loosened their grip, still clutching his neck with both hands. She unconsciously rested her forehead beneath his chin. For one strangely quiet moment, Dongfang Qingcang felt as though someone were acting spoiled with him. He blinked. His thoughts immediately returned to normal. Just as he was about to coldly pull her away, he heard soft sobbing. Before he could react, Little Orchid let go of him completely. She collapsed onto the ground, covered her face with both hands, and burst into heartbreaking tears. What did I ever do to you? Why do you keep bullying me like this? Dongfang Qingcang silently looked at her. The faint glow surrounding Little Orchid reflected in his dark eyes. In the beginning, when you wanted to switch bodies, we switched. After that, there wasn't a single day you didn't want to kill me. I had no choice but to protect myself. I finally managed to get a body of my own again. I just wanted to find a way back to my master. So why do you keep making things difficult for me? If I'd known this would happen, back when you were unconscious beneath the mountain, I shouldn't have carried you up at all. Since you weren't going to let me live anyway, I should have just run away. Even if the heavenly lightning had struck me, I wouldn't have let you benefit from it. I should have left you there to deal with both the curse and the lightning. She broke into louder sobs. Dongfang Qingcang remained silent. His eyes shifted slightly. He knew, even while unconscious, his awareness had never completely disappeared. He had seen everything. He knew how Little Orchid had struggled to carry him all the way up the mountain. Her sobbing showed no signs of stopping. It was quickly turning into full-blown wailing. Dongfang Qingcang frowned. If you hadn't obediently carried Ben's way up the mountain, your soul would have scattered long ago. He turned away and sat against a nearby rock. Get up. When I emerged from the pond, I didn't kill you. So from now on, Benzwa won't feel like killing you anymore. Little Orchid's crying gradually subsided. She blinked through tear-filled eyes and looked at him. You really won't kill me anymore? Once the heavenly lightning ends, you may leave. Little Orchid's eyes immediately brightened. Then she sniffled. If you're going to let me go anyway, then let me go now. Just make the barrier last a little longer. Dongfang Qingcang glanced sideways at her. Then he closed his eyes. Ignoring her request, he simply said, Benzwa needs to recover in peace. Be quiet. Little Orchid pouted. She quietly moved a little farther away from him. Then she hugged her knees and sat down in silence. Chapter 24. Little Orchid slept for a while. When she woke up, the cave was still dark. In fact, it seemed even darker than before. She raised a hand in front of her face. She couldn't even see her own fingers. Little Orchid froze for a moment. Then she realized why. Before, she had only been able to see because Dongfang Qingcang's protective barrier had surrounded her with a faint glow. Now, the light was gone. Big devil. Her voice echoed through the pitch-black cave. After waiting for a moment, she called again. Big devil. Did you die? No one answered. Little Orchid swallowed nervously. Be big devil. Stop making so much noise. Although the reply came after a long pause, and although it was as cold as ever, Little Orchid let out a sigh of relief. The barrier you put on me disappeared. I thought you died. The barrier existed only to protect you from the heavenly lightning. The heavenly lightning has stopped. So naturally, the barrier disappeared. Little Orchid's eyes lit up. The heavenly lightning has stopped? Does that mean I can leave now? Dongfang Qingcang answered indifferently. His voice revealed no emotion whatsoever. Little Orchid was overjoyed. Feeling along the cave wall, she climbed to her feet. After taking only 3 steps, Dongfang Qingcang's voice drifted over. Wrong direction. Oh. Little Orchid quickly turned around and headed the other way. After passing the first fork in the cave, she suddenly stopped. After hesitating for a while, she quietly said, Big devil. Even though we never let each other have an easy time, I still want to thank you. You've shown me things I'd never seen before. I've experienced things I never would have experienced otherwise. My master once told me, always be grateful to the people who leave a mark on your life, whether they leave behind a flower or only a mouthful of spit. I never understood what she meant, but after meeting you, I think I finally do. Inside the darkness, Dongfang Qingcang opened his eyes. The darkness did nothing to hinder his vision. He could clearly see Little Orchid standing against the cave wall. There was a rare trace of embarrassment on her face. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. Lowering her head, she softly said, Thank you. For once, Dongfang Qingcang chose not to mock her. Little Orchid straightened again. Then she continued, But gratitude is gratitude. We should still keep right and wrong separate. If someone spits in my life, then you're probably the biggest spit stain in mine. She paused to think. Actually, everyone probably ends up being someone else's spit stain at some point. Dongfang Qingcang was silent. Little Orchid smiled awkwardly. I'll leave you with one piece of advice. You should commit fewer sins. My master always said, in life, every debt must eventually be repaid. Heaven has already arranged everything. I've said what I wanted to say. Whether you listen or not, that's up to you. I'm leaving now, big devil. With those final words, Little Orchid slowly made her way toward the cave entrance, stumbling slightly as she walked. Dongfang Qingcang had lived for countless years. He had met many women. Women with personalities similar to Little Orchid's were not unheard of. But no one had ever become so deeply entangled with his fate. Perhaps, just as she had said, heaven really had arranged it all. Still, their paths ended here. Dongfang Qingcang closed his eyes once more and prepared to restore his strength. Yet strangely, his consciousness couldn't help following Little Orchid's departing figure as she slowly left the cave. Outside, the mountain had been devastated by days of heavenly lightning. Grass and trees had been destroyed. Huge boulders had been overturned. There wasn't a single place left untouched. Even so, The moment little orchid stepped into the sunlight, she took a deep, carefree breath. No longer did she have to share half a body with someone else. No longer did the big devil glare at her with contempt every few moments. No longer did the constant threat of heavenly lightning hang over her head. Although she still had to struggle across piles of broken rocks, little orchid felt that from now on, life could only become brighter and more beautiful. After climbing down the mountain, little orchid turned around for one last look. At the summit lay the deep natural pond. The surrounding grass and trees had all withered into lifeless gray. Fortunately, the destruction had stopped spreading. Perhaps whoever had cast the curse had finally stopped. Maybe Dongfang Qingcang was no longer in immediate danger. Little orchid shook her head. There was no need for her to worry about Dongfang Qingcang anymore. She belonged to the heavenly realm. If they ever met again, they would probably be enemies. Of course, she had absolutely no chance of fighting him. The most urgent matter now was finding a way back to the heavenly realm so her master could help her. She also needed a new body. She couldn't continue using someone else's corpse forever. As she pondered these things, a loud, coarse voice suddenly rang out from the forest. Damn it, that heavenly lightning's been striking for days. I thought some immortal had come to my mountain to undergo a heavenly tribulation. But after making such a huge fuss, it ended just like a fart. If the immortal succeeded, at least leave behind some auspicious clouds or a lucky rain for my mountain. And if they failed, they could at least leave me the body. I could have dragged it home and eaten it. Little orchid sucked in a sharp breath. She hurriedly hid behind a tree. Carefully, she peeked around the trunk. In the forest to the east, a huge boar demon lumbered forward. He stood nearly 5 times taller than an ordinary man. Pig ears, a pig snout, 2 enormous tusks curled upward from his mouth. In one hand, he carried a human leg. As he cursed, he tore off chunks of flesh and chewed noisily. Fresh blood stained both his chin and chest. Little orchid nearly vomited. She hurriedly covered her mouth, not daring to make a sound. The boar demon hadn't completely transformed into human form yet. His cultivation clearly wasn't very high. But a demon was still a demon. Little orchid was nothing more than a mortal now. She couldn't use invisibility spells. She couldn't burrow underground. If the demon discovered her, she would certainly be eaten. My lord, my lord. A smaller demon servant hurried after the boar demon. Since the heavenly lightning has stopped without any auspicious clouds appearing, that immortal must have failed the tribulation. Let's search the neighboring mountain. Maybe we'll find the immortal's corpse. Immortal flesh is wonderfully nourishing. My lord will surely enjoy such a feast. The boar demon snorted. He casually threw away the half-eaten human leg. As he passed the tree where little orchid was hiding, he suddenly stopped. His pig snout twitched. I smell a corpse. Little orchid clamped both hands over her mouth. She didn't even dare breathe. Slowly, the boar demon's footsteps approached. I can't stay here. If I don't run now, I'll never get another chance. Gritting her teeth, little orchid burst from behind the tree like an arrow released from a bow. Behind her came frantic shouting. My lord! My lord! She's over there. Little orchid sprinted desperately. Suddenly, a sharp pain exploded across her scalp. Something yanked violently on her hair. The boar demon had grabbed it. With one brutal tug, he dragged her backward. Little orchid screamed. She felt as though her neck were about to snap. Without the slightest mercy, the boar demon hauled her upright. She cried out in pain. Completely unmoved, the boar demon lowered his snout toward her and sniffed deeply. Sticky mucus smeared across her face. The foul stench rushed into her nose. Little orchid couldn't hold it anymore. She vomited. A human woman? The boar demon sniffed again before casually throwing her onto the ground. He looked her over. She's obviously a corpse. So why's she still walking around? Little orchid hugged herself and continued retching. She quietly scooted backward. Even if she couldn't escape, she at least wanted to be a little farther away from him. He smelled absolutely horrible. But after she had only moved a short distance, the boar demon stepped forward again. He grabbed her chin and turned her face from side to side. Not bad looking. And no, little orchid pinched her nose. This isn't even my face. The boar demon pressed his snout against her again. Even if she's a corpse, her skin's still nice and soft. It's not soft. It's not soft. Little orchid waved both hands frantically. I've already died. I'm dead. I don't taste good at all. Before she could finish, the boar demon grabbed her slender waist. Terrified, little orchid screamed. The boar demon burst into laughter. Such a slim waist. And such a pleasant voice. Today, this old boar is taking another wife. Little orchid nearly cried herself senseless. No, no, you can't marry me. The boar demon's hand slid lower and pinched her backside. This old boar marries whoever he pleases. Come with me. You can't marry me. You really can't. Little orchid's eyes darted around wildly. I am already married. I'm already married. The boar demon threw her over his shoulder and slapped her on the backside. This old boar has eaten enough women to know the difference. I can tell at a glance whether you've been married or not. You think you can fool me? If you keep struggling, I'll eat you right now. Little orchid became so frightened that her whole body stiffened. She immediately stopped struggling. Only tears continued streaming down her face. Big devil. Big devil. She cried loudly. H, help me. At that moment, little orchid's mind was in complete chaos. She could only cry instinctively while calling for help. Unexpectedly, before she could cry much longer, the boar lord suddenly stopped walking. He spun around and drew a dagger. Who's there? The dagger flew toward an ancient tree. Bang! The massive trunk cracked apart and collapsed. A man's figure slowly emerged from behind it. He had apparently been standing there all along, dressed entirely in black, with long silver-gray hair nearly reaching the ground. He remained silent. He simply looked at the boar demon. The atmosphere instantly became heavy. The little demon's servant beside the boar demon began trembling uncontrollably. My lord, that person doesn't look easy to deal with. Through her blurry, tear-filled eyes, little orchid saw the familiar figure. She froze. Then, all her fear vanished. Every grievance she had been holding back suddenly surged out. Pointing at the man, she cried loudly. Big devil. Big devil. He bullied me. Hew. Chapter 25. The forest fell completely silent. The boar lord looked into Dongfang Qingcang's eyes and swallowed hard. He couldn't sense any demonic power from this man. He hadn't even noticed the surrounding spiritual energy changing. Yet a single glance from him was enough to make his blood run cold. The little subordinate tugged nervously at his furry leg. My lord, let's leave. The boar lord squeezed the slender waist and round hips of the woman over his shoulder. Her beauty swelled his courage. He tossed little orchid onto the ground and ordered the subordinate to grab her hands. Keep an eye on her. He spat into his palms several times and rubbed them together before drawing the massive cleaver at his waist. Showing off with a flourish, he shouted as he strode forward. I don't care what mountain you came from. This woman is mine. Now that she was off the boar lord's shoulder, little orchid stopped crying. Wiping away her tears, she shouted at Dongfang Qingcang with blazing confidence. Big devil. Deal with him. Hurry up. The boar lord focused entirely on Dongfang Qingcang, paying no attention to her. Suddenly, the dark figure moved. The boar lord tightened his grip on the cleaver, waiting for his opponent to attack. But, to everyone's surprise, Dongfang Qingcang simply stepped aside and walked deeper into the forest without sparing either the boar lord or little orchid another glance. The boar lord froze. Little orchid was even more stunned. She blinked and followed Dongfang Qingcang with her eyes. He walked away with an indifferent expression, as though none of this had anything to do with him. The little subordinate said uncertainly, It seems he doesn't intend to interfere? That's right. He really wasn't planning to interfere. The forest grew quiet again. The subordinate looked at the dumbfounded little orchid. Do you actually know him? Know him? Poor little orchid. Big devil. She shouted after him. I'm over here. Save me. The boar lord glared at her and spat into his hands. You dared trick this old master? You know him? Trying to scare me. Little orchid was furious. Dongfang Qingcang was deliberately pretending not to know her. What a waste of all the kindness she'd shown him. After he'd promised not to kill her anymore. She had almost believed he was actually a good person. And this was the result? Watching his figure disappear farther into the forest, little orchid suddenly made up her mind. If you were going to be heartless, then don't blame me for playing dirty. She sprang to her feet and kicked the little subordinate beside her. She was about to rush toward Dongfang Qingcang when the boar lord grabbed her by the neck. Little orchid glared at him before pointing at Dongfang Qingcang. I'll tell you. The man I married is him. The Boar Lord was stunned. Little Orchid shouted toward Dongfang Qingcang's back. I've touched his chest. I've kissed his neck. We stayed together every single moment for 2 whole days. We even slept under the same blanket. He pinned me down and bullied me however he pleased. Dongfang Qingcang's footsteps stopped. Little Orchid continued without hesitation. Dongfang Qingcang, you say we're unrelated, but don't you have any shame? Our relationship runs deeper than the deepest river and burns hotter than the desert. Don't even think about getting rid of me in this lifetime. She kept going. You called me annoying because you didn't want to marry me. You heartless, faithless bastard. Her speech left even the Boar Lord speechless. Turning back to him, Little Orchid patted his broad chest. Brother Boar, he's much stronger than you. If you want me to marry you, go kill him first. Do that, and I'll happily go with you. The moment she finished speaking, Dongfang Qingcang slowly turned around and looked at her coldly. Without the slightest fear, Little Orchid stuck out her tongue and made a face at him. She thought to herself, if Dongfang Qingcang was hiding his strength just to avoid helping her, then she'd force him to act. Even if he refused to save her, this Boar Lord would attack him anyway. The outcome would be exactly the same. The Boar Lord laughed loudly. Good. Today this old master will chop him into soup for my brothers. With a roar, he charged forward, swinging his cleaver. As he neared Dongfang Qingcang, he suddenly pulled a handful of dirt from his sleeve and flung it toward him. Dongfang Qingcang frowned and sidestepped, but some of the dirt still landed on his robes. To everyone's surprise, the dirt didn't fall off. Instead, it wriggled across his clothes as though alive. In the blink of an eye, it spread across his entire torso. The clumps that fell to the ground crawled up his legs like living creatures, firmly pinning him in place. Little Orchid gasped. What is that? The little subordinate grinned proudly. That's our Boar Lord's magic. Once you're covered by demon soil, even the Heavenly Emperor himself won't be able to escape. Little Orchid's heart sank. She never expected such a weak-looking demon to possess such a strange treasure. But, against Dongfang Qingcang, something like this shouldn't matter, right? Before she could finish thinking, the Boar Lord's enormous cleaver came crashing down onto Dongfang Qingcang's shoulder. Little Orchid instinctively shut her eyes. Then she remembered Dongfang Qingcang's nearly indestructible body and quickly looked again. Just as expected, the cleaver stopped at his shoulder without leaving so much as a scratch. Meanwhile, Dongfang Qingcang calmly plucked a handful of the constantly wriggling dirt from his waist and examined it in his palm. His eyes lit up slightly. Where did this come from? The Boar Lord stared in shock. His full-powered strike hadn't injured Dongfang Qingcang at all. Recovering himself, he raised the cleaver again and roared. You can ask the king of the underworld yourself. Dongfang Qingcang smiled faintly. You won't tell me? He slowly raised his left hand. Little Orchid expected him to wave his hand, as usual, and erase the Boar Lord from existence. Instead, from Dongfang Qingcang's left wrist, a withered vine suddenly shot out like a sword. Just as the cleaver was about to fall, the vine caught it effortlessly. The Boar Lord stared in astonishment. What is that? Before he could react, another branch sprouted from the vine and pierced straight through his chest. In an instant, the vine burrowed into his body. The Boar Lord's eyes widened in horror. He opened his mouth to scream, but only blood poured from his throat. Dongfang Qingcang's eyes were as cold as if he were slaughtering livestock. If you won't talk, then Benzwa will let this vine bloom flowers inside your heart. The icy, sinister tone sent a chill down Little Orchid's spine, even from where she stood. This was the first time she had ever seen Dongfang Qingcang kill someone. Seeing his lord defeated, the Boar Lord's little subordinate turned and fled without another thought, disappearing like a wisp of smoke. Blood poured from the Boar Lord's mouth and ran down his chin. Struggling desperately, he stammered, Mount Qianin, Lord Qianin. Dongfang Qingcang quietly repeated, Lord Qianin. A vicious smile curved across his lips. That's at least somewhat useful. I'll leave your corpse intact. As soon as he finished speaking, the vine withdrew from the Boar Lord's chest. The Boar Lord's body was casually tossed aside like a discarded object. Dongfang Qingcang calmly adjusted the vine wrapped around his left wrist. Once the Boar Lord died, All the demon soil clinging to Dongfang Qingcang dropped to the ground. Aside from being darker in color, it looked like ordinary dirt. He scooped up a handful and squeezed it. Moments ago, it had nearly covered his entire body. Now, it was only a small clump. After studying it for a moment, he casually threw it aside. Then he turned, and his eyes met Little Orchid's. She instinctively took a step back, staring nervously at the vine wrapped around his wrist. She remembered it. It was the bracelet Dongfang Qingcang had condensed from his own power into crystal and traded for in Crystal City. She also remembered him saying it was for protection. Back then, she'd never taken those words seriously. After all, who could possibly threaten Dongfang Qingcang? She had never imagined the bracelet possessed such terrifying power. As she stared blankly at him, another realization suddenly struck her. Dongfang Qingcang had always relied on his own strength. He had never bothered using protective treasures. Yet just now, instead of killing the Boar Lord with his own magic, he'd relied on this bracelet and waited until he was attacked before counterattacking. That could only mean, Big Devil. She hesitated. Your magic. Before she could finish, Dongfang Qingcang slowly walked toward her. Big Devil. His voice was calm. Earlier, you were quite willing to call out my full name. Dongfang Qingcang. His tone made Little Orchid unconsciously swallow. A faint smile appeared on his face. It's been many years since I've heard someone call me by my own name. I almost miss it. Little Orchid immediately retreated several more steps. She forced a smile. That was an emergency. I was desperate. She laughed awkwardly. Anyway, everything's fine now. The mountains remain green, and the rivers flow forever. Before she knew it, her back hit a tree. Dongfang Qingcang was already standing in front of her. You touched Ben's chest. You kissed Ben's neck. You shared the same blanket with Ben's every night. And Ben's even pinned you beneath me and humiliated you however I pleased. Little Orchid squeezed her eyes shut and shook her head frantically. No, none of that. Dongfang Qingcang continued calmly. You also said our relationship runs deeper than the deepest river and burns hotter than the desert, and that I wouldn't be able to get rid of you for the rest of my life. Why was the Big Devil's memory so good? Little Orchid was on the verge of tears. That's not what I meant. Dongfang Qingcang casually twirled a lock of her hair around his finger. I originally intended to spare you, but since our relationship is apparently so intimate, it isn't. Little Orchid hurriedly interrupted. Not intimate at all. I only said those things because I was desperate. I just wanted to survive. You have no idea how disgusting that Boar Lord was. She rubbed her face miserably. If you hadn't refused to save me. Dongfang Qingcang glanced sideways at her. Didn't you also say that Ben's was the filth in your life? He looked at her indifferently. You've insulted Ben's like that. Not even your footprints deserve to remain. Little Orchid fell silent. She really hadn't expected that he even remembered that. He truly was a petty man. She muttered something under her breath. In return, Dongfang Qingcang gave her a look as cold as flying knives. She immediately shut up. As he turned to leave, he said, When you tricked the Boar Lord into attacking Ben's, did you ever think about what would happen to a little flower demon who dared scheme against me after I killed him? Little Orchid lowered her head. I was only thinking about what would happen to the Boar Lord. Dongfang Qingcang snorted. Then he flicked her forehead hard with a finger. This is the last time I'll let you off. After saying that, he turned and walked away. Little Orchid stood there in a daze. The Big Devil had actually spared her just like that? That didn't seem like Dongfang Qingcang at all. Watching his back disappear into the forest, she rubbed her forehead. She knew she should let him leave and stay as far away from him as possible. She shouldn't speak to him again. Yet for some reason, as though possessed, she suddenly called out. Big Devil, why were you here? Dongfang Qingcang paused slightly and turned his head. Little Orchid nervously intertwined her fingers. You knew I'd run into trouble, so you came to save me on purpose? Dongfang Qingcang was silent for a long moment. Then she heard him give a disdainful snort. I was just passing by. Chapter 26. After parting ways with Dongfang Qingcang, Little Orchid finally set out on her own journey. But she had barely taken a few steps before something felt wrong. Earlier, that Boar Lord had smeared some disgusting slime all over her face. His foul smell still clung to her body. She simply couldn't stand it anymore. So she found a small stream at the foot of the mountain and washed herself thoroughly. After bathing, she climbed onto the bank to dry in the sun. That was when she noticed another strange smell. She sniffed herself from head to toe. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't tell where it was coming from. Finally, she crouched beside the stream to look at her reflection. The moment she saw it, she froze. The wound across her neck, the one left by a ran, had begun to rot. Little Orchid gasped and clutched her neck as she collapsed onto the ground. How can this be? As long as a soul occupied the body, the decay should have slowed down. So why was it getting worse so quickly? Suppressing the fear rising in her heart, she crawled back to the stream and carefully examined her new body. Only now did she realize just how horrifying it had become. The wound across her neck was badly rotten. Her complexion had turned bluish-black. Her lips were as dark as ink. From head to toe, she looked exactly like a corpse. Little Orchid exploded with anger. Dongfang Qingcang, what kind of body did you find for me? This is a defective one. I want a replacement. At this rate, before long, her head would completely fall off. If she wandered the mortal realm carrying a headless body, forget returning to the heavenly realm to find her master. She'd probably be captured by wandering Taoist cultivators, refined into medicinal pills, and never even make it to the underworld. She had to find Dongfang Qingcang. She had to demand another body. Little Orchid tore off a strip of her sleeve and wrapped it tightly around her neck to cover the rotting wound. She slapped her own face to encourage herself. Then she carefully considered where Dongfang Qingcang might be going. The demons had cursed him. Normally, he would head straight back to the demon realm for revenge. But now, he had lost his powers. Going back would accomplish nothing. Surely he wouldn't be so reckless. She remembered something else. Back when they had been together, Dongfang Qingcang had shown unusual interest in that strange demon soil the Boar Lord possessed. He had even asked where it came from. Perhaps he had gone to Mount Xianxia because of it. Mount Xianxia. Little Orchid frowned. She vaguely remembered her master mentioning it once. It was a mysterious mountain hidden within the sea, where illusions drifted endlessly. Sometimes it appeared, sometimes it vanished. Those without destiny could search 1,000 times and still never find it. With her current mortal body, how could she ever reach such a place? But another thought suddenly occurred to her. Dongfang Qingcang had lost his powers. Aside from his nearly indestructible body, he couldn't ride the clouds or fly through the sky anymore. In that sense, he wasn't much different from her. If he wanted to reach the sea, whether to fish or to search for the hidden Mount Xianxia, he would need a boat. Little Orchid immediately settled on her plan. Leaning on a wooden stick for support, she struggled to her feet in her armor and began her journey. It was the first time in her life she had traveled such a great distance alone. Half a month later, Linhai City. Linhai City had been built beside the sea. It was once the great Jin dynasty's busiest harbor. But during these chaotic times, all kinds of people gathered there. Robberies happened openly in broad daylight. At night, bandits ruled the streets. Today, dark rain clouds covered the sky. Everyone hurried along the roads. A lone figure wearing a bamboo rain hat and a straw raincoat turned into a deserted alley. Suddenly, a man rushed around the corner and deliberately slammed into the figure's shoulder. The person in the raincoat immediately fell to the ground. The bamboo hat slid down, hiding the face completely. The thief weighed the purse he'd just stolen and sneered. "You're crippled like this and still dare come to Linhai City? Looking for death." He laughed. "Remember this lesson. Now get lost back to wherever you crawled out from." As he turned to leave, the figure lying on the ground slowly stretched out a hand toward him. The thief frowned. "Help." The voice was weak. "Please, pull me up." "Thank you." The thief stared blankly. Was this person sick? Instead of helping, he walked over and kicked the figure hard. "You want to die?" The powerful kick rolled the body onto its side. The bamboo hat slipped away. Only then did he finally see the face. It belonged to a young woman. Except, her head hung at an impossible angle. Her neck had been almost completely severed. Only a thin layer of skin still connected her head to her body. Yet she glared at him angrily. "If you won't help me up, then fine. But why did you kick me? My spine was already twisted in 2 places. I worked so hard to straighten it." "You scoundrel." The thief's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. His lips trembled. No words came out. Little Orchid painstakingly lifted her head with both hands and tried to press it back onto her neck. Then her expression suddenly changed. "Ah, it's completely detached. What do I do now?" She glared furiously at the thief, who was already backing away. "Hurry and help me up. If you don't, I won't let you off." Monster." The thief's eyes rolled back. He fainted on the spot. Little Orchid sighed helplessly. "At least help me up first. My spine's all crooked now. I can't even stand." Just as she was at a complete loss, soft laughter echoed nearby. Her eyes darted around. She couldn't see where the voice had come from. "Who's there? Please help me. I'll be extremely grateful." Following her plea, calm footsteps approached. A man stopped beside her detached head. He bent down slightly and tilted his head with a smile. "Little miss, how did you end up in such a state?" He wore spotless white robes trimmed with white fox fur around the collar. Perhaps because of the weather, his complexion looked somewhat pale, yet his elegant bearing immediately marked him as someone extraordinary. Seeing her in such a horrifying condition, he remained perfectly calm. He didn't run away, nor did he show any fear. Little Orchid guessed that if he wasn't a demon or a ghost, then he must be someone incredibly powerful. With no other choice, she pleaded pitifully. "It's a long story. Could you help me sit up first? If I can sit up, I can straighten my bones. And then I can put my head back on." The man in white looked over her body. "I'll help straighten it." Without minding the mud staining his snow-white sleeves, he gently turned her over. Then he removed her raincoat and slowly ran 2 fingers down her neck toward her spine. When his fingers reached the twisted section, he stopped. By then, Little Orchid's head had already rolled completely off her body. Resting nearby, she watched him admiringly. "You're much more skilled than I am." The man smiled faintly. After examining her for another moment, he shook his head. "Your body has rotted beyond saving. Straightening the bones is meaningless. It'll twist again with the slightest touch. And besides," he lifted her head and smiled. "Now that your head is like this, why keep the body at all?" Little Orchid drooped miserably. "But without a body, how can I keep living? I still have to go to Mount Qian'an to find someone." The man's eyes flickered slightly. "Who are you looking for at Mount Qian'an?" Little Orchid immediately puffed up with indignation. An ungrateful man. A heartless lover. During her journey, she had finally figured everything out. From the very beginning, Dongfang Qingcang had never intended to find her a proper body. His real plan had been to kill the war goddess Qida, complete his revenge, and then casually throw her whatever body happened to be available. But Qida had once been an ancient god of war. She had descended into the mortal realm to undergo reincarnation. Although the heavenly realm hadn't recorded the matter, Little Orchid could easily guess that if Qida failed to complete her mortal reincarnations, she would certainly be punished by heaven's laws. Once Qida became mortal, her fate was no longer recorded in Simon Xingjuan's books. It belonged entirely to the mandate of heaven. No matter whose soul occupied this body, it would continue decaying according to its original destiny until it finally disappeared. How could Dongfang Qingcang not know that? No wonder. He had agreed so readily to let her go. No wonder. He'd said it would be the last time he spared her. Whether he killed her or not, she wouldn't survive many more days anyway. Once this body completely fell apart, she would have nowhere to remain in the mortal realm. He had never needed to dirty his own hands. Thinking of this, Little Orchid became even more upset. "When I find him, I'm definitely going to bite him." The man in white laughed cheerfully as he stood. "Then I'll take you there." "My lord." A deep voice suddenly spoke from nearby. Little Orchid looked over and noticed a black-clothed figure standing silently in the shadows by the wall. So, there had been another person there all along. The man in white smiled. "This Orchid spirit has a connection of fate with me. She has a simple and interesting temperament. It wouldn't be bad to bring her back. And besides," he smiled mysteriously before saying to the black-clothed attendant, "Bring me the soul-collecting vase." The attendant hesitated for quite a while before reluctantly handing over a black porcelain vase. Little Orchid stared blankly at the smiling man. "You can see what I really am." "Of course." He smiled warmly. "An immortal orchid spirit." He held the black vase out to her. "Your current body is beyond saving. I'll temporarily house your soul inside this vase. Stay there for now. When we arrive at Mount Qian'an, I'll find you another body." Wait. Who exactly are you?" The man laughed. "Mount Qian'an. Qianin Pavilion. I am Lord Qianin. You came all this way looking for someone at Mount Qianin. And yet you've never even heard of the mountain's master? Chapter 27. Little Orchid had never heard much from her master about Qianin Mountain, let alone anything about its master. She knew almost nothing about the place. But Little Orchid felt he was a good person. At the very least, he was a much better person than Dongfang Qingcang. After finally arriving at Qianin Mountain, she became even more certain of that. The master of Qianin Mountain looked like a refined scholar. He was gentle, elegant, and courteous. Every movement carried effortless grace, yet there was also an air of mystery about him. Most importantly, he had never made things difficult for her while helping her find a new body. Little Orchid stood before a mirror, gently rubbing her soft, youthful face. She still couldn't believe it. Can this really be made from clay? Xianxia Langjun sat at a table behind her, leisurely sipping tea. Yes. As soon as I brought you to the island yesterday, I ordered someone to make it. How is it? Does it match the appearance you described? It does. Little Orchid pinched her cheeks. It really looks like me. The skin is soft, the bones are sturdy, my joints don't come apart when I move, and my body even warms up like a real person's. It really feels alive. She nearly burst into tears. Only heaven knew how miserable the journey from Luming Mountain to Linhai City had been. After leaving Luming Mountain, she had originally planned to pretend to be pitiful so that travelers would let her ride in their horse-drawn carriages. People did let her aboard, but after sitting for a while, her tailbone shifted out of place. After a little longer, her backbone became crooked. By the time the ride continued, even her spine was beginning to fall apart. She had no choice but to get out and walk. At first, walking wasn't too difficult, but the farther she went, the worse it became. Eventually, after only a few steps, her knees would collapse beneath her. Along the road, she constantly had to stop and reattach her arms and legs, frightening countless people into fainting. Thinking back on those miserable days, she had truly suffered. But Little Orchid looked at her reflection in the mirror before turning toward Qian Langjun. My master once told me that, apart from the heavenly Tao itself, no one has the power to create life. A body made from clay is only an inanimate object. Even if a soul enters it, it shouldn't be able to move. How did your craftsman manage it? Qian Langjun nodded. Your master was correct. However, Qianin Mountain possesses something special. He untied an embroidered pouch hanging from his waist and poured a handful of brown earth into his palm. The soil trembled. It slowly changed shape, forming a tiny mountain that constantly shifted and wriggled as though it were alive. Little Orchid blinked. She recognized it immediately. It was the same soil the Boar Lord had thrown at Dongfang Qingcang during their battle. The little demon had called it Demon Earth. This is Xiang, Qianin Langjun explained. It is a miraculous treasure unlike ordinary soil. It possesses endless vitality and can continuously grow and reproduce. He held it out for her to see. The body you are using was sculpted from ordinary clay. But after mixing it with Xiang, it can house a soul and move just like a living body. Looking at Little Orchid's astonished expression, he couldn't help smiling. Isn't it marvelous? Little Orchid nodded vigorously. It really is. But your master was still correct. He continued, in this world, apart from the heavenly Tao itself, no one can truly create a living body. The Xiang merely allows your soul to use this body for 3 days. After that, the life force within the Xiang will disappear, and the body will become motionless. You'll need another one. And because this body is made from clay, he smiled, you must never let it touch water. If it does, the damaged part will crumble, and it will decay even faster than your previous body. Little Orchid immediately withdrew the hand that had been reaching for her teacup. I can't even drink tea. Qian Langjun smiled gently. From now on, you no longer need food or water. You may still eat if you wish. You'll be able to taste everything, but the food will simply remain inside your stomach. So eating won't make me fat? He laughed. Of course not. Then I can eat as much as I want. Of course. He stood up and led her outside. My island doesn't have many things, but it certainly has plenty of excellent chefs. What would you like to eat? Little Orchid didn't answer immediately. Instead, she stared at him thoughtfully. Then she suddenly asked, my master always said that someone who treats you kindly for no reason is usually hiding ulterior motives. Rang must be incredibly precious. This body only lasts 3 days, so replacing it again and again must cost a fortune. We've never even met before, yet you've helped me without asking for anything. She looked at him seriously. What exactly do you want from me? She truly didn't understand. Ever since meeting him in Linhai City, 5 days had already passed. 1 day in Linhai City, 3 days crossing the sea, 1 day after arriving at Xianin Mountain. Throughout those 5 days, she had done absolutely nothing. Yet Xianxia Langjun had helped her wholeheartedly without asking for anything in return. He treated her so well that she couldn't help feeling uneasy. Now she even relied on him for a new body. What could he possibly want from her? Could he be planning to refine her soul into pills? Huh. Xianxia Langjun chuckled. Miss Alon, you've been at Xianin Mountain for several days already, and only now do you ask. Isn't that a little late? I've asked now, so it's not too late. Xianxia Langjun smiled warmly, showing no annoyance at all. He continued leading her through the garden, pointing toward the rare flowers blooming on both sides of the path. I enjoy collecting things. I like gathering every unique and irreplaceable treasure and bringing it back here. Little Orchid blinked. I'm a unique treasure? Yes. He smiled. A very precious one. Before Little Orchid had even recovered from hearing herself called a treasure, a young woman hurried over from the garden. She bowed respectfully before Xianxia Langjun and whispered something into his ear. His expression darkened slightly. He nodded before dismissing her. Curious, Little Orchid asked. What happened? A group of demons is trying to force their way into Xianxia Mountain. Little Orchid froze. Demons. You don't need to worry. They've already been trapped inside the maze outside the mountain. There's a maze outside? Xianxia Langjun smiled. You entered with me, so naturally you never saw it. Xianxia Mountain occupies a unique location in the middle of the sea. It appears and disappears unpredictably. Those without destiny are unable to find it, no matter how many times they search. Anyone who reaches my mountain is someone with a fated connection. I always welcome my guests warmly. But several years ago, his smile became slightly helpless. A cunning scoundrel forced his way in. As they talked, he led Little Orchid deeper into the courtyard until they reached a pavilion. He gestured for her to sit before pushing a plate of delicate pastries toward her. Eat these for now. I'll have them prepare another plate. Little Orchid obediently picked one up and took a bite. The pastry melted instantly in her mouth. Her eyes widened. It was even more delicious than the pastries the Heavenly Emperor had once brought when proposing marriage to her master. She immediately stuffed several more into her mouth. What happened after that? What did that scoundrel do? Xianxia Langjun watched her puffed-up cheeks as she happily ate. He almost reached out to pinch them, but decided against it. His fingers lightly tapped the table instead. He was an extremely powerful demon. After reaching Xianin Mountain, he memorized the route. Then he gathered a group of demons and returned to steal all of my treasures. That's terrible. Exactly. He sighed. They stole quite a few treasures and sold them for money. If they had simply needed money, they could have asked me. I would have gladly given it to them. Don't be sad. Little Orchid swallowed another dumpling. The people who stole from you definitely won't have a good ending. So, after that, you built the maze? Being robbed once wasn't enough for me to build it. It would have blocked the path for future visitors. The real problem, his smile faded slightly, was greed. After robbing me once, they weren't satisfied. They came a second time, and then a third. So I borrowed the power of the treasures here and combined it with the unique geography of this place to create a massive maze beneath the sea. Anyone who enters without an invitation becomes trapped inside. They eventually lose their lives. As he spoke those final words, his voice turned unexpectedly cold. A chilling, killing intent briefly seeped into his tone. Little Orchid shivered. She looked up at him. Yet Xianxia Langjun was still smiling as gently as before, his expression completely unchanged. Had she only imagined it? It's a pity, Xianxia Langjun said. Despite searching for many years, I still haven't managed to recover all of the treasures that were stolen. Little Orchid swallowed the pastry in her mouth and looked around. But you already have so many treasures here. She pointed at the incense burner on the table. That incense can tell the time throughout all 12 double hours. That yin-yang stone can predict the weather inside this pavilion. And on my way here, I saw a water mirror moss growing around your lake. She paused before adding, though it's better not to grow too much of it. Looking into it lets you see things that shouldn't be seen. Xianxia Longjuan's smile slowly faded. He stared blankly at her. You recognize them? Little Orchid nodded. I recognize a few of them. But you have so many ancient and unusual treasures here that I don't know all of them. I only know. Before she could finish speaking, Xianxia Langjun suddenly grabbed both her hands. His eyes burned with excitement. Come with me. He looked as though he had just discovered the greatest treasure in the world. Without another word, he pulled Little Orchid out of the pavilion. Before they had gone more than a few steps, however, a black figure silently blocked their path. You cannot, Langjun. Little Orchid recognized the voice. It was the same person who had tried to stop Xianxia Langjun from bringing her to Qianyin Mountain back in Linhai City. Back then she had only seen a black silhouette. Now, she still only saw a black silhouette. The person's entire body was wrapped in black cloth, even the face hidden completely from view. Xianxia Langjun simply stepped around the figure and continued pulling Little Orchid forward. It's fine. It's fine. This little spirit has a pure heart. Lang. The person behind them seemed to want to say something more, but Little Orchid could no longer hear clearly. In the end, she never even got the chance to finish eating. Xianxia Langjun led her into a room. He pressed a hidden switch in one of the bookshelves. The shelf slowly slid aside, revealing a secret doorway. Little Orchid immediately covered her eyes. I won't look. I won't look. My master said that people who discover other people's secrets die young. Xianxia Langjun laughed. I'll protect you. I guarantee you won't die. He said it so naturally that Little Orchid couldn't help staring at him. Then he gently took her hand. Come. I'll guide you. He led her underground. It was pitch black inside. Only the lantern in Xianxia Longjuan's hand illuminated the way. The passage split again and again into numerous forks. At first, Little Orchid tried to remember every left turn and right turn. Soon, however, she became completely lost and simply let Xianxia Langjun lead her. He was remarkably considerate. Every so often he would turn around and ask, Are you frightened? If you are, you can hold onto my arm. Naturally, Little Orchid refused, but she was touched by his thoughtfulness. Eventually, they reached the end of the passage. Xianxia Langjun pushed open a stone door. Instantly, dazzling jewels flooded the chamber with brilliant light. Little Orchid's face lit up as well. Her mouth fell open. Wow! It looked like an entire mountain of treasures. Its grandeur even surpassed the heavenly palace. Some of the treasures she recognized. Others were objects that even her master had never seen before. She looked at Xianxia Langjun in astonishment. How did you collect so many treasures? He smiled faintly. I told you. I love collecting treasures. He walked farther inside. Half of the things here, even I don't recognize. But treasures possess their own unique aura. Whenever I encountered something extraordinary while traveling through the mortal world, I simply brought it back. He turned toward her. If you recognize anything, could you tell me about it? I'll have someone prepare delicious food for you every day. Little Orchid's eyes sparkled. And so, that very day, Xianxia Langjun handed her a brush and a notebook. She carefully wrote down every treasure she recognized, its name, its history, and its purpose. At first, Xianxia Longjuan's attention was entirely focused on the treasures. Every time she identified one, he looked delighted. But as time passed, he gradually stopped looking at the treasures. Instead, he quietly watched Little Orchid herself. A faint smile lingered on his lips. At that moment, Little Orchid was holding a luminous pearl in her hand. She frowned thoughtfully. This pearl looks so familiar. What is it called again? Xianxia Langjun smiled gently. You stay here and think about it. I'll have someone prepare your meal. Little Orchid bit the end of her brush and absent-mindedly nodded. She wasn't even sure she'd heard what he had said. Xianxia Langjun smiled fondly before carrying the lantern outside, leaving Little Orchid alone inside the treasure vault. The stone door slowly closed. The black figure silently appeared before Xianxia Langjun. Xianxia Langjun. Why did you leave her alone in there? The lantern's glow illuminated Xianxia Longjuan's warm smile. A treasure naturally belongs among other treasures. There's nothing wrong with that. He continued walking. If someone else obtained this young lady, that would truly be a pity. The black figure watched the closed stone door for a long moment, then vanished once again. Meanwhile, Little Orchid sat among the countless treasures, desperately trying to remember the pearl's name. Holding the brush, she slowly wandered through the chamber. What was it called? She leaned against the stone wall and sighed. Looking at so many treasures has completely muddled my brain. Suddenly, the wall behind her shifted. At first she noticed nothing unusual. Then, click, the ground beneath her feet suddenly gave way. Oh no! Before she could finish speaking, a powerful sense of weightlessness swallowed her whole. The air rushed past her. A moment later, thump, she landed hard on her backside. Just then, the forgotten name finally came back to her. Yi Guang Pearl. Ordinary Yi Guang pearls were only the size of a thumb. This one was as large as a fist. No wonder it had looked familiar while still seeming different. Little Orchid rubbed her aching backside and stood up. Holding the glowing pearl above her head, she looked around. The chamber below was completely dark. The passage she had fallen through had already been sealed shut by solid stone. There wasn't even a trace of the opening anymore. What is this place? She slowly raised the glowing pearl higher. Its pale blue light spread through the darkness. Suddenly, it illuminated someone's face. Little Orchid froze. Her entire body turned cold. With a scream, she threw the glowing pearl away. Ghost! 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 She hugged her head and trembled for a long time. When nothing moved, she cautiously peeked through her fingers. In the faint glow of the Yi Guang pearl, someone stood there. His gaze slowly swept over her from head to toe. The same black robes, the same long silver-gray hair, the same eternally arrogant expression. Be big devil. Little Orchid cried out in shock. Dongfang Qingcang let out a cold snort. A sinister smile slowly spread across his lips. So, it's you, little flower demon. Little Orchid pointed at him. You, why are you here? Dongfang Qingcang replied coolly. That's the question I should be asking you. How are you still alive? Why hasn't your soul dispersed? So, he had known all along that the body had a problem. Little Orchid clenched her teeth until they creaked. Your soul is the one that should disperse. Chapter 28. The luminous pearl cast a cold glow, making both of their faces appear mysterious. Dongfang Qingcang narrowed his eyes as he examined Little Orchid. When Little Orchid had traveled by boat with Qian Langjun to Qianin Mountain, she had carefully described her original appearance to him. Although the body she now wore wasn't exactly the same, it resembled her former appearance almost perfectly. Dongfang Qingcang had seen her real body before, so he recognized her immediately. Where did you get this body? Little Orchid hugged herself protectively and took a step back, her face still full of anger. You have the nerve to ask where I got this body? You found me that rotten corpse, and I haven't even settled that score with you yet. Dongfang Qingcang let out a cold laugh and took another step toward her. Good. Then let's see how you intend to settle that score. Little Orchid swallowed nervously and retreated another step, silently grinding her teeth in frustration. Dongfang Qingcang chuckled. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson from 10 days ago. 10 days earlier, before they had parted ways, Little Orchid had deliberately provoked the boar demon into attacking Dongfang Qingcang. Afterward, he had made her think carefully about what would have happened once the boar demon died. Now she had risked everything by coming to Linhai City and following him all the way to Qianin Mountain. Yet she still hadn't thought about what would happen after confronting him. She didn't need him to mock her. She already knew she had a habit of acting first and thinking later. Trying to hold the Demon Lord accountable? What a joke. Seeing her discouraged expression, Dongfang Qingcang stepped closer again. Speak. Where did your body come from? Little Orchid backed away until her back hit the stone wall. I was lucky enough to meet a kind person. There are still more good people in this world than villains like you. One of Dongfang Qingcang's brows lifted slightly. So you've already met Qianin Langjun. Little Orchid stared at him in surprise. He continued, using clay mixed with 11 rang to shape a body. It's a clever method. Unfortunately, it's still nothing more than a vessel capable of housing a soul. It won't last more than a few days. How? How did he know that? Could the Demon Lord read minds? While Little Orchid was still stunned, Dongfang Qingcang had already walked right up to her. His overwhelming presence made it difficult for her to breathe. Instinctively, she placed both hands against his chest and pushed. Why you? If you come any closer, I won't be polite. Oh, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Then let Ben's was see. As he spoke, he pinched Little Orchid's soft cheek between his fingers. He prodded it a few times. The material is quite good. It's hardly any different from a real human body. He turned her face from side to side, studying it as though he were inspecting a finely crafted work of art, carefully examining every detail. Little Orchid could only let him tug at her cheeks, her face completely stiff with humiliation. He stood so close that she could feel the warmth radiating from his body. She could even count the length of his eyelashes. When he turned his head to inspect the side of her face, his breath brushed gently across her cheek, making it itch. Little Orchid froze. A moment later, her face flushed bright red. She suddenly came back to her senses and shoved at him. Scoundrel! But her tiny bit of strength couldn't move Dongfang Qingcang at all. Instead, it only seemed to remind him that the owner of this body very much disliked being examined so closely. Dongfang Qingcang narrowed his eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he grabbed her again, this time using considerably more force. Dongfang Qingcang's large hand seized Little Orchid's wrist, locking it firmly like a shackle. He shoved her against the stone wall and lifted her by the wrist until only the tips of her toes touched the ground. All of her weight rested on them, yet she couldn't resist at all. Little Orchid panicked. Dongfang Qingcang, what are you doing? Put me down. You shameless demon. Her shrill cries made his ears ache. He lowered his gaze and looked at her coldly. If you keep screaming, Binzwa will break your arm. Little Orchid bit her lip. Frustration welled up inside her, and her eyes reddened, but her clay body couldn't produce tears. All she could do was curse under her breath. You bastard, you shameless pervert. She bit her lip hard enough to leave teeth marks. Without the slightest courtesy, Dongfang Qingcang pulled her lower lip down to inspect it. The bite marks gradually became shallower before disappearing altogether. Something flashed through his mind. He looked into Little Orchid's tearful, accusing eyes. For some reason, words surfaced in his heart. She was rather pitiful. He lowered her slightly until both feet touched the ground, allowing her to support herself instead of hanging painfully by her wrist. Turn around. His expression remained as cold as ever. Little Orchid was unwilling in every possible way, but she had no choice. Under his overwhelming strength, she obediently turned around. Dongfang Qingcang tilted his head and examined the hair at the back of her head. Suddenly, he plucked out a single strand. Ow! Little Orchid spun around angrily. If you want to look, then look. Why are you pulling my hair? Before she finished speaking, the strand of hair in Dongfang Qingcang's fingers crumbled into clay and fell to the ground. Little Orchid blinked in surprise. Even the hair on this body had been painstakingly sculpted from clay, yet after only a single day, it had already begun reverting back. How long ago was this body made? Dongfang Qingcang asked. He had evidently noticed the same thing. Little Orchid answered blankly. One day. Dongfang Qingcang narrowed his eyes and brushed the clay dust from his fingers. He pondered for a moment before a cold smile slowly appeared. Xianxia Langjun has made Binzwa even more curious. After saying that, he released her. Little Orchid finally stood firmly on the ground and let out a long sigh of relief. She rubbed her sore wrist and looked up. To her surprise, Dongfang Qingcang had already turned around and walked away as though nothing had happened. She froze. What? Was he really just going to leave her here? The surroundings grew darker and darker as Dongfang Qingcang walked beyond the range illuminated by the luminous pearl. Little Orchid didn't have time to think any further. She hurriedly picked up the pearl from the ground and ran after him. Once she caught up, however, she instinctively kept several steps behind. She was afraid Dongfang Qingcang might suddenly think of something else and grab her again for another inspection. At the same time, she was equally afraid of falling too far behind and losing sight of him altogether. In this pitch-black darkness, two people were still better than one, so she quietly followed him, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. After walking for a while, Little Orchid realized Dongfang Qingcang didn't seem to have any intention of harming her. If he had wanted to, he would have done so already. Encouraged by that thought, she cautiously moved a little closer. A short while later, she glanced back into the darkness behind them. For some reason, she felt as though someone was following them. Without another thought, she hurried a step closer to the Demon Lord. The comparison formed unconsciously in Little Orchid's mind. She gradually realized that Dongfang Qingcang wasn't nearly as frightening as whatever lurked in the darkness behind them. Growing bolder, she moved closer to him until they were walking side by side. Every now and then, her shoulder would accidentally bump against his. Dongfang Qingcang glanced at her once, but didn't drive her away. Thinking about how little Orchid had managed to survive until now, even he found it rather surprising. This little flower demon clearly had no abilities to speak of. Her life was constantly in danger, yet somehow her luck was extraordinary. Every time disaster struck, misfortune somehow turned into good fortune. How did you meet Xian Lan Jue? Dongfang Qingcang asked. After a brief pause, he added, and why did he save you? Because he's a good person. Little Orchid turned to glare at him. Unlike a certain scoundrel who goes back on his word, breaks his promises, and never keeps what he says. Dongfang Qingcang laughed. When has Benzwa ever broken a promise? You said you'd find me a body. I did. Little Orchid nearly choked. You found one, but there was obviously something wrong with it. Did Benzwa ever promise to find you a body without problems? Little Orchid was completely speechless. Seeing her grinding her teeth in frustration, the corners of Dongfang Qingcang's lips curved upward. Little flower demon, Benzwa is the Demon Lord. Did you really think there was any benefit to getting involved with me? There hasn't been a single benefit from knowing you this whole time. Little Orchid snorted. So we're even. I'll count this as my victory. Thinking back over everything that had happened since they first met, even Dongfang Qingcang couldn't deny her words. The two continued walking silently through the darkness. After a while, Little Orchid suddenly remembered something. Big Devil, why did you come here in the first place? I heard Xian Lan Jue say someone broke into the maze protecting Xianyin Mountain. Was that person you? Have you managed to break the maze yet? Dongfang Qingcang glanced at her. His expression remained indifferent. You are already inside the maze. Little Orchid froze. What? Dongfang Qingcang looked at her. Benzwa thought it was strange. Xian Lan Jue saved you, yet somehow he still let you fall into the maze. A mocking smile appeared on his lips. Or were you simply so foolish that you wandered into it yourself without realizing it? Little Orchid stared blankly at him, while waves of panic crashed through her heart. She had only leaned casually against a wall in the treasure vault. How had she ended up inside the maze? Why hadn't Xian Lan Jue warned her about such a dangerous mechanism? He had said no one had escaped this formation for many years. Even Dongfang Qingcang hadn't managed to get out. So how was she supposed to leave? This body only had 3 days before it fell apart. She was doomed. Perhaps she'd become a wandering soul trapped here forever until her spirit finally dispersed. Or maybe the Demon Lord would show a little mercy. When that day came, after this body could no longer be used, perhaps she could ask Dongfang Qingcang to make a little room inside his body for her to stay temporarily. After all, they'd already shared one body for so many days. A few more shouldn't make much difference. She looked up at Dongfang Qingcang with hopeful, sparkling eyes. Dongfang Qingcang met her gaze and seemed to read every one of her thoughts. The corner of his mouth slowly lifted, revealing a sinister smile and a glimpse of his sharp teeth. What are you thinking? Chapter 29. She felt that the big devil's demeanor was rather condescending, as if he simply took joy in other people's misfortune. But Little Orchid didn't dare anger him. She silently followed him for a while before tugging gently on his sleeve. Dongfang Qingcang turned to look at her. Little Orchid looked at him with shining eyes. Big Devil, after spending so much time with you, I've realized that your eyes are steadier and purer than most people's. You're not as evil as the legends say. Deep inside your heart, you've hidden a kindness that no one has ever seen. You're insane. Where did you get such a ridiculous idea? Dongfang Qingcang mercilessly exposed her lie. Save your strength, and cherish the little time you have left. Little Orchid's silence. Dongfang Qingcang turned and continued walking. Little Orchid almost wanted to hug his leg. Big Devil, you can't just stand by and watch someone suffer. We've survived so many life and death situations together. At least think about the friendship we've built through all those hardships. Friendship? Dongfang Qingcang repeated the word with unmistakable mockery. Little Orchid gritted her teeth and rolled her eyes. Fine. If you won't help me, then I won't help you either. Forget about leaving this maze. Dongfang Qingcang laughed. Little flower demon, Are you so frightened that you've started talking nonsense? Little Orchid immediately replied, My master once told me stories about you. The legends say you were born with a pair of devil eyes, capable of seeing through everything in the world. Logically speaking, once you entered this maze, you should have been able to see through it and break out immediately. But before, I heard one of the guards report to Xiang Jue that someone had barged into the maze on Qianin Mountain. Besides you, there couldn't have been anyone else. It's been such a long time since then, yet you still haven't found the eye of the maze. Little Orchid paused. Everything she had said was merely speculation. She wasn't certain at all, but if she wanted Dongfang Qingcang to save her, she had no choice but to gamble with her life. She had to pretend to be calm, pretend to be profound. I've concluded that the reason you still haven't found the eye of the maze is because you've lost your powers. Dongfang Qingcang's eyes instantly turned cold. He shot her a sideways glance. The murderous intent hidden within that single look made Little Orchid instinctively take a step backward. Yet he didn't attack her. He merely stared at her coldly, as though waiting for her to continue. Little Orchid had never been good at lying, and she lacked confidence. To encourage herself, she continued rambling. Think about it. If you still had your powers, Qianin Mountain wouldn't still be standing like this. Just like when you wiped out those 3,000 soldiers, you could overturn mountains and seas with a wave of your sleeve. You wouldn't have to slowly stumble through the darkness one step at a time. It's rare for you to have an intelligent moment. Little Orchid was secretly delighted. So her wild guess had actually been right. She immediately continued. Then you'll save me, won't you? Dongfang Qingcang frowned. I know where the eye of the maze is. Dongfang Qingcang laughed. Little flower demon. Do you take Benzhua for a 3-year-old child? He said coldly. I already told you this place was a maze, yet you were so naive that you didn't even realize you had fallen into it. And you expect Benzhua to believe such nonsense? Whether it's nonsense or not, just hear me out. Little Orchid continued. Xianxia Jue brought me here to Qianin Mountain. He loves collecting treasures, and my master, Siming Xingjuan, served in the heavenly realm writing mortal fates while also researching the world's rare treasures. Because I spent so much time with my master, I learned to recognize many valuable treasures. When I mentioned this while chatting with Xianxia Jue, he became interested and brought me into a secret chamber connected to the library. Everything she said was true. Little Orchid spoke calmly. Dongfang Qingcang remained silent. Before entering the hidden treasure room through the secret passage beneath the library, he carried a lantern and led me through a long, dark corridor. She pointed ahead, just like this one. Dongfang Qingcang folded his arms. A thoughtful look gradually appeared in his eyes. When we reached the treasure room, I was identifying the treasures for him. He said he was going to bring me something to eat and left. While I was examining the treasures, I accidentally triggered a mechanism and fell into the place where I met you. Little Orchid noticed the faint light of understanding in Dongfang Qingcang's eyes. You've already figured it out. The place I was in was on Qianin Mountain. It was an extremely secret location that stored countless treasures. Naturally, the maze itself couldn't have been placed there. The only explanation is that it was the eye of the maze. Those treasures had to be hidden in the most secret place possible, and the eye of the maze also had to be concealed in the most secret place imaginable. So hiding both of them together was the most logical choice. The place where I fell was probably the eye of the maze. Inside a maze, being off by a single step can be as disastrous as being off by 1,000. The closer you get to the eye of the maze, the harder it is to find. The path we took happened to be far away from it. Compared to the eye of the maze, the entrance you use to enter the maze should be much easier to locate. Dongfang Qingcang raised an eyebrow. And then, Little Orchid imitated the mysterious, unfathomable expression Siming often wore while writing mortal fates. Based on the layout of these caves, this place feels exactly like the passage Xianxia Jue led me through before. It's like walking through a hidden path reflected inside a mirror. So, Big Devil, if you take me back to the entrance, I should be able to retrace the route to the secret chamber. Dongfang Qingcang's voice carried a trace of surprise. You remember the way? I do. His gaze turned cold. Little flower demon, no one has ever dared deceive Benzhua. Who would dare deceive you if they wanted to stay alive? Little Orchid felt utterly miserable inside. but she kept her expression calm and smiled. Big devil. The immortals of the heavenly realm are kind-hearted, and most of them are honest. Silence settled between them in the darkness. Then, a strange sound echoed from ahead. It rose and fell, like the slow breathing of some enormous creature. Dongfang Qingcang's expression darkened. Little Orchid immediately hid behind him. What was that? Dongfang Qingcang frowned slightly. The murderous aura within the maze has been stirred. The maze even has murderous aura. Little Orchid secretly complained. Xiang Langjun was truly ruthless. This wasn't merely a maze. It was a killing formation. No wonder no one had ever escaped it. Bang! A burst of flames suddenly flickered around the corner ahead. In an instant, a pillar of blazing fire roared toward Dongfang Qingcang and Little Orchid. Little Orchid's face turned pale with fright. Among the 5 elements, the Demon Lord's affinity was fire. In this world, no flame was more terrifying than the Demon Lord himself. Dongfang Qingcang remained completely unperturbed. Little Orchid, on the other hand, nearly died of fright. The flames moved far too quickly. She didn't even have time to grab onto him before the fire swept across her body, igniting the hem of her skirt. She screamed repeatedly, convinced she had been burned alive. Yet after waiting for a moment, she realized she felt no pain at all. Little Orchid froze. Only after a long pause did she finally understand. Of course, her current body was made from clay. During its creation, it had been tempered countless times in intense flames. Ordinary fire couldn't harm it. Xiang Langjun had only warned her to beware of water. Relieved that she wasn't about to die, Little Orchid lowered her head. The instant she looked down, her heart shattered into countless pieces. Her clothes. Her body might have been made of clay, but her clothing certainly wasn't. They were just ordinary clothes. The flames had burned away everything. Her skirt, her stockings, her outer robe, even her undergarments. Not even her doo-doo had survived. And the big devil was still standing right here. Even if this body was nothing more than clay, being completely naked in front of the big devil was unbearably embarrassing. She had never mentally prepared herself for a man to see her like this. Burned. Everything had burned away. Chapter 30. The blazing flames surged forward like crashing waves. By the time they had swept past, not a single scrap of fabric remained on Little Orchid's body. She let out a terrified cry and hurriedly covered her chest with both arms. Hearing the commotion behind him, Dongfang Qingcang instinctively began to turn around. Without the slightest hesitation, Little Orchid slapped him across the face. "Don't turn around." The slap was so forceful that it knocked his head to one side. Blue veins bulged on Dongfang Qingcang's forehead. By then, the raging flames had already passed, and the cave returned to its deathly silence. He slowly turned his head back and said coldly, "Little flower demon, you're becoming bolder by the day." His voice abruptly stopped. Little Orchid was crouching naked on the ground, trembling. Both hands were pressed tightly against her chest. She was doing everything she could to cover herself. Even so, Dongfang Qingcang could still see the smooth, pale skin of her back. Her delicate shoulder blades were faintly visible. Because she was curled into a crouch, the graceful curve of her spine stood out clearly, disappearing beneath the small of her back. Whether from cold or from sheer embarrassment, her slender back trembled ever so slightly. Little Orchid bit her lip tightly. After a long silence, she spoke in a tearful voice. "I told you not to turn around." Dongfang Qingcang looked at her. His tone remained indifferent. "Benzwa has no interest in you." That was true. This body had merely been sculpted from clay. Even her original body had already been thoroughly examined by Dongfang Qingcang while creating this one. He truly had no interest. Besides, in the demon realm, naked demons were a common sight. She had even heard that in ancient times, female demons had been completely uninhibited. Dongfang Qingcang had long since grown accustomed to such things. Even if he saw every inch of her body today, he probably wouldn't think anything of it. But she was still unbearably embarrassed. Lowering her head, Little Orchid mumbled, "Big devil, take off your clothes." Dongfang Qingcang frowned. "Are you trying to seduce Benzwa?" "I only want your robe." Curled into a tiny ball, Little Orchid stretched out both hands toward him. "Your robe?" Dongfang Qingcang asked calmly. "What if Benzwa refuses?" Little Orchid's outstretched hands froze in midair. Slowly, she withdrew them. For a long time, she didn't say another word. Dongfang Qingcang looked at her. She had curled herself into an even tighter ball. Her body trembled more violently than before. Her head remained buried low, like a frightened little hedgehog being bullied. She could only cling desperately to herself, looking pitiful and helpless. Dongfang Qingcang turned away. He no longer looked at her. Little Orchid had been certain he would mock her after seeing her in such a state. Humiliation, embarrassment, unease. The emotions continued to spread through her heart. Then, a piece of warm cloth suddenly settled over her head. Like a calming spell, it instantly suppressed all those turbulent feelings. Instinctively, she reached up and caught the garment before it slipped away. It was Dongfang Qingcang's black robe. Little Orchid could hardly believe that the great Demon Lord could show such kindness at a moment like this. She looked up at him with wide eyes. Their gazes met. Within the pitch-black maze, only the faint glow of the night-luminous pearl illuminated the darkness. In Dongfang Qingcang's black eyes, the only reflection was her. He asked flatly, "You don't want it?" "I do." Little Orchid hurriedly clutched the robe. Afraid he might change his mind, or mock her, she immediately wrapped herself tightly in it. She didn't even bother putting her arms through the sleeves. She only cared about covering her chest and her hips. It wasn't until she had struggled to put on the oversized robe, her hands and feet hopelessly tangled in the excess fabric, that she finally looked up. Dongfang Qingcang stood a short distance away with his back to her. He hadn't looked at her even once. Little Orchid suddenly felt ashamed for having doubted his character. She quickly adjusted the robe, cleared her throat, and called out, "Big devil." Dongfang Qingcang didn't respond. She continued awkwardly, "Thank you. Let's go. I still need your belt." Dongfang Qingcang stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her. His robe, which fit him perfectly, completely swallowed Little Orchid's tiny frame. The hem pooled across the ground, and even the sleeves dragged behind her. Without the slightest politeness, Dongfang Qingcang sneered, "You're too short." Blue veins immediately appeared on Little Orchid's forehead. Still, she forced herself to endure it. Holding up the loose fabric around her waist, she said, "I can't walk while carrying all this." "Your belt." She glanced at him. Beneath the robe, he wore only a black inner garment. The belt fastened both the robe and the trousers underneath. If he took it off, his pants would probably fall. Just imagining that scene left Little Orchid speechless. "I'll just keep holding it." Before she could finish speaking, rumble. A deep roaring sound echoed ahead. Little Orchid's face instantly turned pale. She listened carefully. It was the sound of rushing water. Remembering the flames from earlier, Little Orchid immediately rushed toward Dongfang Qingcang. She grabbed his arm tightly. "What do we do, big devil?" Ignoring his frown, she cried anxiously. Xian Langjun said this body of mine is made of clay. If it touches water, it'll fall apart. Dongfang Qingcang remained remarkably calm. "Is that so? Then let Benzwa see what happens." Little Orchid stared at him in horror. "How can your heart be so cruel?" Even as they argued, the roar of the water grew closer and closer. Little Orchid's face lost every trace of color. Without another thought, she wrapped her arms around Dongfang Qingcang's neck and leaped onto his back. Her legs locked tightly around his waist. Dongfang Qingcang's expression darkened. "Get down." Immediately, no matter how he shouted. Little Orchid refused to let go. At a moment where her life was on the line, she no longer cared whether the robe stayed in place. She merely draped it over her back, while clinging to Dongfang Qingcang like an octopus. Shouting desperately, she said, "Either let me hide inside your body again, or think of another way." Given her current position, and those words, anyone overhearing them would inevitably misunderstand. Had anyone else dared wrap themselves around Dongfang Qingcang's neck and say such a thing, they would have died long ago. But since it was Little Orchid, the helplessness he felt outweighed even his anger. He raised a hand to pry her arms from around his neck. "Get down." Before he could touch her, Little Orchid suddenly let out a terrified scream. "It's cracking. It's cracking." She buried her face against his neck. At that moment, the torrent surged around the corner like a pack of ferocious beasts, charging straight toward them. There was magic mixed within the water. Dongfang Qingcang's eyes turned icy. He shook the bone orchid bracelet on his wrist. In an instant, thick branches burst forth. They rapidly intertwined into a giant sphere, enclosing both him and little orchid inside. More and more branches continued to grow, weaving tightly together and completely separating the inside from the outside. The thick roots pierced deeply into the surrounding rock, anchoring the wooden sphere firmly in place. Bang! The bone orchid barrier trembled violently. The torrent had slammed into it. Little Orchid realized she hadn't gotten wet. Only then did she cautiously lift her head and look around. The sight left her stunned. Big devil, that bracelet is unbelievably powerful. Dongfang Qingcang didn't even glance at her. He said calmly, "This place is the 5 elements killing formation. It uses the power of the 5 elements to kill anyone trapped within the maze. The longer someone remains inside, the stronger the attacks become. The flames earlier were only ordinary fire, but this water is infused with magic. The next attack will be even harder to withstand." Little Orchid fell silent. After a long moment, Dongfang Qingcang said coldly, "Little flower demon, you'd better pray that you truly remember the path to the eye of the maze." Chapter 31. After the flood receded, the bone orchid slowly withdrew. The countless branches disappeared, and it once again became a quiet bracelet resting on Dongfang Qingcang's left wrist. Looking at it now, no one would have guessed it possessed such astonishing power. As soon as Dongfang Qingcang landed on the ground, he heard Little Orchid cry out in alarm. She immediately hugged his arm and jumped onto him. To keep from dropping her, he instinctively steadied himself and wrapped an arm around her waist. Now that the danger had passed, this monkey-like little flower demon still clung shamelessly to him. Did she really think he wouldn't do anything? Dongfang Qingcang pinched her cheeks together with one hand, squeezing her mouth into a tiny pout. Little Orchid let out a muffled squeak, her tearful eyes staring pitifully at him. Narrowing his eyes, Dongfang Qingcang said, "Little flower demon, you're becoming more and more presumptuous." The magical water. Dongfang Qingcang glanced at the ground. After the flood, pools of water remained trapped among the uneven rocks. Little Orchid shook her head until he finally released her face. She said innocently, "There's water everywhere. I can't walk through it like this. Carry me across this part first. I'll get down afterward." Dongfang Qingcang shot her a cold look. Then he reached toward her waist. Before Little Orchid could react, he effortlessly lifted her and slung her over his shoulder. "Big devil." Little Orchid cried out while struggling. "This is so uncomfortable." Dongfang Qingcang replied indifferently, "Would you rather lie on the ground?" Little Orchid looked down at the puddles. After a moment of silence, she reluctantly surrendered. "Then, bring the night luminous pearl too." So Dongfang Qingcang carried Little Orchid over his shoulder, while Little Orchid held the glowing pearl. Together, they crossed the flooded passage. After several turns, the light from the pearl revealed dry ground ahead. Little Orchid was just about to climb down, when, crack, a deafening roar echoed through the cave. Brilliant white lightning illuminated everything. Little Orchid trembled in fear. She immediately remembered Dongfang Qingcang's words. This was the 5 elements killing formation. Its attacks would only become stronger. Fire, water, then metal. She stared blankly at the stone the lightning had struck. A deep hole had been blasted into it. Her clay body really was in terrible danger. While she was still frozen in shock, she suddenly felt herself falling. Without warning, Dongfang Qingcang threw her to the ground. She landed hard against a protruding rock, scraping her back. The pain nearly made her curse aloud. Just as she looked up to complain about his roughness, she froze. Dongfang Qingcang was bent over her. His body shielded her completely. He stared at her intently without saying a word. Boom! Another bolt of lightning tore through the cave. It struck Dongfang Qingcang squarely across the back. The explosion was so loud it nearly burst Little Orchid's eardrums. The blinding light was almost impossible to look at. Yet, for some reason, Little Orchid found herself staring only at Dongfang Qingcang. She didn't even blink. The white lightning gradually faded into his body. He slowly straightened up, completely unharmed. No matter how terrifying the formation was, or how powerful the lightning became, Dongfang Qingcang's body seemed completely unaffected. To him, Such attacks were probably no more than a gentle breeze. Little Orchid was stunned. This was the first time Dongfang Qingcang had protected her without being begged. She hadn't cried, hadn't pleaded, hadn't hugged his leg, hadn't shamelessly begged for mercy. He had simply saved her. Even if his actions had been rough, they had seemed almost instinctive. Big devil. As soon as she spoke, a strange fragrance drifted into her nose. Dongfang Qingcang frowned. Hold your breath. But it was already too late. Little Orchid had already inhaled the sweet scent twice. At first, it seemed ordinary. Then, it gradually became the familiar fragrance she remembered from long ago. The scent of her master. She remembered the days when she had still been nothing more than an orchid growing in a flower pot on Siming Xingjuan's windowsill. She couldn't speak. She couldn't transform into human form. But she had learned astonishingly quickly. After discovering this, Siming had always treated her kindly. She would often chat with Little Orchid, discuss the fates she was writing, and tell stories about her experiences. She had taught Little Orchid countless things. Back when Little Orchid couldn't move, Siming Xingjuan had been her only companion. She truly loved her master. The fragrance seeped deep into her bones. She seemed to see the bright sunlight of the heavenly realm once more. Siming Xingjuan sat at her desk, completely focused on writing mortal fates. Little Orchid quietly remained in her flower pot, watching her. Suddenly, Siming looked up. Her expression was ice cold. I've heard that you've been following the Demon Lord. The smile froze on Little Orchid's face. Master, you traveled the world with him, ignored heavenly law, and disrupted the order of reincarnation. Isn't that true? Little Orchid had never seen Siming scold her so harshly. She was so frightened her legs gave out. She tumbled from the windowsill and crashed onto the ground. The scene instantly changed. The sunlight disappeared. The gentle breeze vanished. Siming's residence was gone. Only endless darkness remained. Within that darkness, Siming drew a sword and pointed it at her. I raised you. I didn't raise you so you could ruin the lives I worked so hard to write. I didn't. Little Orchid desperately crawled backward. Master, please listen. I can explain. This was all Dongfang Qingcang's doing. Siming snorted coldly. If he committed evil and you stayed beside him, then you're his accomplice. Today, I'll feed you to the pigs. The moment she finished speaking, the wild boar demon that Dongfang Qingcang had killed suddenly appeared. Little Orchid gasped in horror. Its entire face was covered in blood. It lay on the ground, staring at her with hungry eyes. Its snout twitched as though muttering something terrifying. Little Orchid hurriedly crawled to Siming's feet and hugged her leg. Master, please don't feed me to the pigs. Please don't kill me. I was forced into this. I had no choice but to stay beside him. I promise. As soon as I get the chance, I'll kick Dongfang Qingcang away. Even if he begs me, I won't go looking for him. Oh, Dongfang Qingcang suddenly appeared beside her. He crouched down and lightly tapped the space between her brows. His beautiful eyes looked at her coldly. Benzwa has saved you so many times. And yet this little flower demon wants to abandon Benzwa and run away? You never saved me. Little Orchid protested. You've only been trying to kill me. I escaped because I was clever. Dongfang Qingcang laughed coldly. If Benzwa truly intended to kill you, did you really think your little tricks could save you? Little Orchid froze. At that moment, Siming finally spoke again. So, you and this wicked devil have truly fallen in love. Little Orchid's eyes widened. No, that's not what you think. But Siming refused to listen. She swung her sword. Watch carefully. I'll kill him first. The sword flashed. It pierced straight through Dongfang Qingcang's chest. Little Orchid's eyes widened. Dongfang Qingcang's face instantly turned pale. Blood poured from his mouth. He coughed once, then collapsed. Without a trace of mercy, Siming withdrew her sword. Blood gushed even faster from the wound in his chest. Little Orchid's mind went blank. Her heart clenched painfully. Big devil. She hurriedly crawled to his side. Seeing the warm blood flowing endlessly from his chest, she desperately covered the wound with both hands. But she couldn't stop it. His blood quickly stained her hands crimson. Siming's eyes remained icy. Do you still dare claim you feel nothing for him? No. Little Orchid hurriedly shook her head. There's nothing between us. But he saved me so many times. He's helped me so many times. You You don't want him to die. Blood dripped steadily from Siming's sword, staining the ground red. But he is the Demon Lord. He must never return to the three realms. He must die. Her sword pointed toward Little Orchid's chest. And you, for siding with him, are an enemy of the heavenly realm. You must die as well. Little Orchid's face turned deathly pale. She watched the sword rush toward her. Just as it was about to pierce her heart, a hand suddenly reached out. It caught the blade. In an instant, the sword transformed into a wooden vine. Crack! The vine snapped cleanly in two. The crisp sound jolted Little Orchid awake. The wild boar demon vanished. The dying Dongfang Qingcang disappeared. Siming became nothing more than a crude puppet woven from vines and branches. It slowly fell apart into dried vines that scattered across the ground. The darkness faded. The gentle light of the night luminous pearl returned. A hand was stretched out before her. It held the broken vine that had nearly pierced her heart. Little Orchid stared blankly, then slowly looked up. Dongfang Qingcang stood before her. His expression remained cold and indifferent. He snapped the remaining vine in half and tossed it aside. Then he glanced at her. You couldn't even hold your breath? A clumsy illusion like that actually fooled you? Big devil. Little Orchid murmured blankly. You're still alive. Dongfang Qingcang raised an eyebrow slightly. Little Orchid touched her own face. I'm alive too. Master didn't kill me. A relieved smile slowly appeared. Master wasn't going to kill me. Dongfang Qingcang glanced at her weak legs, which still couldn't support her. He picked up the night luminous pearl from the ground and tossed it into her arms. Its soft light drove away the lingering darkness. Little Orchid looked at him foolishly. Dongfang Qingcang turned away. Stand up. He took a step forward. Let's go. Author's preview. Little Orchid's thought. Fire, water, metal, and wood. We've already gone through those. Next should be earth. Earth. It's wrapping around my body. Big devil. Let me in. Chapter 32. The darkness felt endless. Little Orchid didn't know how long she had been walking inside it. But she no longer had the mood to complain about exhaustion, nor the energy to think about what the next attack of this 5 elements killing formation might be. She simply followed the shadow of Dongfang Qingcang in silence, not saying a single word. Perhaps her gaze was too focused, because Dongfang Qingcang eventually noticed. He lifted his head and glanced at her. Little Orchid did not avoid his eyes. Instead, she stared back with bright, unblinking eyes. Dongfang Qingcang turned away. Little Orchid continued staring. After a moment, Dongfang Qingcang finally couldn't ignore it anymore. What do you want this time? Big devil. Little Orchid said seriously. Let me ask you something. We've already been through so much together. If you wanted to kill me, I wouldn't be able to escape anyway. So why don't you just kill me cleanly and mercilessly? Dongfang Qingcang stopped walking. He turned back slowly, his gaze deep. So you want to die? His voice dropped. Ben's will grant your wish. He raised his hand. Sharp black nails gleamed faintly under the light of the night luminous pearl, carrying a chilling, murderous intent. Little Orchid's eyes widened in panic. She quickly waved both hands. No, no, no. You misunderstood. Calm down. Calm down. She stumbled backward. But the ground beneath her feet suddenly felt wrong. Soft. Strangely soft. She froze and looked down. The solid path had turned into mud. No, not just mud. It was sinking. Her feet were already slowly disappearing into it. Earth. The earth element of the 5 elements killing formation. Little Orchid didn't even dare to scream. Her first instinct was to grab Dongfang Qingcang's hand. Big devil. Pull me up. Dongfang Qingcang looked at her calmly. Weren't you the one who just said I wasn't merciless enough? That was then. This is now. Little Orchid panicked. Why are you suddenly so detailed about everything? If you don't pull me up, you'll get dragged down too. Dongfang Qingcang glanced downward. His eyes darkened. The bone orchid bracelet on his wrist moved. In an instant, countless vine-like branches shot out like a spider web, piercing into the surrounding rock to anchor them in place. He grabbed Little Orchid's hand and pulled, but she didn't move. Her feet were already swallowed deep into the mud. The sticky earth clung to her like it wanted to devour her whole. Harder, harder, she cried. Dongfang Qingcang exerted more force. A sharp sound echoed. Plop. Something tore free. For a brief moment, everything went still. Even Dongfang Qingcang paused. In his hand was a small, pale arm that had just been pulled cleanly off. The severed limb slowly turned ashen, then crumbled into gray earth-like dust and scattered into the ground. Little Orchid froze. Then she let out a piercing scream and grabbed at the broken stump in panic. Her body was still sinking. Rapidly. Half of her had already merged into the earth. She could feel it clearly now. She couldn't climb out anymore. She couldn't even move properly anymore. Only her upper body remained above the surface, trembling. Big devil, hurry. Let me into your body. If she had tears, she would have been crying uncontrollably. Didn't you say you wouldn't just watch someone die? We already agreed. When we find the eye of the formation, I'll lead you there. I really found it. Just let me in your body. I only need a little while. After this, Xian Lanjue will fix me again. Her chest began sinking into the mud. Big devil. This time, she truly felt it. He might really not save her. That was right. How could a demon lord like Dongfang Qingcang allow a mere flower demon to control his body? He would never agree to something like that again. The mud reached her mouth and nose. Little Orchid closed her eyes in despair. And so she didn't see it. Dongfang Qingcang's hand slowly lifting. At that moment, the bone orchid bracelet trembled violently. Dongfang Qingcang looked up sharply. The entire cave shifted. The surrounding rocks suddenly turned into collapsing earth, surging down like a landslide. The bone orchid barrier was not fully formed in time, and Dongfang Qingcang was buried beneath the collapsing ground. Everything went silent, as if nothing had ever happened. The earth solidified again, cold, heavy, still. Little Orchid, half conscious within the sinking mud, heard something. A sound like the world cracking apart, like mountains collapsing, like rivers breaking, like countless beings screaming in agony. She frowned and slowly opened her eyes. And what she saw made her freeze completely. She was no longer in the maze. She was floating. The ground beneath her feet trembled violently. Mountains split apart. Rivers collapsed into the abyss. The sky itself seemed to be tearing open. Lava flowed like blood across the earth. It looked like the world was dying. Little Orchid couldn't even process it before a violent wind swept past her. It sliced through the air like a blade. Dark clouds were torn apart. And within that storm, two figures clashed endlessly. One of them, she recognized instantly. Dongfang Qingcang. But he was different. His eyes were red like blood. A crimson mark burned between his brows like a sword. He stood in the air, surrounded by endless killing intent, fighting a woman wielding a divine sword. The Shuofeng sword. Little Orchid's breath caught. That woman was a legendary heavenly war god. This was not the present. This was the ancient battle. The clash between Dongfang Qingcang and the Qidi woman at the dawn of time. But how could she be seeing this? Wasn't she just trapped in the earth formation? Wasn't she supposed to be sinking into the mud right in front of Dongfang Qingcang? Come here. A voice suddenly pulled her back. A hand grabbed her and yanked her away from where she stood. A split second later, a wave of murderous energy tore through the space she had just occupied. Little Orchid gasped and turned around. Big devil. She was confused, completely lost. She looked at the distant battlefield where Dongfang Qingcang was fighting the woman, then at the Dongfang Qingcang beside her, dressed in black inner robes, white hair drifting, expression cold. What exactly is going on? She asked shakily. Dongfang Qingcang's voice was calm. An illusion within an illusion. The earth formation is a formation inside a formation. Little Orchid stared blankly. Then why did I see you fighting that woman from ancient times? Dongfang Qingcang ignored her first question. He answered coldly. All formations have a core. Find the eye of the formation, and it will collapse on its own. Little Orchid's face turned pale. So the ones fighting over there are the eyes of the formation? Dongfang Qingcang did not answer. That silence was enough. Little Orchid swallowed hard. Then how are we supposed to get close? That murderous energy, it really can hurt us, right? Dongfang Qingcang nodded. The energy is formed by the formation itself, not the battle. He added indifferently. If it were truly my battle from ancient times, it would be far worse than this. Still so arrogant. But then he continued. However, it cannot harm Benzhua. As for you, hold on to this body tightly. I won't let you die that easily. This body? Little Orchid froze. She looked down, and finally realized. Her limbs were gone. completely gone. Only her upper body remained, wrapped in torn fabric, still held in Dongfang Qingcang's hand like some fragile, broken thing drifting through the chaos. Chapter 33. Little Orchid felt it was rather strange. Dongfang Qingcang clearly didn't have any power left, so how could he still fly within this formation? She twisted her head slightly to look behind him. Only then did she notice. The bow and orchid had transformed into a massive pair of wings. They flapped slowly, carrying them forward through the air. Little Orchid was stunned. Didn't you say it could only be used for protection? Dongfang Qingcang's expression remained cold and indifferent. Bow and orchid feeds on hostile energy to survive. In a place like this, filled with nothing but hostile energy, of course it can be used however Ben's will wishes. His tone was steady, but Little Orchid caught a faint tightness in it. She looked up at him. His jawline was sharp and cold beneath the shifting light. Big devil. This scenery inside the formation, it's related to you, isn't it? In this place, there were only the two of them. The ancient battlefield she had just witnessed was not something she could have known from anywhere else. She had only heard of it in legends. She had never seen it before, but the scene felt too real, too recent, as if it had happened only yesterday. There was only one explanation. This formation was pulling out the deepest memories hidden in Dongfang Qingcang's heart. You and the Qi woman. Little Orchid didn't get to finish. A sudden flash of purple light erupted ahead. Dongfang Qingcang's expression shifted slightly. The bow and orchid wings behind him trembled violently, reacting to his emotions. Little Orchid turned back toward the battlefield. In the distance, a purple figure had appeared. During the battle between Dongfang Qingcang and the Qi woman, that figure suddenly struck from behind. A precise ambush. It pierced straight into Dongfang Qingcang's back. For a moment, he reacted instantly. Turning around, he drove his sword straight through the attacker's chest. Flames erupted across the figure's body. But the attacker did not fall immediately. Instead, with the last of his strength, he grabbed Dongfang Qingcang's arm tightly, refusing to let him pull his sword free. At that exact moment, the Shuofeng sword in the Qi woman's hand glowed brilliantly. And from behind, it pierced through Dongfang Qingcang's heart. Cold energy exploded outward. Ice spread rapidly across his chest, crawling like frozen vines over his body. His strength collapsed in an instant. The flaming sword in his hand slipped from his grasp. The purple figure fell into darkness and disappeared. The Qi woman tried to withdraw her sword and pursue, but Dongfang Qingcang was still holding on to it. Even as frost consumed his body, Little Orchid's eyes widened. Big devil, is this what really happened? So the ancient battle wasn't just Dongfang Qingcang and the Qi woman. There had been a third person, but none of the ancient records ever mentioned him. Even Siming Xingjuan had never spoken of this. Little Orchid slowly lifted her head. Dongfang Qingcang's expression was unreadable. Light and shadow flickered in his eyes. The bone orchid wings behind him grew increasingly restless, as if resonating with buried rage. Big devil. Little Orchid suddenly understood. This formation wasn't simply showing illusions. It was probing the deepest wound within his heart. In Dongfang Qingcang's entire life, there had only ever been one defeat, and that defeat was not something he had ever accepted. If his heart were shaken here, if he was consumed by that resentment again, then breaking the formation would become impossible. Little Orchid immediately grabbed his sleeve. Big devil, don't look at it anymore. But Dongfang Qingcang didn't respond. She panicked. If you keep looking, you'll get trapped in it. Still no answer. The bone orchid wings trembled harder. Little Orchid clenched her teeth. Then, she knocked her head straight into his waist. Big devil, come back to your senses. No reaction. Big devil, big devil, big devil. She kept bumping him repeatedly, but he remained unmoving. Finally, desperate, she opened her mouth and bit his waist. Hard. Dongfang Qingcang's body stiffened slightly. Little Orchid spat it out immediately and looked up. Big devil, are you ticklish or what? Ugh. Before she could finish, her face was suddenly squeezed. Dongfang Qingcang pinched her cheeks, forcing her lips into a pout. His voice was cold. Little flower demon, are you asking to die? Little Orchid's words were crushed into muffled sounds. But at that moment, the illusion trembled violently. The hostile energy began to weaken. The bow and orchid wings behind Dongfang Qingcang flapped once, then stilled. His eyes darkened. Little Orchid turned quickly. Gone. The battlefield had vanished. Dongfang Qingcang and the Qidi woman were no longer there. The formation core had disappeared. Dongfang Qingcang frowned slightly. The formation has broken. Little Orchid blinked. Huh. They hadn't done anything at all. But before she could process it, the ground beneath them suddenly gave way. The bone orchid wings vanished. They began to fall. Big devil. Little Orchid shouted. Hold me. Dongfang Qingcang did not answer. But a moment later, an arm wrapped around her neck and pulled her into his chest. The warmth steadied her instantly. Even in freefall, her heart calmed. She wasn't afraid. Because he was here. Then, they landed. Hard. When Little Orchid opened her eyes again, everything was dark and cold, like they had been buried underground. A faint voice echoed nearby. Barely in time. Lang Jue. Alan, are you alright? Little Orchid blinked slowly. The figure in black stood nearby holding a lantern, his tone filled with concern. Lang Jue leaned closer, inspecting her carefully. I was careless. You've suffered. Little Orchid looked around dazedly. Where is Big Devil? A low voice came from beneath her. Get off me. Little Orchid froze. And only then did she realize. She was lying on top of Dongfang Qingcang. Very closely. Her face immediately turned red. Ah, pervert. She scrambled in panic, but with no limbs properly working, she only managed to flop awkwardly. Lang Jue, as if unable to bear watching further, quickly stepped in. Apologies. He lifted her carefully and moved her aside. Dongfang Qingcang stood up from the dirt. Still calm. Still cold. Still utterly unbothered. Lang Jue smiled gently and checked Little Orchid's face. Does it hurt? His voice was soft, almost careful. If you're uncomfortable, you can rest inside the soul-collecting vase for a while. Dongfang Qingcang narrowed his eyes slightly. Little Orchid hesitated. Something felt strange. Lang Jue's concern seemed excessive. Too focused. Too deliberate. Before she could think further, Dongfang Qingcang stood up fully. His gaze landed on Lang Jue. You are the owner of Qianin Mountain? Yes. Lang Jue studied him. And you are, from the demon realm. Little Orchid blinked. He actually couldn't recognize Dongfang Qingcang, covered in dirt, exhausted, with no aura fully revealed. Even the demon lord of the ancient world could look like an ordinary man like this. Dongfang Qingcang spoke calmly. I came for Rang. The atmosphere instantly tightened. The bone orchid faintly stirred. Lang Jue raised a hand. The black shadow behind him shifted. Dongfang Qingcang's expression remained unchanged. Then Lang Jue smiled. Alan told me about you. He looked at Dongfang Qingcang. So you are the heartless lover she was looking for? Little Orchid froze. A chill ran through her. Dongfang Qingcang's voice turned faintly amused. That's right. I am the heartless lover she spoke of. Chapter 34. Hearing Dongfang Qingcang casually speak such words, as if he were sketching something in light ink, Little Orchid felt the fine hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. She did not even need to think to know. At that moment, the big devil must already be thinking of ways to torment her. Lang Jue looked at Little Orchid, then at Dongfang Qingcang. He understood that their relationship was far more complicated than what Little Orchid had repeatedly described. So he smiled and said, Since you are a friend of Alan, of course Qianin Mountain will offer you hospitality and care. As soon as he finished speaking, the black shadow behind him began to show signs of protest, but it was suppressed by Lang Jue once again. Little Orchid had noticed that the black shadow always seemed to object to Lang Jue's decisions. Whether it was when he brought her to the island or led her into the hidden treasure chamber, it always seemed alert and resistant during conversations involving Dongfang Qingcang. Yet each time, it was quietly suppressed. It almost seemed a little pitiful. Her gaze drifted past Lang Jue's shoulder toward the shadow. However, beneath the layers of black cloth, she could not see anything clearly. She pouted slightly and was about to look away when, suddenly, within the folds of the cloth, she saw a pair of red eyes staring back at her. Little Orchid's neck stiffened in fright. She blinked, and in the next instant, the eyes were gone. Was it an illusion? She turned away, bewildered, just as Qianin Langjun continued speaking with Dongfang Qingcang. Xiang is truly a treasure of my Qianin mountain, Qianin Langjun said. May I ask why brother has specifically come here for Xiang? As far as I know, Xiang has no use for people of the demon realm. Dongfang Qingcang was silent for a moment. Then he glanced sideways at Little Orchid. To create a body, he said. Little Orchid immediately lifted her head, her spirits rising. Her eyes met Dongfang Qingcang's calm gaze, and her heart felt as if something had struck it. A wave of warmth spread through her chest, as though her otherwise cold body had suddenly begun to heat up. Big Devil wants to create a body for her? So he had traveled thousands of miles, endured hardship to reach Qianin Mountain, and even broken into the 5 elemental killing formation, all just to create a body for her? Little Orchid could not calm herself. But even amid the excitement, a faint unease lingered in her heart. If Dongfang Qingcang had come to Qianin Mountain for a body for her, then after receiving the message from here, why didn't he bring her along? Was he not afraid that once the body was created and she returned, he would be unable to find her soul? Or was the body he intended to create not for her at all? The more she thought, the colder her heart became. The warmth that had just surged through her slowly faded. She quietly looked at Dongfang Qingcang. If it wasn't for her, then who was it for? Oh, Qianin Langjun said, as if reading her thoughts, and asked in her place, is it for Alan? Dongfang Qingcang fell silent again. Little Orchid suddenly grew nervous and stared at him intently. After a moment, the corners of his lips curved slightly. If not her, he said lightly, then who else? Little Orchid froze. She stared at him for a long time, unable to describe what she was feeling. Her mind went blank, and then a strange warmth rose in her cheeks. Even though her body had no heart, it still felt warm. Big Devil is really good to her. Qianin Longjuan's eyes curved with a calm smile as he looked at Dongfang Qingcang. It seems brother is not a heartless lover, as Alan described, he said gently. It seems I've disappointed you. He signaled for the black-clothed figure to light the lantern and lead the way, while he carried Little Orchid and prepared to guide them out of the maze. The body Elan uses was formed with Xiang mixed with clay. Qianin Langjun continued. Unfortunately, even so, it cannot last more than 3 days before it hardens and becomes immobile. I'm afraid the body brother wishes to create may not be so easily achieved. Clay is dead, Dongfang Qingcang replied indifferently. Any body made from it will naturally harden. A body made entirely of Xiang can live. Qianin Langjun paused. The lantern light reflected in his eyes. You may not know this, he said slowly, but Xiang is an endlessly self-replicating substance. Without clay as a stabilizer, its form will constantly shift. It cannot become a human body. Even if a soul is placed within it, it will remain nothing but soil. Dongfang Qingcang glanced at him faintly, his expression arrogant and unshaken. I have my own method, he said. Just give me Xiang. The black shadow in front suddenly stopped. Arrogant, it snapped. Dongfang Qingcang merely smiled, as if it were praise. Qianin Langjun studied him for a long moment. The amount of Xiang is limited, he said. Even if all of it is used, it can only form one body. If the attempt fails, Alan will have to remain inside the soul-collecting vase. Brother, can you guarantee success? Little Orchid grew tense and immediately looked at Dongfang Qingcang. He gave a cold snort. Just forming a body, he said. Is there even a possibility of failure? Indeed. Compared to everything Dongfang Qingcang had done before, creating a body should be simple. After all, he possessed the power to shape life itself. Back in the demon realm, he had once casually turned a drop of water into a living form, even if it had not lasted long. With his power, and something as mysterious as Xiang, it should not be difficult, because he was Dongfang Qingcang. But then, Little Orchid suddenly realized something terrifying. He had lost his powers. At that moment, the black-clothed guide led them out of the formation. Soon after, they successfully left the 5 elemental killing formation that had trapped them. Sunlight poured down from the sky. Little Orchid exhaled deeply. She finally felt alive again. She looked around and realized they were back at the seaside courtyard where Qianin Langjun had first brought her after arriving on the island. Behind them stood Qianin Mountain, and in front stretched white sand and endless waves. It seemed the time they had spent inside the formation had been folded within the mountain itself. Xiang Jue eventually brought Little Orchid and Dongfang Qingcang to a courtyard. He arranged a clean room for Dongfang Qingcang, while personally bringing Little Orchid inside. He placed her body on the table and gently rubbed her head. "Don't worry," he said softly. "I will have someone prepare a new body for you. I will try my best to bring it to you tonight." Little Orchid blinked. Wasn't she Rang limited? "For a body like yours," Xiang Jue said with a smile, "not much Shi Rang is actually used. Besides, I never store it in one place. It is scattered across the island. Collecting it may take 2 or 3 days. During that time, you still need a temporary body. Rest assured, I have my arrangements." He patted her head once more and left. Little Orchid turned to look at Dongfang Qingcang. He was sitting casually, drinking tea. "Xiang Jue is quite gentle, isn't he?" she asked. "Gentle?" Dongfang Qingcang sneered. "If you think so, then so be it." Little Orchid frowned. "What does that mean?" Dongfang Qingcang glanced at her with faint disdain, then looked out the window. "Inyang Rock, Lakewater Mountain. Everywhere here is filled with treasures," he said. "But the energy of those treasures is extremely strange." "Energy? You only recognize appearances," he said coldly. "You don't see what lies within. Your master has taught you in vain." Little Orchid narrowed her eyes at him. "What do you mean, what lies within?" "Shadow," he said. "The shadows don't belong to them." At his reminder, Little Orchid turned to look outside. Under the bright sunlight, the shadows of flowers on the courtyard wall were writhing faintly. They moved on their own, even though there was no wind. Even though nothing else was moving, the shadows were alive. Little Orchid's face paled. Big devil, what is this?" Dongfang Qingcang calmly took another sip of tea. "These are the treasures your gentle Xiang Jue spoke of." Little Orchid suddenly remembered Xiang Jue casually mentioning treasures while eating pastries. Her lips trembled. "Big devil," she whispered. "What should we do?" "Observe quietly," he said. "As long as he brings out Shi Rang, nothing else matters." "But," she hesitated. "Xiang Jue once said I was also a treasure. What does that mean?" Dongfang Qingcang's gaze sharpened slightly. "Oh, a treasure?" Little Orchid looked at him with pleading eyes. He set down his teacup and smiled faintly. "Now I'm a little curious," he said. "In the end, what kind of treasure are you?" Little Orchid looked at the smile from the corners of Dongfang Qingcang's lips. She suddenly felt that she shouldn't let him know of the words Xiang Jue has said. If Xiang Jue was a ferocious wolf, then in front of her, perhaps was an extremely vicious ancient beast. Chapter 35. When night fell, Xiang Jue brought a new body for Little Orchid. However, ever since Dongfang Qingcang had mentioned the strange matters concerning Qianyin Mountain, Little Orchid could no longer face Xiang Jue's gentle smile as naturally as before. She studied the clay figure he had brought for a while, then said cautiously, "The hair was also made from clay?" Xiang Jue smiled gently. "Yes, it doesn't take much effort. It's so detailed." Little Orchid hesitated. "It must have been difficult to make. But your people work very quickly." "There were already prepared human forms," he replied calmly. "Only the details needed to be adjusted." Little Orchid froze. "Already prepared human forms?" she asked in a lower voice. "What were they made for before?" "Don't tell me." She hesitated, then whispered. "You also prepared other souls and planned to put them inside." The moment she said it, Little Orchid felt a chill rise in her heart. If that were true, did that mean there were wandering souls in this world? Wouldn't that be ghosts? Xiang Jue fell briefly silent, then smiled again. "How could I possibly have souls to place inside them?" "Alon, you are overthinking." He paused slightly. "Do you like this body, Alon? Or would you prefer to temporarily stay in the soul-collecting vase until Brother Dongfang finishes crafting a new one?" Dongfang was how Little Orchid had referred to Dongfang Qingcang, and she did not dare say his full name aloud. Even though some people in the mortal realm knew the Demon King's surname, she remained cautious. Hearing the suggestion, she immediately shook her head. The soul-collecting vase was dark and cramped. It barely saw any sunlight. She did not want to stay inside it at all. Worse still, she might be carried around for days without any chance to speak with Dongfang Qingcang. Compared to Qian Langjun, she trusted Dongfang Qingcang a little more. So she quickly said, No, this body is very beautiful. Even more beautiful than the one I'm using now. As soon as she finished speaking, she crawled into the clay body like a wisp of smoke. When her soul entered, the pale clay began to soften. The skin gained a smooth texture, the eyes slowly came to life, and energy began to circulate through the body. Even the fingers twitched slightly. Little Orchid opened her mouth in surprise. Having hands and feet is really convenient. Qian Langjun observed the entire process with a faint smile. Of course, a strange emotion flickered deep within his eyes. While Little Orchid focused on adjusting to the body, Qian Langjun casually asked, Where is Brother Dongfang now? He said he was going for a walk, Little Orchid replied, clenching her new fists. Then she suddenly added, Don't worry, he's not greedy for treasures. He won't take anything from your mountain, probably. Her voice trailed off uncertainly. Who could really predict Dongfang Qingcang's behavior? Qian Langjun smiled. With Brother Dongfang's temperament, I naturally don't worry about that. But his gaze shifted toward her. I am curious. You are a flower immortal. Why are you with someone from the demon realm? Little Orchid thought for a moment, then sighed. Because he stole my body at the beginning. Even someone as composed as Qian Langjun froze for a moment. Realizing what she had just said, Little Orchid quickly waved her hands. No, you misunderstood. It's not like that. My relationship with Dongfang is actually very pure. Although she said pure, her expression was somewhat uncertain. Qian Langjun smiled faintly. From what Alon says, it doesn't sound like the relationship between a cheating lover and a heartbroken woman. Little Orchid blinked, her heart suddenly skipping. That was just a joke, she said quickly. He and I are more like enemies. If that is so, Qian Langjun said softly, then I can be at ease. What? He leaned slightly closer, lowering his voice as he spoke into her ear. Then I still have a chance to keep you by my side, like the other treasures. Little Orchid froze. You? I am a treasure? She asked hesitantly. That's right. What kind of treasure? Perhaps, he said gently, a treasure that can help me fulfill a long-cherished wish. He patted her head lightly. Go rest well tonight. The experience in the formation must have frightened you. But Little Orchid could not rest at all. After Qian Langjun left, she hurried to find Dongfang Qingcang. However, when she arrived at his courtyard, he was still not back. She could only sit by the entrance and wait, until she eventually fell asleep without realizing it. So when Dongfang Qingcang returned that night, he saw her leaning against the doorway, fast asleep. She was even slightly opening her mouth as if chewing something in her dream. He stopped beside her and looked down at her for a moment. Then he pushed the door open without hesitation. Little Orchid yelped as she toppled backward into the room. She sat up quickly, rubbing her head. Couldn't you wake me before opening the door? The room is too low, he replied casually. Not my fault. Grumbling under her breath, Little Orchid got up and closed the door behind her. Big devil, she asked, lowering her voice. Is anyone outside? No. Only then did she relax and sit beside him. Something's wrong, she said quickly. Qian Langjun is planning to keep me here like one of his treasures. He said I might help him fulfill his long-cherished wish. Dongfang Qingcang glanced at her, but did not respond immediately. After a pause, Little Orchid continued rambling. If I really am a treasure, how could I not know? Even my master never treated me like one. If even my master didn't know, how could you tell? Dongfang Qingcang let out a faint laugh. Why panic, he said. If he's keeping you, it's because you're useful. You'll understand when the time comes. That's exactly what's scary, she protested. If I wait until then, I'll definitely die horribly. She frowned. But it's strange. If he really wanted to harm us, why would he willingly give Shirang? Is creating a body for me beneficial to him? Dongfang Qingcang did not answer immediately. Instead, Little Orchid leaned closer and said earnestly, Anyway, after you finish using Shirang to make my body, we should leave right away. No matter what he's planning. She looked up at him. Big devil. Will you take me with you? Under the candlelight, her eyes shimmered brightly. Dongfang Qingcang looked at her for a moment, then looked away. And, he said casually. Little Orchid immediately relaxed and laid down on the table, muttering, Then what do you think Qian Lanjuan's wish is? What does he want from me? Ever since I followed you, I keep meeting strange people and strange things. My brain is getting tired. Her breathing soon steadied. She had fallen asleep again. Dongfang Qingcang glanced at her, then at her sleeping face. After a moment, he pinched her cheek. Get up, he said flatly. Sleep in your own room. Little Orchid swatted his hand away in her sleep and mumbled, No, not going. Dongfang Qingcang frowned. This is your problem. But she simply shifted closer and continued sleeping. He stared at her for a while, then finally withdrew his hand and laid down as well, without chasing her away. Outside the window, bamboo shadows swayed gently, but there was no wind. Inside the moonlit courtyard, Qian Langjun stood with his eyes closed, facing the moonlight. Behind him, black shadows reported everything Little Orchid had said earlier, without missing a single word. Qian Langjun smiled faintly. She really is a straightforward little immortal. He opened his eyes slightly. Where did that man go today? Only walked along the beach. Qian Langjun murmured. Even though I can't sense any power from him, his energy is unusual. Continue watching him closely. Do not miss a single movement. Yes. If there is nothing else, you may leave. The black shadow hesitated. Langjun, are we really giving all the Shi Rang to someone from the demon realm? If he fails, Qian Langjun said calmly, I will simply wear another body. He reached up and touched his cheek. A thin layer of skin peeled off and fell like clay. But if I don't try, he said softly, I will never be satisfied. 3 days later, Qian Langjun handed all the Shi Rang to Dongfang Qingcang. Dongfang Qingcang ordered that no one be allowed to disturb him, including Little Orchid. Then he entered the room alone and closed the door. For several days, there was no sign of him. Little Orchid grew more and more anxious. Every day, she waited outside the courtyard, squatting and guarding the door, impatient to see the finished body, and to find out how Dongfang Qingcang, who had lost his powers, intended to use Shi Rang. Unlike her, Qian Langjun remained calm. He continued inviting her to tour the island, though she refused every time. She would rather wait outside that door than go anywhere else. At noon, Little Orchid pressed her ear against the door, listening carefully. Suddenly, boom, a loud explosion came from inside. She was startled and immediately pushed the door open. Inside, 2 tables had been joined together. On top of them lay a clay figure covered with white cloth. Little Orchid moved forward to lift it. Don't. A voice stopped her. She turned around. Dongfang Qingcang was on the ground. His silver hair was loose and scattered. He looked exhausted, curled slightly as if enduring severe pain, one hand pressed against his chest. Little Orchid froze. Big devil. Did you regain your powers? My power, he said faintly, never disappeared. It was only sealed in the deep pond. Little Orchid remembered. When he had been struck by heavenly thunder, he had once suffered the same kind of pain, and said it was a curse. Back then, the curse was broken only after he went to the deep pond near Luming Mountain. So, had his power been sealed there all along? Are you in pain? She asked quickly. Is it because of the curse? Is there any way to stop it? I'm sorry. This is because you helped me make this body. Shut up, he said coldly. Help me up. Little Orchid immediately fell silent and supported him to the bed. This Shi Rang body isn't fully formed yet, he said weakly. I will fall unconscious for a while. He closed his eyes. During this time, no one is allowed to enter. Little Orchid nodded quickly. All right. You also cannot look. All right. His voice faded. Dongfang Qingcang lost consciousness. Little Orchid stayed beside him for a while. Then her eyes drifted toward the covered body on the table. She wasn't planning to look. Really. But something about it felt strange. Why did the chest look so flat, and the shape a bit wide? She hesitated, then slowly walked around the table, squatted down, lifted the cloth slightly, peeked inside, then froze completely. What did she just see? Little Orchid's face turned red. She pulled the cloth away in one motion. A male body, flat chest, broad shoulders, strong waist, long legs, large hands. Little Orchid stood there in silence for a long moment. Then her face turned furious. Dongfang Qingcang, you shameless bastard. So he didn't want her to see this? He actually made her a male body. She grabbed the Xiang between the legs and forcefully pulled, then reshaped it into two round forms at the chest. She stuck out her tongue at the unconscious Dongfang Qingcang. I'm never serving you again. I'll do it myself. Chapter 36. Little Orchid reduced the amount of clay on the figure Dongfang Qingcang had already molded. She pressed the hands and feet smaller, refined the waist to be slimmer, and shaped soft, delicate curves on the face. Then she carefully adjusted the facial features. Finally, she stepped back, smiling with pride at her work. The figure was beautiful, its features exquisite. This would be her body. Little Orchid felt quite pleased. She stood beside the table, staring at her body for a long time as it slowly dried. She lightly touched the clay figure with her finger and found that it was already beginning to harden, just like the clay Xiao Lanhua had given her. Little Orchid thought, this body will be very difficult to reshape once it fully hardens. So this is what he meant by taking form earlier. Strangely, she suddenly felt at ease. But at that moment, she heard Dongfang Qingcang's breathing grow heavier. She snapped back to full alertness and quickly covered the figure with a white cloth. When she turned around, she saw that Dongfang Qingcang had already woken up. He rubbed his forehead, as if steadying his mind. The sharp black fingernails on his hands had disappeared, and his eyes had returned to black. Perhaps he had temporarily lost his powers. Maybe he had forcibly used his remaining strength to mold this clay figure, even enduring pain that even he himself could not tolerate. Little Orchid's heart trembled slightly. She felt deeply moved that someone like him would endure this for her. But then she remembered he had tried to mold her into a man, and that feeling of gratitude quickly faded. You've woken up, Little Orchid said. Dongfang Qingcang's gaze shifted and landed on the clay figure covered in white cloth behind her. Then he looked at her slightly disordered appearance. He narrowed his eyes and got out of bed. With long strides, he walked to her and grabbed the white cloth. At that moment, Little Orchid grabbed his hand. Let me enter the body first. Put on clothes. Then you can look? Dongfang Qingcang immediately understood what she meant. His expression darkened. Veins bulged on his forehead, as if blood was surging violently through his body. He pulled away the white cloth and, with a forceful motion, tossed Little Orchid aside. She staggered and fell to the ground. The female body on the table had large breasts, a wide waist, and a curvy bottom. Dongfang Qingcang's face turned darker than ever. He pressed his hand against the clay abdomen, feeling its hard surface. His lips curled downward. He turned to Little Orchid. You still don't take Benzwa seriously. Little Orchid looked at the hostility in his eyes and felt a chill run through her entire body. She had originally wanted to explain that molding her into a man was wrong. But under his gaze, she could not speak. Thinking carefully, this was not the first time she had seen that cold, terrifying look. The difference in their strength was too great. He had never truly treated her as an enemy, only as something he toyed with, like a pet. But today he was truly angry. Why was he angry? Because she turned the body female? Before she could figure it out, he grabbed her by the collar and lifted her up. For a moment, she truly believed he was going to kill her. But he did not. He only threw her out of the room and shut the door. Do not enter. Then he locked it. Little Orchid stood outside in a daze. Then she suddenly reacted. Don't tell me. Dongfang Qingcang is trying to change the biological sex? Alarmed, she began banging on the door repeatedly. But the room was too sturdy. No matter how hard she hit it, it did not budge. She pressed against the window paper and peeked inside through a small hole. What she saw left her stunned. Dongfang Qingcang was drawing a formation on the table. From his sleeve, he took out a small vase. Little Orchid recognized it immediately. It was the vessel used to collect Xiao Wangqing's soul after her death. A white soul slowly drifted out of the vase. Dongfang Qingcang guided it using the formation's power, directing it toward the body. Little Orchid froze. Dongfang Qingcang. He didn't create this body for her. Her mind went blank. Her body turned cold. He had not made this body to save her. He had made it for someone else. Rage surged through her, mixed with a pain she could not understand. It spread through her like a storm tearing through a summer sky. Open the door, she shouted while pounding on it. Dongfang Qingcang. You scoundrel. Inside, he remained indifferent. She watched as the white soul was about to enter the body she had painstakingly shaped. Her anger exploded. Without thinking, She rushed at the formation. At the same time, Dongfang Qingcang bit his finger and dropped blood onto the formation. It lit up instantly, forming a glowing barrier. Little Orchid's soul slammed into it. A sharp red light twisted around her soul, tearing at her with unbearable pain. Dongfang Qingcang, you liar. Her voice trembled with anger, grievance, and frustration. He did not even look at her. He continued guiding Xiao Wangqing's soul into the body. Little Orchid forced herself to think clearly through the pain. Xiang had been used to build this body. Without it, she would have no proper vessel and would be forced to rely on weak clay forms, or remain trapped in the soul-collecting vase. She did not want that kind of existence. Gritting her teeth, she pushed forward again, ignoring the tearing pain as she forced her soul into the barrier. At that moment, Dongfang Qingcang paused slightly. His gaze flickered. For a brief instant, he remembered the night she had rested against his hand and fallen asleep, softly saying that his place was safe. He looked at her now, bruised, exhausted, and still struggling. His expression shifted slightly. His place was not safe at all. He was the most evil, monstrous devil in the world. While he hesitated, shadows inside the room began to move strangely. Some grabbed his legs, others crawled across the table, and some wrapped around the formation itself. The barrier weakened. Little Orchid seized the chance and forced her way in. At this moment, her will to survive burned fiercely. She wanted to see Dongfang Qingcang's expression when he lost. The more distorted, the better. The more furious, the better. If he would not let her live peacefully, then he should not live peacefully either. But when she entered the body, something was wrong. Unlike the clay figure, there was darkness within darkness. She could not find a stable place to anchor herself. A force pushed her out. Not Dongfang Qingcang's power. The body itself was resisting her. It was Xiang, rejecting her presence. The force grew stronger, crushing her soul until it felt like it would shatter. Little Orchid remembered Qian Yinlangjun once saying that Xiang was alive. It was not a dead material like clay. It would reject any foreign soul trying to control it. Previous bodies had weak resistance because they contained little Xiang. But this body was different. It was made entirely of Xiang. It would not be easily taken over. But she could not be forced out. Dongfang Qingcang was still outside. If she failed, he would crush her soul without hesitation. Between life and death, her thoughts sharpened. She realized Dongfang Qingcang's goal might have been to use Xiao Wangqing's soul to reconstruct a body for her revival, but she had disrupted his plan. Now, if she did not take this body, she would be left with nothing. And if she succeeded, everything would change. Dongfang Qingcang would be furious, but he could not destroy this body. He needed it, so he could only endure. She clenched her teeth and forced herself deeper into the resistance. The pain overwhelmed everything. Before her consciousness faded, she remembered what Xiang once told her. Mortals do not live easily. A little flower immortal like you is the happiest of all. Now she understood. Those days inside the vase were the happiest she had ever known. Dark shadows surged forward. Her strength was gone. Her consciousness sank into darkness. Chapter 37. Little Orchid felt as if she were dreaming. In this dream, she met the ancient and ruthless Mo Zun, a man of extreme cruelty. He destroyed her body, threatened her soul, used her, and deceived her. In the dream, she and that great devil had encountered many strange people and experienced countless bizarre situations. Gradually, she began to trust him, even to depend on him without control. She had thought that the great devil always wore an ice-cold expression, but whenever danger came, he would always protect her. In the end, he used a red barrier that nearly shattered her soul completely. That vivid red light wrapped around her, trying to tear her apart. The dream was terrifying. When she woke up, she would definitely cry to her master. Her master would comfort her gently, water her carefully, clear the weeds in her flower pot, and take her outside to bask in the sun. A ray of dazzling light pierced through the darkness. Little Orchid slowly adjusted to it and opened her eyes. The evening sun slanted westward, shining through the window and falling on her face, outlining her features in sharp detail. She was lying on a hard wooden bed and could only see the ceiling above. She tried to turn her neck, but found it stiff beyond belief. For a split second, she almost thought she was still an orchid in a flower pot in Siming Xingjuan's courtyard in the heavenly realm. She turned her eyes and saw a shadow standing beside her. Master. A cold laugh, like countless needles piercing into her temples, instantly cleared her mind. Her thoughts snapped into focus. Little Orchid's eyes widened. Dongfang Qingcang. She gritted her teeth and spat out those 4 words. Dongfang Qingcang stepped forward. The sunlight poured through the window and fell across his face, yet it did not soften him in the slightest. His expression remained cold as ever, except his black eyes were even more frigid than before. But she was not afraid. She had this body now, she no longer needed to fear him. Dongfang Qingcang raised his hand and tapped her head a few times. Little Orchid tried to dodge, but her neck was too stiff. She could not even sit up. She could only glare at him. You can forget about it, she snapped. This body is mine. Don't even think about bullying me. Dongfang Qingcang narrowed his eyes. Little Orchid immediately thought of the moment he had drawn that formation, and her anger surged. You liar, Dongfang Qingcang, she shouted. You said you would mold a body for me, but you already had hidden motives from the beginning. You never intended to let my soul survive. You wanted me to scatter into dust. Dongfang Qingcang looked at her, breathing slightly heavier. Benzwen never wanted your soul to scatter. If it's not that, then what is it? Little Orchid snorted. Letting me self-destruct instead? Your mind is full of schemes. You only play with me whenever you find the chance. I won't believe you anymore. Veins faintly bulged on Dongfang Qingcang's forehead. Benzwen said I would find you a body. This body won't do. Little Orchid closed her eyes, refusing to look at him. Then I'll just stay in this body and wait until you finish making another one. Did he think she was foolish? Shirang was almost gone. If he truly had another method to make a body, he would not have gone through all this trouble in the first place. Leave, she said coldly. I don't want to see you right now. Before she could react, Dongfang Qingcang suddenly grabbed her face and forced her head back. Little Orchid widened her eyes and glared at him. You really think I can't do anything to you right now? He said coldly. Little Orchid had always feared this expression of his. Whenever he showed it, she would instinctively tremble. But today, she felt something rising in her chest instead. It would not go up, and it would not go down. It burned there, refusing to be suppressed. So she blurted out, Fine. If you want to destroy this body, then go ahead. If I use this body as protection, then I'll lose it anyway. If you think it's important, you won't destroy it. If you don't care, then just do as you like. I won't beg you. I won't be afraid of you. I, Little Orchid, will not lose face in front of my master. You can do whatever you want. Worst case, my soul scatters. And that cheetah woman you want to revive will have nowhere to go either. The room fell silent. Even Little Orchid herself froze for a moment after speaking. Dongfang Qingcang frowned slightly. His grip loosened. She immediately regretted it and silently wished she could bite her tongue off. Why did she say something like that? At that moment, footsteps sounded outside the courtyard. Little Orchid's eyes lit up instantly. Xianxia Langjun had come. Even if he was not a good person, at least to Dongfang Qingcang, he was an enemy. And right now, he was her only hope. Dongfang Qingcang clearly heard it too. His gaze darkened. He released her chin, wrapped her in white cloth, and threw her back onto the bed. Then he covered her with a blanket. A moment later, someone knocked. Before Dongfang Qingcang could even say come in, the door was already pushed open. Xianxia Langjun stepped inside. His expression remained calm, but there was a rare hint of urgency in his movements. The body, was a Lan's body completed successfully? Dongfang Qingcang sat beside Little Orchid. It was completed, he said evenly. But the body is still stiff. It needs time to adapt. Xianxia Langjun did not even glance at him. His eyes were fixed entirely on Little Orchid. He studied her pale skin, delicate features, and bright, living eyes. For a moment, he seemed slightly stunned. It actually succeeded, he murmured. Dongfang Qingcang frowned. Oh, you already assumed it would fail. Xianxia Langjun blinked once, then smiled gently as usual. Not at all. I was simply surprised. After all, shaping a body from Shirang is an extremely difficult task. No one has succeeded before. I did not expect Brother Dongfang to accomplish it. He turned to Little Orchid. Does Alan feel any discomfort? Little Orchid did not know why, but she suddenly felt a chill run through her body. The anger she had toward Dongfang Qingcang faded instantly. Thinking of the word treasure Xiang Jue had once whispered to her. She felt something cold crawl down her spine. Nothing, she said carefully. Just, I can't move properly yet. Xiang Jue frowned slightly. Is it because the soul has not fully adapted to the body? Maybe, yes, she replied. He nodded thoughtfully. Then I will arrange for someone to prepare your room. The bed will be made softer and more comfortable. No need. Dongfang Qingcang cut in immediately. She will sleep with me. Eh. Little Orchid stared at him. What? Dongfang Qingcang ignored her and continued calmly. This is the first time I've molded a Xiang body. There may be issues afterward. I need to observe her closely. Also, this bed is too soft and unsuitable for the spine. She will sleep in my room. Xiang Jue smiled lightly. If Brother Dongfang says so, then it is fine. Please take good care of Alan. She is a priceless treasure. Dongfang Qingcang's eyes narrowed slightly. Of course I know. Xiang Jue left shortly after. Once the courtyard quieted again, Little Orchid immediately spoke under the blanket. Weren't you just planning to take my soul out and replace it with that cheetah woman? Silence, Dongfang Qingcang said coldly. Then he closed his eyes slightly, listening. Xiang Jue had left. He spoke quietly. Tomorrow evening, we will move against that person. His voice turned colder. He is not easy to deal with. Be careful. Little Orchid blinked. Big devil. Dongfang Qingcang opened his eyes. A faint, dangerous smile appeared on his lips. Little Orchid stared at him. You're still planning something bad for me, aren't you? Dongfang Qingcang turned his head toward her. Then he smiled. No one here intends to do anything good for you. Chapter 38. Night fell. The sky was as dark as ink. On the pitch-black Xianin mountain, Dongfang Qingcang lit a candle on the table and sat beside it. The flickering light stretched his shadow long across the room. On the bed behind him, Little Orchid kept shifting uncomfortably. Only a day had passed since she entered the Xiang body, and she could barely move. Only her hands could lift slightly. Her neck, waist, and legs were still completely stiff. This helplessness made her anxious, especially with the big devil in the same room. Don't keep moving, Dongfang Qingcang said without turning his head, calmly drinking tea. My estimate was right. It hasn't even been 3 days. You won't adapt to the body so quickly. Little Orchid snorted. Every time he spoke, that lingering anger inside her flared up again. She could not help but argue. Stop acting so impressive. You made the body, and now the person inside it can't even move properly for days. Dongfang Qingcang acted as if he had not heard her. He continued drinking tea. After a moment, he set the cup down and frowned slightly. It felt strange. Since when had he begun tolerating this little flower demon's nonsense to this extent? It seemed he had gotten used to it. He pushed the teacup aside, took another sip, then flicked his sleeve. The candlelight on the table was extinguished, and the room fell into darkness. Little Orchid's heart immediately tensed. She heard his footsteps slowly approach the bed. What do you want? She asked in panic. Even though she could not see anything in the darkness, she could clearly feel his presence when he sat beside her. That oppressive warmth, that dangerous pressure. If she could move, she would have already curled into a corner and shouted for him to stop. But she could not move at all. Dongfang Qingcang, what are you doing? She shouted again. You want to take advantage of a weak woman who can't even move properly and still smells like clay? You're insane. Benzwa has always been insane, he replied calmly. Only today did you realize it. Before she could react, his hand passed lightly across her chest. His arm bent, and his warm palm pressed against her cheek. He gently tilted her head to the side. His breath brushed her ear. Close your eyes. Go to sleep. Being held in such an ambiguous position made it impossible for her to calm down. She shook her head, trying to resist, but suddenly felt his finger brush lightly near her ear. A strange warmth spread instantly. Dongfang Qingcang's voice echoed directly in her mind. Close your eyes. A soul transmission spell. Little Orchid realized it immediately. It was a low-level Chuan In Ru Mi technique, requiring direct proximity to the ear to function properly. Given his current condition, he likely could not use his power freely anymore. So even this simple spell required such effort. She hesitated, then slowly closed her eyes. Strangely, the moment she closed them, his figure appeared in her mind. She startled and quickly opened her eyes again. but the room was still completely dark. She could not tell what was real anymore. Dongfang Qingcang clicked his tongue impatiently and pinched her ear. I told you to sleep. Little Orchid knew he had something to say, so she finally forced herself to close her eyes again, tense and alert. In the darkness, his voice came again. Do you want to leave Qianyin Mountain? Of course she wanted to leave. She needed to find her master. If not, then what would I stay here for, she said. From tomorrow onward, he said coldly. Even if you want to leave, you won't be able to. Little Orchid was startled. He continued, the eastern sea of Lingshan County has mountains where shadows gather. Thousands of shadows form a single entity. He let out a cold laugh. This Qianyin Mountain should actually be called Qianning Mountain. What do you mean? She asked. I already told you to pay attention to the shadows, he said. And you still don't understand? These shadows contain spiritual energy. Everyone on this mountain is an imagery demon, including Qian Yin Langjun. Little Orchid froze. Imagery demons? Their weakness is that no matter how long they cultivate, they cannot form a permanent body, Dongfang Qingcang said. That body of his is the same as yours before, made from molded clay. Little Orchid's face went pale. Then why would he give me Shi Rang to build a body? She stopped mid-sentence. She already understood. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Qianyin Langjun was just like Dongfang Qingcang in a different way. He wanted her body. But then she frowned. But he called me a treasure. If he wanted Shi Rang, wouldn't he call Shi Rang the treasure? Or even you, since you're the one who can create Shi Rang bodies. Dongfang Qingcang narrowed his eyes slightly and let out a low laugh. Right? Why would he say that? Little Orchid instinctively tried to pull away, but there was nowhere to retreat in the darkness. Earlier, he continued, changing the subject. I heard they plan to eliminate Ben Zhua tomorrow night. Little Orchid's eyes lit up. Can they kill you? She asked, a hint of excitement in her tone. Dongfang Qingcang glanced at her coldly. You think my death would benefit you? He gave a cold snort. If I die, you'll just become a bird in Qian Yin Longjuan's cage. You won't return to the heavenly realm. You'll be forced to use whatever clay bodies he gives you. Once the remaining Shi Rang is gone, you'll become just like those other so-called treasures. Little Orchid shivered. Those treasures, what's wrong with them? Each treasure contains a shadow, he said. Qian Yin Langjun uses spiritual energy from them to help imagery demons form bodies. He glanced at her. If you fall into his hands, you'll end up sealed inside a soul-collecting vase. No sunlight meant no freedom. Little Orchid swallowed nervously. Then she said firmly, You brought me here with that formation. You must have some plan. Tell me, what do I need to do? Don't expect anything complicated from you, he said. A faint light appeared in the air, tracing a formation as he spoke. Remember this spell. Little Orchid watched carefully, her brows tightening. This spell, it feels very sinister. Of course it does, he replied. The tea on the table contains my blood essence. Tomorrow afternoon, Qianyin Langjun will come here to control you. Use the chance, dip your finger in the tea and draw this formation on him. Little Orchid hesitated. My Shi Rang body, it won't melt in water, right? Dongfang Qingcang gave a faint laugh. You think the body I made is that fragile? She nodded slowly. Then what happens after I draw it on him? He will explode and die. His tone remained flat, emotionless, like he was describing something trivial. Little Orchid stared at him. Big devil, are you still holding a grudge over what happened with that formation? He did not answer. His figure slowly faded into darkness and disappeared completely. Little Orchid sat alone in silence. Finally, she muttered, petty, really petty and narrow-minded. But as the silence stretched on, her expression slowly grew serious. She could not trust him completely. He had helped her before, but only when it benefited him. Every time she trusted him, reality proved otherwise. Dongfang Qingcang was dangerous, cunning, and unpredictable. And most importantly, unreliable. If she followed him blindly, she might end up dead without even realizing it. And if she fell into Qian Yin Longjuan's hands, the outcome would be no better. Either way, she had to survive on her own. Soon, those two would clash. And in that chaos, maybe that would be her only chance to live. Chapter 39. The next day, Qianyin Mountain was drenched in a fine drizzle. The entire atmosphere felt heavy and dim, as if the sky itself was pressing down on the world. Inside the room, Little Orchid could finally get down from the bed, but her movements were still stiff. She used the wall for support as she slowly practiced walking. Dongfang Qingcang, meanwhile, looked completely idle. He picked a book from the shelf at random and leaned against the window to read. Seeing him read surprised Little Orchid. In her mind, whether it was the legends her master had told her or what she had personally witnessed, Dongfang Qingcang had always been someone who solved everything with violence. If he was displeased, he killed. If he was angry, he destroyed. So he also read books of sages? He understood morals and principles too? But then, Dongfang Qingcang suddenly glanced at a page and let out a cold, mocking laugh. His expression was full of disdain. The corner of Little Orchid's mouth twitched. Now she understood. He wasn't reading seriously at all. He was just mocking the author for being foolish. To someone like him, books of morality were probably no different from mud underfoot, worthless. She stopped paying attention to him and focused on her own practice instead. However, while she was watching him, Dongfang Qingcang occasionally lifted his gaze to look at her. Little Orchid's steps were still unstable. She stumbled every few steps and nearly fell each time. Every time she did, he would glance over briefly. But when he saw she could stand again, he would return to his book. It almost felt like he was watching over a child. By evening, Xiang Jue arrived. The room, which had been quiet all day, suddenly turned tense. He approached slowly, stopping only when he reached the dry ground outside the room. Then he withdrew the protective barrier from his body. The moment he entered, the atmosphere shifted completely. Little Orchid instinctively tried to move away from him. She used the table for support and forced herself to stand. "How come Xiang Jue has come?" she asked. "Of course, I came to see you," he replied gently. But his eyes briefly shifted toward Dongfang Qingcang before returning to Little Orchid. He studied her carefully. "It seems Alan has begun to walk already. Your adaptation is going well." A chill ran down Little Orchid's spine. "Not fully adapted yet," she said quickly. "I still fall often." "If that is so, you should practice more," he replied calmly. "It's a pity it's raining today, so we cannot take a walk in the garden. We'll have to wrong you by practicing here instead." Little Orchid fell silent. Dongfang Qingcang pretended not to hear anything. He continued reading. Xiang Jue turned to him. "Brother Dongfang seems quite leisurely today." Dongfang Qingcang did not respond. Xiang Jue continued smoothly. "There are over 10 craftsmen on Xianyin Mountain who have studied Shi Rang for decades, yet none could shape it into a body. They are curious about your method. Would Brother Dongfang be willing to clear their doubts?" "They don't understand my techniques," Dongfang Qingcang said coldly. Then, under Xiang Jue's steady gaze, he closed his book and stood. "But I don't mind explaining." He walked toward the door. "Lead the way." Xiang Jue narrowed his eyes slightly, but said nothing as he followed. Before leaving, Dongfang Qingcang paused and looked back at Little Orchid. "Be good and wait for me." Then he stepped into the rain. His silver hair swept through the air as he vanished into the curtain of falling water. Little Orchid stared after him, slightly dazed. Xiang Jue smiled faintly. Even though Brother Dongfang is a man, his demeanor is truly admirable. Little Orchid's chest felt strangely heavy. Yes, that was exactly the problem. Even someone as vile as Dongfang Qingcang had a face that could captivate the world. Xiang Jue sat down across from her. "Alan, why not sit and rest?" Little Orchid used the table to steady herself and sat down. Xiang Jue observed her closely. "Can you already drink water?" "Yes," Little Orchid nodded. Dongfang said, "I can even swim in the sea without problems." At that, Xiang Jue's gaze flickered. A Shi Rang body is indeed different. His fingers lightly tapped the table. A faint tremor spread through the ground, rippling the tea in the cup. The room fell silent. Then Little Orchid suddenly asked, "Your people have already started acting against him, haven't they?" Xiang Jue's hand paused. He looked at her with a faint smile. "What is Alan talking about?" "Don't pretend," she said calmly. "I already know. You are an imagery demon. You want my Shi Rang body." The atmosphere instantly turned cold. Xiang Jue's gentle smile slowly faded. "Oh, and how did Alan find out?" His eyes sharpened. "Brother Dongfang hasn't told you everything. So how would you know this?" "When people act," Little Orchid said, "no one can be as skilled as him. You're all frauds." He's the biggest fraud of all. The ground shook again, stronger this time. Tea rippled violently in the cup. But little Orchid's expression remained steady. You're not his opponent, she added. Xianxia Langjun studied her carefully. In Alan's eyes, I am that weak. It's not that, she said. It's because he really is that strong. Another tremor shook the room. Outside, birds scattered into the sky in panic. Xianxia Langjun's expression darkened. Little Orchid continued. I know imagery demons struggle for thousands of years to obtain a body. You must want mine very badly. That's why you went through so much trouble. She lifted her head. I can give it to you. Xianxia Langjun narrowed his eyes. Not without conditions? Of course not, she said. I want to negotiate. He smiled again. How do you want to negotiate? My master once said business requires fairness, Little Orchid replied. You want my body, but first you must tell me what I am. You call me a treasure. What treasure am I? Xianxia Langjun smiled faintly. Brother Dongfang didn't tell you? Silence. Interesting, he said. No one trusts anyone. Then he explained. Imagery demons like him were beings without true physical forms. They relied on borrowed or constructed bodies to exist in the mortal world. Shi Rang was one of the rare materials that could form such bodies, but even Shi Rang required a soul strong enough to stabilize it. Most souls would be crushed by Shi Rang's spiritual pressure. But Little Orchid's soul had not only survived, it had adapted and even stabilized the body. That made her rare. It made her valuable. Alan, he concluded softly, you are indeed a treasure. Little Orchid fell silent. So that was it. From the very beginning, she had been a test subject, a tool to stabilize the body. Xianxia Langjun admitted it openly. After she absorbed enough Shi Rang resistance, he would extract her soul and claim the perfected body. Little Orchid exhaled slowly. Fine. I won't argue about the past. She lifted her head. I want to return to the heavenly realm. If you can take me to the southern heavenly gate, I will give you this body. Xianxia Langjun frowned slightly. You want to go to the heavenly realm? I am an orchid immortal, she said firmly. I will return to my master. She dipped her fingers into the tea on the table. Dongfang Qingcang's blood essence. She drew a formation on the table. At first, nothing appeared. Then, a dark, violent light erupted. The table cracked. Shi Rang energy surged wildly, devouring the structure. In moments, the wood turned to dust. A hidden shadow beneath the table let out a piercing scream and vanished. Even Little Orchid froze. She hadn't expected the power to be this overwhelming. Xianxia Langjun retreated immediately, his expression turning sharp for the first time. This spell? Dongfang Qingcang taught you. Yes, Little Orchid said, forcing herself steady. The atmosphere turned cold. Then who exactly is Dongfang Qingcang? He asked. I've already said it, she replied. You are not his opponent. Her voice grew firm. Now your only choice is to take me to the heavenly realm. She lifted the teacup again, dipping her fingers once more. If not, none of us will end well. Xianxia Langjun's eyes darkened like a storm. Chapter 40. The rain fell steadily, pattering against the eaves. Inside the room, the atmosphere was far more suffocating than the weather outside. Xianxia Langjun stared at Little Orchid in silence for a long time. Then he chuckled softly. I thought Alan was only a simple flower immortal, he said. I did not expect you to be so capable when matters arise. You even have the temperament of a general. My master once told me. Little Orchid replied calmly. When a rabbit is pushed into a corner, it will bite. Whether it's Dongfang or you, one is a wolf, the other a tiger. If I don't use my brain, I won't survive at all. Xianxia Langjun glanced out the window, as if unconcerned with the chaos unfolding across Qianyin Mountain. The ninth heaven is far above us, he said lightly. The southern heavenly gate is not a place small demons in the mortal realm can simply reach whenever they wish. I'm afraid your bet is wrong. Whether it's wrong or not, you already know, Little Orchid said. Her gaze dropped to the shadows on the ground. Now that she had this Shi Rang body, she was no different from a mortal. She could no longer sense strange energies, only observe them. And she had noticed something earlier. The shadows were closer than before. She gritted her teeth and began to draw the first stroke of a spell on her chest. Stop wasting time, she said sharply. Either take me now or I. A deep rumbling suddenly came from afar. Little Orchid froze and turned toward the sound. What she saw made her brain go blank. The entire mountain outside had tilted. Then, with a deafening crash, the summit collapsed. Xianyin Mountain itself began to sink. Dust and debris filled the sky. Little Orchid stood frozen, eyes wide. Dongfang Qingcang, he's doing this? He's sinking the entire island. The ground shook violently. The room trembled as furniture toppled and dust rained from the ceiling. Outside, it was already a battlefield of collapsing earth and exploding force. Little Orchid staggered, barely able to stand. She reached out instinctively, and a hand grabbed hers. Xiang Jue. She tried to struggle, but his grip was unbreakable. Her fingers were empty. She had already dropped the tea earlier in the chaos. She had wanted to cooperate with him, to survive. But first, she needed control over him. And right now, she had none at all. So whether she fell into Xiang Jue's hands or Dongfang Qingcang's, was there any real difference? At least with Dongfang Qingcang, she understood how he worked. That bastard, she could predict him. Xiang Jue tightened his hold, trapping her arms against his chest. Alan, he said softly, if you struggle again, I cannot guarantee I will not hurt you. His voice remained gentle, but his words were cold. This Shirang body still feels pain, doesn't it? Little Orchid froze. She did not dare move again. Outside, the destruction intensified. The ceiling finally cracked and collapsed. But a barrier formed around them, blocking falling debris and rain. Still, the shaking did not stop. The entire mountain was falling apart. Through the broken structure, Little Orchid saw the landscape outside twist and collapse. Jagged rocks rose like spears from the ground. And beyond that, ocean, endless ocean surrounded them. Her breath caught. This island was being submerged. Dongfang Qingcang wasn't just destroying the mountain. He was sinking it into the sea. Impossible. Didn't they say he had lost his power? Xianyin Jue's expression darkened for the first time. So he had been wrong. Completely wrong. Dongfang Qingcang was not someone who could be measured so easily. Little Orchid swallowed hard. You already know too late, she muttered. Xianyin Jue's grip tightened. What does he want? He demanded. How would I know? She snapped. Without hesitation, Xianyin Jue pulled her forward. Come. He moved toward the source of the disturbance. Soon, they reached an open area where the destruction was even more intense. A shadow lay broken on the ground. Xianyin Jue's attendant. For the first time, Little Orchid saw its true face. It had no features at all, just a black, human-shaped void. But it still moved. Its eyes suddenly opened, blood red. A-ing, return, Xianyin Jue ordered. The shadow responded instantly, dissolving into darkness and rushing back. But halfway through, a dried vine shot up from the ground like a spear. It pierced straight through the shadow. A terrible scream echoed through the air. Little Orchid's scalp went numb. Then, Dongfang Qingcang stepped out from behind a collapsed stone. He walked forward casually, as if the devastation around him meant nothing. No sign of strain. No sign of exhaustion. Just calm, overwhelming presence. Little Orchid's heart sank. He hadn't lost his power at all. Xianyin Jue's plan had been meaningless from the start. Dongfang Qingcang glanced at them. His gaze landed directly on Little Orchid. If my calculations are correct, he said lightly, Xianyin Jue should no longer exist in the three realms by now. His tone sharpened slightly. And yet you're still here. Little flower demon, you really still have foolish thoughts, don't you? A cold chill crawled up Little Orchid's spine. Xianyin Jue's expression stiffened. So this is Mo Zun, he said. I've long heard of you. It is an honor. Dongfang Qingcang smiled faintly. I am used to being offended, he replied calmly. The air around him turned colder. But every offense must be paid back. Chapter 41. The deep azure ocean water enveloped Xianyin Mountain, pressing down with a suffocating, oppressive atmosphere. From a distance, Little Orchid could faintly hear panicked screams echoing across the mountain. Xianyin Jue furrowed his brows, and after a moment, he spoke slowly. I cannot recognize Mount Tai, and I have offended the Demon King. I ask for nothing else. Only that the Demon King spare the spirits of Xianyin Mountain. They are innocent. Dongfang Qingcang chuckled coldly. Innocent? You set up a hostile formation beneath the ocean floor. This mountain is guilty. This ocean is guilty. Ben's will not spare anyone. The hostile formation. Xiang Jue had indeed borne grudges from that formation. But at that time, the one who suffered the most was clearly her. Flooding waters, burning flames. None of it ever truly affected Dongfang Qingcang. Only at the end were they buried underground together. Little Orchid's expression stiffened. Perhaps, Dongfang Qingcang was still angry about what he had seen from the ancient illusion? Was Cheetah Woman still the knot in his heart? That name surfaced again in her thoughts. Cheetah Woman. Shuaofeng's sword. Xiaowanqing. So in the ancient times, did he truly love Cheetah Woman and lose to her? As her thoughts drifted further, the ground suddenly trembled violently. The surrounding ocean began to rage. Little Orchid looked at the rising wall of seawater and felt her scalp tighten. If Dongfang Qingcang really let the ocean sink Qianyin Mountain completely, the resulting tsunami would devastate everything nearby, even the coastline of the mortal world. No one else would do something like that. But this was Dongfang Qingcang, the real demon king of the heavens and earth. She realized she had no chance of escaping him. At the very least, she had to stop him from causing further disaster. But right now, she was still in Xianxia Lanhua's hands. Then, her eyes suddenly lit up. She struggled immediately. Xianxia Lanjun tightened his grip at once. As if reminded, Xianxia Lanjun spoke again, his voice tense but carrying a trace of hope. I do not know the relationship between the Demon King and Alan, but since he came all this way to take Shirang, it means this body must be extremely important to him. His hand shifted to her neck. His fingers hardened into claws. If this body is destroyed, I wonder if it will heal like before. Dongfang Qingcang narrowed his eyes slightly. His voice remained calm. Try it if you want. The next instant, a cold light flashed inside Xianxia Lanjuan's hand. A dagger condensed in his grasp. Little Orchid felt a chill at her throat. Before she could react, a dry rattan vine shot forward like lightning. It struck Xianxia Lanjuan's boundary. Sparks burst violently, but it did not break through. The dagger still pressed against her neck. A shallow cut appeared. No blood flowed. Only pale gray flesh, like lifeless clay, was exposed. It did not heal. It did not heal at all. Xianxia Lanjuan's expression darkened. It seems it cannot recover, Demon King. For the first time, Little Orchid felt real fear settle in her chest. Xianxia Langjun tightened his grip slightly. Behind her, he spoke calmly. I am not skilled, but I have learned a few spells. Even if I die, this curse will not disappear unless I personally undo it. He leaned closer. So, Demon King, do you still want her to die with us? Rain began to fall from the sky again. The boundary was withdrawn. Cold rain poured over Little Orchid's head. Pain spread across her face where the shadow-like mark had been drawn. Her body trembled. Her hands were still held tightly. She looked down. Xianxia Lanjuan's clay-like hands were slowly dissolving under the rain. He was melting. He truly intended to die with her. His body slumped forward, heavy, pressing her down toward the ground. Little Orchid cried out in pain. At that moment, dry rattan vines suddenly rose again. They formed a protective cage around her and Xianxia Langjun, stabilizing their collapsing bodies. A moment later, a deafening explosion shook the earth. Everything trembled violently. Little Orchid turned her head. Through the vine barrier, she saw Dongfang Qingcang standing calmly in the distance. Silver hair swept through the storm like blades. His hands were forming seals. His eyes were fixed on her. Red light flickered faintly within them. He had regained his power. Little Orchid remembered how he had weakened after molding her body. And now, to break Xianxia Lanjuan's curse on her, he had regained his strength and even lifted the entire island from beneath the sea. So to him, this Shirang body really was that important. Yet for some reason, the way he looked at her now made her uneasy. As if he wanted her to misunderstand. Misunderstand that he had saved her. Only her. Xianxia Langjun suddenly laughed lowly beside her ear. Alan, being treated like this by the Demon King, is it good or bad for you? Little Orchid lowered her eyes. It's not good. It wasn't good. Because none of this was truly for her. The rain continued falling. The world went quiet for a moment. Then Dongfang Qingcang's voice cut through the silence, cold and absolute. Remove the curse. Xianxia Langjun smiled faintly. The Demon King must promise me one thing. After this, you will not seek revenge on Qianxia Mountain. Dongfang Qingcang's lips curved slightly. Fine. Benzwa promises you. Little Orchid's heart sank. He would still destroy it. She was certain of it. Xian Lanjuan's gaze sharpened. I believe the ancient demon king does not break his word. He looked down at Little Orchid. Alan, I never intended to hurt you. Then, a shadow crawled up from his hand. It slithered onto her face like a serpent, drawing strange patterns. Dongfang Qingcang's expression turned ice cold. Xian Langjun continued calmly. This curse will not disappear even if I die. The only way is for me to remove it personally. A long silence followed. Then, Xian Langjun smiled faintly. If the Demon King insists on this, then I will die here. Xianin Mountain will perish with me, and your wish will never be fulfilled. The ground trembled harder. The sky darkened further. Then, a dry vine suddenly pierced through Xian Longjuan's body. Like a blade of judgment. He froze. His body collapsed. Xian Langjun was killed. Little Orchid's breath caught. Big devil. She grabbed Dongfang Qingcang's leg in panic. Don't. Dongfang Qingcang crouched down. His hand pushed away Xian Longjuan's collapsing clay head. His fingers lifted her chin. His voice was low and dangerous. You stopped Benzwa from killing him. Do you have feelings for him? Little Orchid froze. No, I don't. Before she could explain, his grip tightened. Then explain. The pressure of his killing intent filled the air. Little Orchid panicked. I was just using the spell. Dongfang Qingcang's eyes narrowed. No one lies to Benzwa like that. His hand lifted. Little Orchid instinctively closed her eyes. But no pain came. Instead, something soft and cold touched her wound. He was wiping away the dirt and sealing her injury with Shi Rang. His voice was calm again. This body will heal. Right now, the soul and body have not fully fused, so recovery is slow. He withdrew his hand. From now on, you stay with Benzwa. No matter what you think, stay by my side. He turned away. Stand up. We are leaving. Outside, rain still fell endlessly, and for a moment, his back looked perfectly straight, yet faintly pale under the storm. Chapter 42. The rain poured without end. When Little Orchid finally managed to struggle up from the ground, Dongfang Qingcang was already far ahead. She hurriedly staggered after him, but kept lowering her head, afraid that a stone would suddenly trip her. After a few steps, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching from ahead. She looked up. Dongfang Qingcang had already extended a hand toward her. Little Orchid was startled. After a moment of realization, she said in surprise, No way. I'm already limping like this, and you still want me to support you? Dongfang Qingcang's hand froze midair. He frowned slightly, his expression unreadable. Who said I want you to support me? Before she could react, he grabbed her hand and pulled her forward. Little Orchid was dragged straight into his arms. His hand wrapped around her waist and lifted her up. She was carried off the ground. Dongfang Qingcang, she cried out in alarm. It hurts. Your shoulder is pressing into my stomach. He frowned impatiently. Hold on properly. Before she could protest further, he flipped her around as if she weighed nothing and placed her onto his back. Cling to me. Little Orchid was still dazed, but instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck and hooked her legs around his waist like a cloth bundle hanging from him. Without checking whether she was secure, he continued walking forward. Each step made the ground tremble, but the surroundings remained eerily silent. Xianin Mountain had already been reduced to broken earth and scattered sand. Wherever Dongfang Qingcang passed, everything seemed to fall into ruin. Yet even so, he had saved her again. They walked toward the coastline. Then, from afar, a long, eerie howl echoed across the sea. Little Orchid tensed instantly. Is there something else? Dongfang Qingcang did not respond. As they passed through jagged rocks, she saw dark, boiling bubbles rising from the ocean surface. A massive silver serpent emerged halfway from the sea. Its head was crowned with gold. Its eyes were blood red, each one as large as a lantern. Its body was thick like ancient tree trunks, covered in scales that gleamed like blades. Little Orchid's heart tightened. A sea demon serpent, from legend. Master had once said these ancient beasts were remnants of the war between immortals and demons. They rarely appeared, but when they did, disaster followed. Yet Dongfang Qingcang's expression did not change. He walked straight toward it. And then, the serpent lowered its massive head and prostrated itself in submission. Little Orchid froze. This wasn't the chaos and slaughter she expected at all. Dongfang Qingcang stepped onto the serpent's body and sat down, not far from its head. Still, little orchid clung tightly to him. "Let go," he said coldly. "Ah." She loosened her grip, still stunned. "Why are we sitting on this thing?" Before she finished speaking, the serpent moved. She almost fell, but quickly grabbed onto him again. The serpent lifted its body and soared into the sky. Wind roared past. Below them, Xianxia Mountain disappeared into the distance in an instant. Little Orchid stared back in disbelief. He didn't sink it? He actually kept his promise? That didn't make sense, not for Dongfang Qingcang. He was petty, vengeful, impossible to trust. So why? She turned to look at him. But Dongfang Qingcang had collapsed against the serpent's back, silver hair covering his face. Little Orchid's expression changed. Big devil. No response. She leaned closer and hesitated before brushing his hair aside. What she saw made her blood run cold. Blood was flowing from his eyes and ears. 7 apertures bleeding. Big devil. Her voice dropped into a panicked whisper. She didn't dare speak loudly. Dongfang Qingcang didn't move. So it wasn't that he didn't want revenge. It was because he couldn't. After regaining his power, the curse had backfired on him like this. Little Orchid looked around in panic. The serpent was already flying above the clouds. There was nowhere to escape. And she was useless in this body. What could she do? The serpent suddenly changed direction. It dove downward sharply. Little Orchid's heart dropped. It knows he's injured. Is it trying to throw them off? Instinctively, she grabbed Dongfang Qingcang and pulled him closer, shielding him with her own body. The serpent broke through the clouds and landed on a rocky, isolated island. It lowered its head, placing them gently on the ground. Then it silently retreated back into the sea, gone in an instant, leaving only silence behind. Little Orchid looked around. Bare rocks. No life. Nothing. A strangely safe place. She carefully laid Dongfang Qingcang down and wiped the blood from his face with her sleeve. Might as well not have sunk Xianxia Mountain. Then you wouldn't be like this, she muttered. Dongfang Qingcang suddenly spoke. If you had killed Cang Lan Jue, I wouldn't be like this either. Little Orchid froze. You're awake. He didn't answer. Only cold breath. Benzwa cannot die, he said flatly. She hesitated. Your powers, the curse is still there. Doesn't it hurt? You think so, he replied coldly. It must hurt, she muttered. Dongfang Qingcang closed his eyes again. Little Orchid sat quietly for a moment, then asked carefully, Can't you just store your power somewhere else? He opened one eye. You think sealing my power is that easy? If it were, I wouldn't have needed that pond at Luming Mountain. She paused. But when you made my Shirang body, you used your power and recovered after? Why not now? That was nothing more than a small formation, he said coldly. Do you think rebuilding mountains and rivers is the same? Little Orchid fell silent. Then she asked, So how did you destroy Xianxia Mountain without your power? Dongfang Qingcang's lips curved slightly. I already set the formation there long ago. I only needed to trigger the hostility of the mountain. He paused, and used Bone Orchid to hollow out the seabed. Little Orchid suddenly remembered. Bone Orchid feeds on hostile energy. So he had planned this long ago. Little Flower Demon, he said suddenly. I will sleep for a while. When I wake up, we will continue to the demon market. Little Orchid blinked. Before she could respond, his eyes closed. His voice grew lower. Stay by my side. Do not think of escaping. Silence settled. Little Orchid looked at him for a long time. Then at the empty island around them. She finally understood. He had brought her here, so she would have nowhere to run while he was unconscious. She gritted her teeth. But strangely, the anger that usually flared up inside her didn't come this time. Looking at his pale, blood-stained face, she fell quiet. To keep her from escaping, he had truly pushed himself this far. Chapter 43. Dongfang Qingcang had barely spoken a word of warning before he fell unconscious. He slept surprisingly soundly, but Little Orchid remained alert the entire time, to the point of being unbearably bored. On this isolated island, as far as the eye could see, there were only reef rocks. Not even a blade of grass could grow. Little Orchid walked one full round around the island and had no choice but to return to Dongfang Qingcang's side. She stared at his overly handsome face until she grew tired of it, and eventually lay down beside him and fell into a peaceful sleep. After one night passed, the next morning arrived. Little Orchid woke up under the bright sunlight. The moment she opened her eyes, she was nearly blinded. The surrounding dark reef rocks were already beginning to heat up under the rising sun. She turned to look at Dongfang Qingcang, who was lying flat on the stone. This won't do. If he keeps lying here and baking in the sun, by the time he wakes up, he'll be a dried-out corpse, a big devil roasted by the sun. That would be terrifying just walking around. After briefly thinking it over, Little Orchid realized the sunlight would move across the island as the day progressed. She carefully scanned the surroundings and finally found a rock cave that could block the harsh light from all directions. She returned to Dongfang Qingcang, supported his arms, and dragged him toward the cave. After finally moving him into the shade, she was so exhausted she panted like a puppy. Dongfang Qingcang's clothes were torn in several places. Without ceremony, she tossed him onto the ground, not caring about his strange posture or the silver hair covering his face, as if she were throwing down a corpse. Naturally, Dongfang Qingcang would not know any of this, and Little Orchid did not bother to care either. She watched over him for a long time, bored out of her mind. Outside, the sky had formed two faint rings of light, yet Dongfang Qingcang still had not awakened. She stared at his closed eyes so closely that she could even hear his faint breathing. A thought slowly rose in her mind. Maybe he would never wake up. Little Orchid glanced at the reef rocks outside and thought secretly, Dongfang Qingcang was truly full of schemes. On this island, if she wanted to dig a hole and bury him, it wouldn't even be possible. Staying here all day watching him was unbearable. So she began thinking of ways to entertain herself. She wanted to go fishing by the sea, but she didn't have a fishing rod. After thinking for a moment, she turned her eyes toward Dongfang Qingcang's left hand. She stared at it with the fiercest expression she could manage, then made a motion as if she were about to grab his neck, waiting for the bone orchid to react. But no matter how she tried, the bone orchid on his wrist didn't move. Annoyed, she stood up and kicked the stone in front of him. Only then did the bone orchid suddenly react. A dry rattan vine shot out, stopping right in front of her eyes, nearly piercing through them. Little Orchid froze. After a moment, she stepped back, crouched down, and snapped the vine off with a sharp caw. Then she pulled out a few strands of Dongfang Qingcang's hair and carefully tied them to the vine. She made a fishing rod. Carrying her newly made fishing rod, she walked to a reef by the coast. She sharpened a stone all morning to make a hook, then attached it to the line. Her self-made fishing rod was complete. She went to the shore, caught a few crabs, smashed them against the rocks, used them as bait, and then sat at the coastline, yawning while waiting for fish to bite. Perhaps the heavens took pity on her, or perhaps she was simply lucky, but soon she caught 3 fish on a single hook. Although this body did not need food, she was extremely bored. She even considered cutting the fish open and drying them on the rocks, but she couldn't find a knife. So she turned her gaze again toward Dongfang Qingcang. She grabbed the fish and ran back to him. Using his fingernails, she ripped open the fish belly with a clean motion. The moment she saw it, she felt a chill run down her spine. Then she calmly processed the second fish the same way. When Dongfang Qingcang woke up, he immediately saw his hands covered in the smell of blood. He stared blankly for a moment. After stepping out of the cave and glancing around, he saw Little Orchid fishing while half asleep. Beside her were several cleaned and dried fish hanging on the rocks. Even he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This little flower demon truly did not treat him as a normal person. He walked behind her, looking at the fishing rod in her hand. Then he glanced at the water and saw the demonic snake biting onto the hook, the line floating aimlessly underwater for who knew how long. Dongfang Qingcang's forehead twitched. Without hesitation, he kicked the back of her head. The fish has bitten the hook. Little Orchid jolted awake and instinctively pulled the rod up. Dongfang Qingcang casually took the line made from his hair and removed the fish. Only then did she realize he had awakened. Big devil, you woke up. Her face turned slightly red, her eyes bright with obvious relief. Dongfang Qingcang glanced at her, then looked away. These days, you've at least been obedient. Little Orchid pouted. Where else could I go on an island like this? He looked at the dried fish on the ground. You're hungry. I just hung them there, she said, shaking her head. Then she looked him over. Are you still in pain? Painful, he replied coldly. but it has weakened somewhat. The curse has also loosened a little. Little Orchid frowned slightly, imagining what might happen after he returned to the demon realm. Dongfang Qingcang suddenly spoke. Big you. The reef beneath them shifted. Little Orchid turned her head. The demonic sea snake reappeared, prostrating itself respectfully at Dongfang Qingcang's feet. For a creature of such terrifying size, its behavior toward him was almost flattering. Dongfang Qingcang stepped onto its head, and then its back. Go to the demon market in Kunlun Mountains. Little Orchid hesitated, then quickly climbed on as well. As she struggled to find her balance, a hand suddenly appeared in front of her. She looked up. Dongfang Qingcang stood there, his expression cold, his blood-red eyes reflecting her faint silhouette. After a pause, she placed her hand in his. He pulled her up effortlessly. Sitting behind him, she watched his silver hair flutter in the wind. Occasionally, a few strands brushed against her cheek. For a brief moment, she thought, if Dongfang Qingcang knew how to be gentle, he might actually be a perfect lover. That thought startled her. She immediately went still. Did she just put the words Demon King and lover together? Am I crazy? Before she could recover, Dongfang Qingcang's voice sounded again. Little flower demon. Huh. Give me your hand. She blinked. Huh. Without waiting, he grabbed her right hand. The bone orchid on his wrist instantly crawled over, transforming into a bracelet that wrapped around her wrist. Then he released her. Little Orchid stared at it in confusion. Why give this to me? I have withdrawn my power, Dongfang Qingcang said calmly. Even with the curse, it cannot be used freely. I do not need it. But you do. Little Orchid frowned. But this 11-rang body is important. Dongfang Qingcang glanced at her. Not only the 11-rang. She froze. You also need protection, he said. Until I find you another body, nothing can happen to you. His tone remained cold, but there was something firm underneath it. Stay by my side. Stop thinking about anything else. Little Orchid lowered her head slightly. Oh, Biggie moved quickly. By the time they reached the Kunlun Demon Market, it was already afternoon. The massive snake flew low over the streets, drawing panicked cries from below. Little Orchid peeked down awkwardly. Isn't this a bit too flashy? Before she could finish, they had already reached the frozen lake. Hold on, Dongfang Qingcang said. Big you smashed through the ice and descended into the water. Little Orchid instinctively grabbed him tightly. When her vision cleared again, they were already inside the underwater demon market. The bustling market instantly fell silent. Merchants and cultivators alike stared at them. Big U's massive shadow loomed across the lake floor like a dragon. Little Orchid scratched her head awkwardly. Everyone continue. We're just here to pick something up. Dongfang Qingcang pulled her forward toward the weapon stalls. Chapter 44. As you read along, there will be people addressing Dongfang Qingcang as Darin Imozun. Imozun is commonly understood as Demon King. Darin can vary in meaning depending on context and how it is used toward someone. Literally, Darin can mean big god or great grown-up, which sounds strange when addressing a Demon King. Therefore, it is translated here as Great Demon King. Occasionally, Darin alone refers to Dongfang Qingcang, and in those cases it is rendered as Your Greatness for consistency. If this causes confusion, it may be adjusted later back to Pinyin. After walking halfway along the path, Dongfang Qingcang suddenly paused. Little Orchid did not stop in time and bumped into his back. She looked up and saw Dongfang Qingcang staring toward a shop by the roadside. She recognized it immediately. It was the same shop where Dongfang Qingcang once used a crystal formed from his power to buy the bone orchid. Big devil. Dongfang Qingcang ignored her and walked straight toward the shop. The shop owner was still fiddling with his abacus. Hearing footsteps approach, he looked up and froze. He quickly put the abacus away, and his previously stiff expression broke into a smile. Great Demon King, what brings your lordship to my humble shop? He rubbed his hands together. As it happens, I was just calculating the value of that crystal you used to condense your power before. Please, take a look around. Anything you need, feel free to choose. His posture was excessively flattering, almost as if he would crawl on the ground to serve him. Little Orchid felt that, if possible, this man might even lick Dongfang Qingcang's shoes. It seemed the crystal condensed from Dongfang Qingcang's power had been worth quite a lot. Benzwa only wants to sell you one thing, Dongfang Qingcang said. Sell. The shop owner froze, then quickly laughed. Your greatness, if you want to sell something, how could this lowly one afford to buy it? Selling you information. In exchange, you will pay. All right. The shop owner immediately agreed. Anything that can be solved with money is simple. This lowly one is certain the great demon king's information is Dongfang Qingcang's smile turned treacherous and cold. From Linhai City, head southeast. There is an island on Qianin Mountain. Little Orchid turned to look at him. Dongfang Qingcang continued calmly. On that island, there are countless treasures, far more than anything in the demon market. The shop owner's eyes lit up instantly. Dongfang Qingcang added, Benzwa can also give you a map. You can take a boat there. Little Orchid's mouth twitched. So this is how he gets revenge when he cannot do it himself, by sending others to do it for him. Truly petty. Utterly petty to the core. Great Demon King. The shop owner glanced outside a few times, then closed his shop in a hurry. Please, come inside. Dongfang Qingcang entered. Little Orchid was naturally left outside. After the transaction, when Dongfang Qingcang came out, he was holding a stack of demon market paper money. Little Orchid glanced at it. What are you buying with that? Dongfang Qingcang kept walking. Things. You're actually buying things with money, she followed him. Big devil. Your logic today is surprisingly normal. He glanced at her. Benzwa occasionally follows the rules of the world. Little Orchid pouted. In truth, you just want those greedy merchants to cause trouble for Qian Langjun. Dongfang Qingcang smiled without denying it. They arrived at the weapon stall as they spoke. He lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Little Orchid followed, and immediately bumped into his back again when he suddenly stopped. She was about to complain when she felt a dense killing intent in the air. Inside the shop, everyone had also noticed them. The Shuafeng sword that Dongfang Qingcang had left here was gone, leaving only a large frozen pit on the ground. Dongfang Qingcang's brows furrowed. Who touched the Shuafeng sword? The blacksmiths looked tense under his pressure. After a moment, a burly man replied cautiously. That sword was taken by His Majesty. His Majesty, the owner of the demon market. Dongfang Qingcang narrowed his eyes. Where is the owner of the demon market? No one answered immediately. Then, from behind them, a female voice sounded. Great Demon King. Little Orchid turned around. A woman in purple stood calmly at the side. Your Greatness, she said politely. My master has invited you to Lu Shui Palace to discuss matters, now that you have returned to the demon market. Dongfang Qingcang turned to look at her. Little Orchid quietly moved behind him and grabbed his sleeve, peeking out cautiously. I have never discussed matters with anyone, Dongfang Qingcang said coldly. The woman remained calm. My master is worried the cold energy of the Shuafeng sword may harm others, so he brought it to Lu Shui Hall. If your greatness wants it back, you must come personally. Dongfang Qingcang's gaze sharpened. Are you threatening Benzwa? He gave a cold laugh. You have some courage. The woman only lowered her head further, inviting the Demon King. If the sword was there, Dongfang Qingcang would have to go. Little Orchid and Dongfang Qingcang followed the woman through the demon market beneath Kunlun's lake. At the boundary, gates opened, for busy entrances on the sides, and one central gate sealed shut. When the woman approached, the reddish-brown doors slowly opened. She led them into a path swallowed by darkness. Little Orchid suddenly felt uneasy and stopped. Dongfang Qingcang glanced back. What is it now? Nothing. Then why are you holding on to Benzwa? Only then did she realize she had been gripping his sleeve the entire time. My hands were itchy. Dongfang Qingcang gave her a mocking glance, then grabbed her hand and pulled her forward. But beyond the darkness, there was no narrow tunnel. Instead, it opened into a world of green grass, flowing streams, birdsong, and warm sunlight. Little Orchid froze. This was land. The scenery was so peaceful it felt unreal, almost drawing her forward instinctively. She took a few steps without thinking. Dongfang Qingcang yanked her back by the collar. Don't wander. It's an illusion. She snapped back to awareness and looked around again. The demon market was still behind them, separated only by a single gate. The contrast was absurd. So this was a spell meant to confuse the mind. The woman in purple led them forward across the grassy land. After walking over a hill, They saw a simple courtyard in the distance. A place like this carried an oddly plain feeling, completely unlike the name Lu Shui Hall. They entered the courtyard. Inside, a man in a wheelchair appeared. The moment Little Orchid saw him, she felt it. The man's gaze landed on her first. And at that instant, the bone orchid on her wrist suddenly pierced her. Hiss! Dongfang Qingcang turned back. What is it? Nothing. She lowered her hand quickly. The man in the wheelchair coughed softly. Shuo Feng's sword's cold energy is too strong to leave in the weapon stall. I brought it here temporarily. He gestured toward the next room. It is inside. Great Demon King may retrieve it. Dongfang Qingcang frowned slightly, but said nothing. As he walked inside, the man's gaze still lingered on Little Orchid. That feeling, it was familiar. Because before, Cang Lan Jue had also looked at her like that. Chapter 45. Little Orchid felt that ever since she had obtained this 11-rang body, she had become like a target board. Wherever she went, there was always someone drawing a bow at her, waiting for the moment she let her guard down so they could strike her down. She quietly edged closer behind Dongfang Qingcang and kept her head lowered, not daring to look at the owner of the demon market. The scabbard of the Shuo Feng sword, made from snake scales, was exquisitely crafted. The blacksmiths of the demon market had fine workmanship. Each layer of snakeskin was polished to a glossy shine. But the 1,000-year snake demon used to forge it was too weak. It could not fully suppress the sword's freezing energy. In the gaps between the scales, cold mist still seeped out, forming frost crystals along the outside of the scabbard. Dongfang Qingcang drew the sword and examined it briefly. Then he returned it to the scabbard. The owner of the demon market said, "There is no other weapon in this world with freezing energy like the Shuo Feng sword. The Demon King has put much thought into this." He then turned his wheelchair and moved toward the courtyard entrance. "I will escort the two of you out." Dongfang Qingcang's brows slightly furrowed. The owner of the demon market looked at him. "Does the Demon King wish to stay and admire the flowers with me?" "Ben Zhua is not that idle." "Then I won't insist." The owner of the demon market turned away. With a flick of his fingers, purple butterflies scattered into the air like drifting petals. It is a pity to abandon such a bright, beautiful spring. Seeing that the man was no longer paying attention to them, Dongfang Qingcang did not linger. He stepped onto the small path. After walking some distance, Little Orchid tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "The owner of the demon market feels strange. Do you think he has bad intentions?" Dongfang Qingcang gave a cold snort. "If soldiers come, we resist. There is nothing to fear." As they continued along the path, Little Orchid could not help but glance back. On the carpet of spring grass, the owner of the demon market had tilted his head slightly, purple butterflies drifting around him like falling blossoms. From this distance, she could not clearly see his face, but strangely, his appearance seemed to form itself in her mind. The curve of his lashes, the calm rise and fall of his breathing. She suddenly realized the man had a kind of intoxicating beauty, like the illusion around him, something that quietly pulled at the mind without warning. "Big devil," Little Orchid murmured absent-mindedly. This illusion was different from the hostile formation beneath Qianin Mountain. That one was dark and suffocating. This one was like a beautiful dream that made a person unwilling to leave. "It's too beautiful here. I almost don't want to leave." "Then stay here and wait to die?" Dongfang Qingcang's voice cut in coldly. Those words struck like a hammer, instantly snapping her out of it. The fragrance of flowers and birdsong vanished from her senses. In front of her was only the dark gate of the demon market. Little Orchid shivered. "Staying there too long can kill someone? You want to go back and try?" She quickly shook her head. Dongfang Qingcang ignored her and continued forward. Behind them, a purple butterfly tried to follow them through the gate, but the moment it crossed the threshold, it was crushed by an invisible force and vanished without a trace. The gate remained still, and the demon market continued as usual. "You tried to escape?" The spring scenery remained unchanged. Flowers bloomed, butterflies danced, and the owner of the demon market sat quietly among them. In his palm rested a purple butterfly. He exhaled lightly. The butterfly trembled violently, then fell to the ground. Its wings expanded, and it slowly transformed into a human form, screaming in pain. A naked woman lay on the grass, identical in appearance to the others before her. trembling as she looked up at him in fear. The owner of the demon market studied her quietly. After a moment, he sighed. You still haven't learned to imitate her, he said softly. She would never show that kind of expression. Collect her tears. The woman's body shook violently. She hurriedly wiped away her tears, biting her lip so hard she made no sound. Dai. A woman in purple appeared beside him immediately. Yes. Her face was identical to the woman on the ground, but older, lines faintly etched at the corners of her eyes. She cannot imitate properly, the owner said calmly. Drain her blood like her mother. Dai dragged the struggling woman away without expression. As she did, the owner suddenly asked, Dai, how long have you followed me? 8,000 years, she replied. He looked at her for a long moment and smiled faintly. No wonder you've aged. Then he turned his gaze toward the distance. But she will never age. Even if she were alive, she would never age. And yet, you are not her. Dai's hand trembled slightly, but she said nothing. Take her away, he said indifferently. Her crying is irritating. A purple butterfly landed on his finger. With a gentle wave, it transformed into an image of someone standing before him. He reached out and lightly held that illusionary hand. If the Demon King had come faster, just a little faster, I could have seen you. He looked at the figure, eyes distant. It's strange. I can see you every day, and yet I am forgetting your face more and more. Teacher. At the weapon stall, little Orchid suddenly gasped. Hiss. She looked down at the bone orchid on her wrist, then up at Dongfang Qingcang. Big devil. Weren't you pierced by the bone orchid before? Today it keeps piercing me. It hurts. Dongfang Qingcang replied flatly. It only reacts to killing intent inside weapon shops. He lifted the shop curtain and walked in. Little Orchid followed. You already took back the Shuofeng sword. Why are we still here? Dongfang Qingcang glanced at her. Has your master ever taught you how to use a weapon? Little Orchid paused. Then she understood. You want to buy me a weapon? Dongfang Qingcang frowned. Do you not want one? Little Orchid walked around the shop, then shook her head. My master was a scholar in the 9 heavens. She reasoned things out. She didn't teach me sword or spear techniques. Dongfang Qingcang looked unimpressed. No wonder you are foolish. A flower demon raised by a scholar. I am an immortal spirit. Little Orchid protested. Also, my master is not a sco. Before she could finish, Dongfang Qingcang already placed a single-edged sword into her hands. She barely took it before it dropped to the ground with a heavy clang. Too heavy. Dongfang Qingcang switched it to a spear with a red tassel. She grabbed it with both hands and struggled to hold it upright. He frowned. Too tall. She looked like she was carrying a pole instead of a weapon. He switched it again to a double-edged sword. This time it finally fit. Dongfang Qingcang nodded in satisfaction. Demonstrate swordplay for Benzhua. Little Orchid froze. She had no idea how. She was a flower spirit. At most, she had learned how to lie on a balcony and watch her master write fates. She had never learned sword techniques at all. She looked around awkwardly. The blacksmiths were watching like it was entertainment. Humans and demons alike had never seen a flower immortal like her before. The surrounding men could not help but snicker. Little Orchid pushed the sword back. I don't know how. A wave of disappointed sighs rose around the room. Embarrassed, she lowered her head. Dongfang Qingcang clicked his tongue coldly, took the sword back, and shoved it into her hands again. Benzhua will teach you. He stepped behind her and guided her hand. The sword burst with energy. A loud bang echoed. The roof of the weapon shop was blown open. Light poured in from above. The blacksmiths froze. Dongfang Qingcang casually tossed the broken sword aside. Low-quality goods. His eyes swept across the room. Bring out the best weapon here. Chapter 46. Dongfang Qingcang's eyes swept across the room. Everyone was trembling with fear, guarding their weapons tightly. After a moment of uneasy discussion, they began offering suggestions. Your Greatness, I think this young lady doesn't suit spears or swords. Maybe she should use a whip. The whip maker immediately darkened his expression. A whip is hard to master. She might end up hurting herself. Maybe a flexible double-edged sword would be better. The flexible sword craftsman quickly waved his hands. No, that won't do. The blade is too sharp and there's no scabbard. This young lady is rather slim. Swing it twice and she'll lose control. If it cuts her neck, what then? Maybe a dagger would be safer. The dagger maker was startled. A dagger won't help either. People say the longer the weapon, the stronger it is. If she carries a dagger, she'll be disarmed before she can even draw it. I think a concealed weapon is better. That suggestion was unanimously agreed upon. Because this shop didn't actually sell concealed weapons. Dongfang Qingcang remained silent. Just as everyone waited for the Demon King to speak, Little Orchid spoke first. A concealed weapon sounds good, ah. She turned to look at him with bright, expectant eyes and tiptoed to speak near his ear. But Dongfang Qingcang was too tall, so she stretched herself upward, still unable to reach properly. Noticing this, he bent slightly, letting her speak closer. Big devil, you still want to buy me a weapon? I think something that doesn't fight but can still intimidate people is best. I've been looking at those heavenly fragrant dudwa outside for a long time. That should be enough. Dongfang Qingcang leaned closer and spoke in a low voice beside her ear. In a short while, Benzwa will return to the demon realm. The people there dared to place a curse on me. A fierce battle is unavoidable. His tone was calm. Little flower demon, do you plan to wear a dudwa and bare your backside while fighting alongside me? He curved his lips slightly. You're unexpectedly even bolder than Benzwa. Little Orchid froze, her expression stiffening as she stared at him. You're going back to the demon realm to fight? Benzwa already said it. During this time, you must stay by my side. Wherever I go, you go too. If I go to hell, how could you stay alive alone in the mortal realm? For a moment, Little Orchid felt the words sounded strangely familiar. She had only seen such lines in her master's fate records, phrases like, wherever you go, I will go. But hearing it from Dongfang Qingcang made her feel less touched and more alarmed. She quickly shook her head. No, that won't work. You'll be fighting, and you definitely won't have time to look after me. I'll just get stabbed to death there. Then I told you to choose a proper weapon. I won't get pierced by the bow and orchid again. I'll just stay somewhere safe and wait for you to finish fighting before you come get me. She raised her finger solemnly. I promise I won't cause trouble or run away. Dongfang Qingcang snorted coldly and walked toward the blacksmith who made daggers. Without hesitation, he picked up a piece of raw iron that was still red hot. Everyone stared in shock. The flames reflected in his eyes as he examined it briefly. Then he placed it back down. I'll take this dagger. The blacksmith blinked. It isn't finished forging yet. Dongfang Qingcang tossed a pile of demon market currency onto the table. Benzwa will stay one night at the inn outside Crystal City. Deliver it tomorrow. The blacksmith immediately forgot all objections and began counting the money. Meanwhile, Little Orchid protested loudly as she was pulled out of the shop. You gave too much. That's way too much. Everyone's staring at us. I am happy to do so, Dongfang Qingcang replied flatly. If you're going to spend so much, you should have given it to me. Little Orchid muttered. I need money more than him. Dongfang Qingcang glanced at her. To buy dudwa? Her eyes lit up instantly. He smiled faintly. Fine. Benzwa will buy them all for you. You can wear a different dudwa every day. Little Orchid brightened, but his smile deepened. 1 piece per day? No repeats. Her expression immediately collapsed. I don't want them anymore. Dongfang Qingcang's lips curved slightly as he led her away. When they reached the edge of Crystal City, the frozen lake behind them suddenly stirred. A huge figure rose from beneath the ice, Big U. It lifted its head and obediently waited, as if expecting Dongfang Qingcang to step onto it. But Dongfang Qingcang didn't even look back. He continued walking forward. Big U waited for a moment, then slowly lifted its head, looking confused. A faint sense of disappointment seemed to rise in it. Little Orchid couldn't help but say, maybe you should let it rest under the ice first. Big U obediently retreated back into the lake. Legends said demonic beasts brought calamity and bloodshed wherever they went. Yet in front of Dongfang Qingcang, they behaved like obedient pets. Even Little Orchid found that strange. That night, they stayed in a tavern in the demon market. Little Orchid quickly washed up and fell asleep the moment she hit the bed. But soon, she began to dream. Strangely, she was aware she was dreaming. She seemed trapped inside a transparent cage, watching a familiar illusion. Wildflowers, spring grass, warm sunlight, a gentle breeze. This illusion was different from the one she had seen before. It didn't feel enchanting or deceptive. It felt real. She saw a simple house. A purple-clothed woman walked out. Her appearance was the same as the woman they had seen in the demon market, but her expression was brighter, more spirited, and full of life. She stretched her arms and looked into the distance. A smile slowly appeared on her face. She waved, as if saying, "Come here." From afar, a silhouette slowly approached her. Her smile grew softer and warmer. The dream suddenly shattered. Little Orchid woke up. Outside the window, daylight was already bright. Dongfang Qingcang stood by the bed, looking down at her coldly. People from the heavenly realm also sleep until afternoon. Little Orchid sat up in confusion. I only slept for a short while. I even had a strange dream. Dongfang Qingcang's gaze shifted slightly. Oh, what dream? Little Orchid scratched her head. I think you called me, but I can't remember. Dongfang Qingcang studied her for a moment, but said nothing. Instead, he tossed a newly forged dagger onto the bed. This is yours. Little Orchid stared at it. You're really forcing me to fight enemies with you, ah? Dongfang Qingcang replied calmly. You don't need to help. The demon realm is not like Qianin Mountain. I may not always be able to protect you. This dagger carries my power. When you're in danger, it will help you survive. He turned away. Don't say Bin's what didn't protect you later. Little Orchid froze slightly, holding the dagger. This weapon was just like the bone orchid. A tool meant to protect her. Change your clothes. We are leaving for the demon realm. Chapter 47. While riding on Big U's back, the afternoon sun was scorching. Little Orchid's face turned bright red under the heat. She looked at Dongfang Qingcang's shadow ahead and noticed his silver hair fluttering messily in the wind. After a moment, she spoke up. Big Devil, can I take a bit of shade from the sun? Dongfang Qingcang did not turn around. Before he could react, Little Orchid had already grabbed a handful of his silver hair, pressed her forehead against his back, and used his hair like a curtain. She let out a satisfied sigh. I think if I keep baking in the sun, my face will crack like dry land. Her movements were smooth and natural, like flowing water, without the slightest hesitation. Dongfang Qingcang was momentarily stunned. This little flower demon actually dared to use his hair and his shadow as shade. Truly lawless. But in the end, he only gave a cold snort and didn't push her away. Little Orchid leaned against his back and gradually became still, her breathing steady as if she had fallen asleep. Big Devil. Thinking she was asleep, Dongfang Qingcang suddenly heard her voice again. How come you must revive that Cheetah woman no matter what? His gaze shifted slightly toward the clouds, but he did not look back. When you were resurrected, you were already planning to go to the underworld to find her reincarnation. Then you went to the demon realm and immediately sent people to retrieve her sword. After that, in the demon market, you never stopped thinking about going to the mortal realm to recover her soul. She paused. And you even tricked me, saying you wanted to create a body for me. In truth, it was all for her. Her tone carried lingering resentment. Little Orchid continued, carefully choosing her words. Was it because, in the past, you showed her mercy, and she took the chance to injure you? You showed her mercy? Dongfang Qingcang let out a cold laugh. Why would Binzwa ever show mercy? Then you like her? There was silence. Little Orchid assumed he had silently agreed. But then Dongfang Qingcang spoke, his voice indifferent. What is love? He spoke with disdain. Don't use human emotions to measure Binzwa. Little Orchid fell silent. For some reason, she also felt a little foolish for asking. Words like love and like didn't seem to fit Dongfang Qingcang at all. The journey continued in silence. They traveled all the way to the demon capital, Jiuyu. Without guidance, Little Orchid couldn't sense the entrance to the demon realm at all. Her Shi-Rang body remained mortal, unable to perceive demonic energy. When Big U landed, Dongfang Qingcang stepped down and instructed it. Protect her. Big U coiled around Little Orchid in response, guarding her tightly. With the bone orchid, the dagger, and now Big U protecting her, Little Orchid faintly realized. Dongfang Qingcang had clearly anticipated that returning to the demon realm would not be peaceful. Big U carried her a short distance away. From a gap in its coils, she saw Dongfang Qingcang standing before a forest. He raised a hand. The air around him began to tremble violently. Leaves lifted into the sky, then swirled faster and faster, forming a storm driven by his power. A sharp cracking sound echoed through the air. That sound was familiar. It was the same sound she had heard when the seal between realms was broken. Little Orchid froze. Then she suddenly remembered. The demon realm seal was set by the heavenly realm to prevent demons from invading the mortal world. And now, Dongfang Qingcang was breaking it. She immediately shouted, "Don't break it. That's the heavenly realm's seal over the demon realm." But Dongfang Qingcang did not stop. Cracks spread rapidly through the sky. A black rift formed, expanding like a wound in space itself. A gate slowly opened. He stepped inside. Big U followed closely. Little Orchid lay on its back, staring at the dark entrance as they were carried through. Dongfang Qingcang wasn't actually destroying the seal? Then why was he doing this? If he forced himself to use power like this, it would surely cause him pain. Yet he still did it without hesitation. Perhaps the demon realm had done something to him first. With that thought, Little Orchid grew even more uneasy. After passing through the darkness, a faint light appeared ahead. The demon realm, Jue, came into view. As they arrived, the surrounding darkness vanished. Behind them, the path they had passed through turned into a pitch-black river cutting across barren land. A few demon soldiers immediately spotted them. They raised their weapons in alarm. Your Majesty." But hesitation followed. How can he be returning alone? Before they could finish, Dongfang Qingcang's expression turned cold. How can I be returning alone? A gust of wind erupted outward. The soldiers were forced back, some collapsing under the pressure. Big U let out a low hiss, its massive presence suppressing the surroundings. Soldiers dropped to their knees, bleeding from the pressure alone. Little Orchid stared in shock. This giant snake that liked being stepped on was actually this powerful? Dongfang Qingcang continued walking forward without stopping. Wherever he passed, soldiers retreated in fear. None dared truly approach him. They moved like this until they reached the path leading to the demon realm's ritual palace. At the end stood the grand hall, tall and majestic, where the demon realm once swore allegiance to him. Inside was a golden statue of Dongfang Qingcang. He looked at it and laughed coldly. So in the end, the later generations think Benzhua is nothing more than a statue in a shrine. His voice carried disdain. The ground trembled. A deep rumbling spread outward as power surged beneath the earth, like a dragon awakening underground. With a thunderous crash, the grand hall collapsed. Stone and pillars shattered instantly. Even the golden statue inside broke apart into fragments. Panic erupted among the surrounding demons. But Little Orchid only watched calmly. She had already seen enough destruction from Dongfang Qingcang to treat this as nothing unusual. As the chaos unfolded, a group of riders rushed in urgently. Leading them was Prime Minister Xianxia of the demon realm, and a frail-looking man with striking beauty. Little Orchid frowned slightly. The man was beautiful, but his aura and demonic energy were still far inferior to Dongfang Qingcang's. Chapter 48. There were several military officers behind Xianxia and Kong Quebec. From their attire, it was clear they held high ranks. Seeing those people, Little Orchid felt a sense of familiarity. When she had once entered Dongfang Qingcang's body and first arrived in the demon realm, when they had prepared a banquet for him, it had been these same people who came forward to toast and offer congratulations. Several high-ranking officials gathered in one place. It was obvious they were conspiring something unpleasant. Little Orchid could see them, and naturally, Dongfang Qingcang saw them as well. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he stepped forward. The bricks along the wide path had already been shattered by the force of the earth beneath. Mud and broken stone filled the ground, and demon realm soldiers retreated to both sides of the road. Suppressed by Dongfang Qingcang's overwhelming power, none of them could even lift their heads. As he advanced, many people at the far end of the road changed their expressions. Xianxia was greatly alarmed and turned to the person beside him, whose face was pale. Wasn't he cursed? How can he still be unharmed? He asked. A military official supporting Kang Ke kept his eyes fixed on Dongfang Qingcang. Correct. He has indeed been afflicted by the curse. The atmosphere around Dongfang Qingcang churned violently, his shadow appearing slightly blurred. But Kang Ke's gaze remained sharp. He noticed something immediately. Blood was flowing from Dongfang Qingcang's ears, sliding down his jaw, and sinking into the front of his black robe. Kang Ke spoke with difficulty. Right now, The Demon King is only pretending, he said. He turned to the person beside him. General Lu Qi, the Demon King's 5 senses are extremely sharp. Use sound to disrupt his mind, then summon all the assassins. If this battle does not force him to submit, then he will never willingly support our demon realm again. Military counselor, General Lu Qi hesitated. Even now, the Demon King still retains his strength. Fighting him would only. Afraid of what? Kong Kei's voice turned stern. He is already plagued by a curse. How could he possibly overturn the heavens? He is only enduring and pretending to be strong. This is the only chance to subdue him. After this, our long-cherished wish of returning the demon realm to the 3 realms will finally be within reach. Lu Qi fell silent for a moment, then respectfully cupped his fist in agreement. Shadows beside Kong Kei vanished, and the killing intent along the main road grew even heavier. Kong Kei turned to Xiang and said in a low voice, "Even if we cannot defeat the Demon King, we must kill the woman on the demon snake's back." Xiang was startled. "That is, if I am not mistaken, that is the body the Demon King prepared for Cheetah," Kong Kei said coldly. "We cannot allow him to succeed." On the rooftops, black shadows flickered in and out of sight, moving along the eaves on both sides of the road, closing in on Dongfang Qingcang's path. The atmosphere suddenly turned strange. A faint, peculiar fragrance drifted through the killing intent. In an instant, Little Orchid seemed to see men in revealing clothing standing ahead, their bare chests exposed as they stared at her, slowly stroking their own chests. She stared back in confusion, then their faces began to blur and shift. They turned into Dongfang Qingcang. A hoarse voice echoed in her ears. "Little flower demon, come touch Bin's chest and see if it's strong enough." Little Orchid's face flushed instantly. "You want me to touch lower instead?" she muttered, dazed. "Save me." Her head spun. Even though her face burned red, her thoughts grew increasingly unclear, as if something was urging her to reach out. "Yes, I want to touch." Huh. Using such insignificant charm techniques to disturb Bin's consciousness. A cold laugh cut through the illusion like winter wind, instantly shattering the voices in her ears. Little Orchid blinked and realized she was still on to Yu's back, following behind Dongfang Qingcang as before. Ahead of them, Dongfang Qingcang was mocking the enemies. Ignorant juniors. Little Orchid went silent for a moment. Then she remembered what she had just seen and quickly grabbed her head with both hands. Heavens, this is a battlefield, and I actually got pulled into an illusion. At that moment, Du suddenly accelerated. Little Orchid jolted back to her senses. Something felt wrong. Du's speed was too fast, so fast that its head almost overtook Dongfang Qingcang. That was not normal. Even if it was usually obedient, it would never dare to surpass its master. Little Orchid patted its back, trying to wake it up, but Du did not respond. It continued forward until its head passed Dongfang Qingcang. Dongfang Qingcang glanced sideways and flicked his sleeve. A sharp force struck Du's face, sending its head spinning. Du roared in frustration, finally snapping out of the illusion. Angrily, it wrapped its tail around Little Orchid, then slammed half its body into the surrounding buildings while biting into the air. Little Orchid thought it had bitten nothing, but in the next instant, fresh blood splattered. Inside Du's mouth, there were 2 shadows, assassins hiding in stealth techniques. The black-clad figures struggled desperately, but Du lifted its head and swallowed them. Little Orchid quickly patted its back. "Don't eat randomly. Spit them out." Du paused, then reluctantly lowered its head and spat the 2 motionless figures onto the ground. It looked up at her, seemingly waiting for praise. Little Orchid did not oblige. Ahead, the assassins realized their illusion technique had failed. They immediately changed tactics. Several figures dropped from the rooftops, swords drawn, directly attacking Dongfang Qingcang. Their strength was clearly far beyond ordinary demon soldiers. Dongfang Qingcang narrowed his eyes. Courting death. The killing intent around him surged like a storm. In an instant, the attackers were torn apart, their bodies reduced to blood and shattered remains that splattered across the ground. But more assassins rushed forward immediately, as if they did not fear death at all. Dongfang Qingcang's expression changed slightly. At this point, the ground beneath them was already soaked in blood. Even Diyu's belly was smeared with it. The assassins formed a precise formation around them, chanting under their breath as they pressed in. Little Orchid suddenly felt a strange force pulling at her. The bow and orchid on her wrist stirred violently, sending out vines that formed a barrier in front of her chest. They shot toward the assassins like arrows, but an invisible barrier blocked them. It was a formation, a hostile formation. Big devil. Little Orchid called out helplessly. Dongfang Qingcang laughed coldly. Insignificant tricks. He stepped forward. The ground trembled. His silver hair whipped wildly through the air. For a moment, it seemed stained with blood. The formation began to collapse under pressure, and the assassins outside coughed up blood and fell one after another. But Dongfang Qingcang's hand moved slightly, as if suppressing something. Blood dripped from the back of his hand before he hid it again inside his sleeve. The curse. He had to finish this quickly. Little Orchid looked up and saw Xianxia helping Kang Ke retreat, trying to escape. Dongfang Qingcang's gaze turned colder. More assassins surged forward, trying to stall him. Diyu roared and tore into them, while its tail continued to protect Little Orchid. She held tightly onto the dagger Dongfang Qingcang had given her and moved carefully, trying to stay out of danger. But suddenly, ka! A sound cracked behind her. Little Orchid froze. The bow and orchid had stopped a frost sword. Kang Ke had appeared behind her. Without hesitation, he struck toward her shoulder. Pain shot through her body, but no blood appeared. Kang Ke narrowed his eyes. Little Orchid endured the pain, gritted her teeth, and drew the dagger, slashing at his wrist. Kang Ke withdrew slightly. She seized the chance to run, but turned straight into a chest. Before she could react, a hand pulled her backward. A surge of violent killing intent swept past her. When she looked up, it was Dongfang Qingcang. He held his ancient flame sword, piercing straight through Kang Ke's body and pinning him against a pillar, which immediately ignited. Dongfang Qingcang stood before the burning flames, his eyes deep red with killing intent. Demon Realm's military counselor, he said coldly. Do you know how much effort Binz was spent to create a body for her? Kang Ke coughed blood and laughed weakly. So the Demon King truly cares about Qida. Blood dripped from Dongfang Qingcang's eyes as well. You cannot kill me, Kang Ke said. Then he raised his hand. A mirror flashed. Dongfang Qingcang's body was instantly swallowed into it. Big devil. Little Orchid cried out and rushed forward. But the world spun. Darkness swallowed everything, and she lost consciousness. Chapter 49. Little Orchid felt as though she had fallen into a dream. She clearly knew she had closed her eyes, yet strangely, she could still see everything in front of her. Butterflies fluttered among drifting flowers. Green grass stretched across the land, and a stream flowed gently through it. A courtyard door, worn by wind and rain, stood slightly aged. Sunlight shimmered on the water inside the courtyard. In the courtyard, a woman rested beneath a pear tree, quietly asleep. Pear blossoms fell like snow, draping over her body. She was not considered a beauty, but there was something about her presence, something steady, comforting, and inexplicably warm. Master, a soft voice called from the courtyard entrance. A man in purple robes walked in. He saw the woman asleep under the tree and paused slightly before stepping closer and kneeling beside her. Master, he called again. She did not respond. A pear blossom drifted onto her lips. Before the wind could carry it away, the man leaned down. He gently took the petal away with his lips, brushing ever so slightly against hers in the process. He withdrew quickly and carefully placed the petal in his palm, then quietly tucked it away. After that, he simply knelt there, watching her sleep without moving, as if memorizing her face. Soon, the woman frowned slightly and woke up. In her clear eyes reflected the man's figure. How you're back. Did everything go smoothly? The purple-robed man lowered his gaze. The rat demon has been dealt with. Master can rest easy. The woman smiled softly and reached out to pat his head. How handling things always puts Master at ease. He said nothing. His gaze remained gentle, like still water. Little Orchid stared blankly. One reason was that the man looked vaguely familiar. Another was the way he looked at his master, was strangely intimate. Bang! A sharp sound rang in her ears. Little Orchid jolted and opened her eyes. In the next moment, she froze. She was suspended in an endless starry sky. Countless brilliant stars shimmered in every direction, above, below, left, right. It felt as though the entire universe surrounded her, breathtaking beyond anything she had ever seen. This is beautiful. She turned instinctively and finally saw a shadow nearby. Big devil. Right. They had been fighting the people of the demon realm earlier, and then they were pulled into Kong K's strange mirror. So this place must be. Is this inside the mirror? She asked. Dongfang Qingcang did not answer. He was watching her, not casually, but intently, with an expression she had never seen before. Little Orchid shifted uncomfortably under his gaze and quickly checked her clothes, half afraid something was wrong. But everything seemed normal. What is it? She asked. Dongfang Qingcang narrowed his eyes. Why are you here? I followed you in, she said blankly. How did you follow me? I didn't catch you in time and got pulled in with the mirror. He let out a low laugh. Oh, then why were you trying to catch me? Little Orchid opened her mouth, but the words, to save you, stopped in her throat. She looked away awkwardly, her gaze drifting across the stars. Weren't we pulled in by the mirror? How did it become like this? Before she could finish, Dongfang Qingcang suddenly lifted her chin with his finger, forcing her to look at him. Little Orchid stiffened instantly. Her heart raced. Her face burned. Her entire body froze under his closeness. Little Orchid, he said softly, you abandoned your own safety just to come save me. His breath brushed her cheek like a feather. At that moment, she suddenly remembered something she had once seen in a dream. A careful, restrained kiss that made a person's face burn. Dongfang Qingcang, was he going to? She couldn't move. His voice slipped into her ears like a spell. In your heart, have you already fallen in love with Benzhua? That thought really moves me. He leaned closer. His lips neared hers. The warmth of his breath was overwhelming. Wait, stop. Little Orchid finally snapped out of it and shoved him away. Her face was still red, but her eyes were alert now. You are Dongfang Qingcang? She asked sharply. He smiled. Am I not? You called me Little Orchid. Is that wrong? You didn't call yourself Benzhua. You only do that when you're pretending in front of others. Not like this. Oh, he tilted his head slightly. You smiled at me like that. You only smile like that when you're plotting something. His expression changed slightly, almost wounded. I treat you like that. And you don't like pouting, she added quickly. As she spoke, she suddenly realized something. She understood Dongfang Qingcang far too well. The man in front of her still had red eyes, but the color was deeper than usual. His face was pale, and his lips carried a faint bluish tint. Under the starlight, he looked wrong. You're not Dongfang Qingcang, she said. She backed away, but a hand grabbed her waist. It was still him, or something wearing his face. The smile widened, revealing teeth far sharper than human. You're quite smart, he said. I am not Dongfang Qingcang, but I am also Dongfang Qingcang. Little Orchid's body went cold. Then what part are you? The creature frowned slightly, as if thinking. You're asking a strange question. She stayed silent. Fine, he said casually. I can answer, but you must beg me first. Little Orchid immediately decided she did not need to dignify that with a response. The thing continued speaking on its own. I was originally an energy within Dongfang Qingcang's body, it said. I have existed since ancient times. At first, I was unaware of my existence. After he was defeated by Cheeto Woman and beheaded by the gods, his eternal consciousness drifted through heaven and earth, and I slowly grew. It raised a hand and pointed at the endless stars. Look, this is where he was. Before she could react, her body was pulled along with it, spinning through the starry sky. Every day, every night, every moment, this is all he had, it said. He had nothing else but consciousness. He drifted through nothingness, watching endlessly. His unwillingness, his rage, his resentment. I heard it all, and I grew from it. The spinning slowed. The thing looked at her. So now, I am exactly like Dongfang Qingcang. Then it smiled faintly. You understand now, don't you? Little Orchid's voice trembled. You're the resentment spirit of Dongfang Qingcang.